Chapter 31. As soon as I sit down to start working, I realize that my new steel tools I made are worthless as they can't cut the spider carapace. With a sigh, I set them aside and pull Black Razor and get to work. I work diligently for hours, only taking breaks to add more mana veins when my mana is full. I make Ruby a full set of armor, breastplate, and skirt, bracers, and greaves. I even make her a helmet. Dieting, congratulations. Skill leatherworking has progressed to level 3. Leatherworking level 3 AGI plus 3. You can craft crude items from leather. Okay, that should do it for now. Once she tries it on, I can make final adjustments. I am almost out of steel. I guess I can use bone for all the fastenings. I tap the amulet and say, Ruby, can you come out for a minute? I need you to try this on. Ruby zips out of the amulet as a puff and circles my head once before moving over to the bench and taking human form. Ruby says, you want me to try this on? Yes, please. Ruby reaches down and grabs the bottom of her dress, obviously about to pull it off. I quickly spin around so my back is to Ruby. No, you put it on over the dress. Ruby asks, are you sure? Aren't you curious if my body is fully human? No, I just need to see if the armor fits. Ruby says, wow, Master, I think there is more heat coming from your face than the forge. I cover my face with my hands as I listen to Ruby laughing behind me. Then I hear rustling and clipping noises for a minute. Ruby says, okay, you can turn around now, Master. I turn around to see Ruby has the armor on, all but the helmet, which is in her hands as she looks at the slot in the back of the helmet. That is for your hair. I figured it would be uncomfortable to try and keep all that hair under the helmet. Ruby puts the helmet on over her hair then. As my jaw drops open, her hair slithers up under the helmet and out through the slot all on its own. No fair, Ruby laughs and says. I am a spirit. My body is made of energy so I can control it how I want. Okay, move around to see how it fits. I haven't quite finished it yet. I wanted to be able to make adjustments. Ruby moves her body around and says, it fits surprisingly well, especially since you didn't take any measurements. Just how well do you know my body, Master? I cough and look away and say, I just have a good eye for details. Ruby smirks at me as she tests her mobility in the armor. I walk out into the larger cave and Ruby follows. I draw my swords and offer them hilt first to Ruby. Ruby takes the swords and moves away from me so she has room, and she goes through a combat routine. I watch her intently, just to see how the armor fits, of course. Okay, you can stop now. I can see what adjustments I need to make. By the way, do you like 2 swords, or would you like to try other combat forms? Ruby says no. I am good with the 2 swords. It feels natural for some reason. I undo the sheaths from my belt and hand them to her one at a time so she can sheathe the swords. Try putting them at your waist. I need to know if you want them there or on your back. Ruby tries it both ways then says, definitely on my back would be my choice. Okay, any chaffing or pinching anywhere that I need to fix? Ruby says, nope, it works great. I only see one problem. What problem? Ruby says. This armor is way better than yours. You are the master. You need better armor, or it will look weird. I look down at myself then say, yeah, I guess so. This was my first attempt, and I had limited materials at the time. I guess once I finish yours, I should remake mine too. Ruby smiles at her victory and hands back the swords. Then she starts taking the armor off piece by piece and handing it to me. As she hands me the last piece, she once again acts as if she is going to take off the dress just to watch me spin away and stomp back into the forge room blushing. She follows me laughing, and then shifts to her spirit form and zips into the amulet where she can relax while I do my crafting. I sit down and clear my mind. Then I enter the inner world. I quickly burn through my mana, expanding the network of mana veins I have built. Then I set about making the needed adjustments to Ruby's armor. Once that is done, I get up and head back to camp to get some food. After I am done eating, I gather the scrimshaw tools I made and head to the spider room to gather some bones. Once I have what I need, I return to the forge room and start carving the fasteners and clips I need to complete the armor. Ha, dang, congratulations. Skill Scrimshaw has progressed to level 8. Scrimshaw level 8 Agi plus 8 int plus 4, you can carve bone into many items. Next, I make 2 new sheaths for my swords that will clip into the back of Ruby's armor. Then, I attach the sheaths and add all the fasteners and clips to the armor, and a few hours later, her armor is complete. I set it all aside neatly and start the long process of making myself a new set of armor. I stop after a few more hours to burn through my mana and go get myself something to eat. After eating, I return to the forge room and try to work on my armor, but I just can't keep my eyes open. It is then I realize it has been weeks since I actually slept instead of meditating, so I return to camp and climb into my hammock and am almost instantly asleep. When I wake up 12 hours later, I feel amazing. I quickly catch and eat breakfast and head back to the forge room. I sit down and once again start working on my armor, now with much greater focus. Rather than using solid pieces like I did the first time, I am carving bands and scales and attaching them to make armor that is much more flexible. Ding, congratulations. Skill leatherworking has progressed to level 4. Leatherworking level 4 AGI plus 4, you can craft items from leather. I am having to make a lot more precise cuts because of the smaller pieces, so it takes me a lot longer than it did to make Ruby's armor. It is time-consuming, and the only reason I am willing to do it is because of the forge room. Item created its Spider Carapace Banded Armor Defense plus 9 resist, poison plus 10 webwalk durability, 150ths, hiding congratulations. Skill leatherworking has progressed to level 5. Leatherworking level 5 AGI plus 5, you can craft items from leather. Wow, that turned out really well. Now all that is left is new swords. I check and find I should have just enough steel left for 2 katanas. That is as long as I don't mess up and have to start over. I am about to start on the first one when I have an idea. Summon Elemental, Fire. MP 265, 365ths, light swirls and gathers, and a fire bursts into life. It is about the size of a chair and has 2 arms and eyes that stare at me. Howding congratulations. Skill Summon Elemental has progressed to level 2. Summon Elemental level 2, MP costs 75 plus 5 twos in Howler. You can summon a lesser elemental of the desired element. Okay, your job is when I pull the metal out of the forge and start hammering it, you are to hold the metal on the same end as the tongs and do your best to keep it at its current temperature. The blob of fire seems to nod, so I decide to give it a try and get to work. Where I kept failing before was the metal would cool before I was done folding it and it would break. Now, with the fire elemental keeping the metal hot, I am actually able to fold the steel successfully. It takes me a little over 2 hours to fold the steel 10 times. But to me, it is more than worth it when I finish. Item created folded steel katana. Hit plus 5 damage, plus 10 durability, 125, 125ths. Hiding congratulations. Skill blacksmithing has progressed to level 8. Blacksmithing level 8, STR plus 8, fire resist plus 8. You can turn metal ore into useful items. I look at the elemental and say, good work. Thank you, you may go now. The fire elemental seems happy as it fades away. I am also happy as I look at my new katana blade. The only downside is it took more material than I expected, so I don't have enough to make another. I quickly take the blade and insert it into the mushroom wood hilt so I can take a few swings with it. The balance of the blade is almost perfect. My only issue is that the hilt is too light and doesn't feel right in my hand. So I sit down and sort through to find the heaviest bone I have and start carving a new hilt. Once it is done, I attach the blade and try again. This time, it is much better. I take my time and go through every type of swing I can remember from various anime and manga. The sword is exactly what I have been hoping to make, and I am extremely happy with myself. I, however, am not satisfied. I want to. So I return to my camp, grab my new mining pickaxe and a torch, and start to check the walls of the cavern foot by foot. I check high and low. I have no intention of missing it if there is iron anywhere in here. I check the walls of my camp first, but find nothing. Then I jump the river, move to the west wall, and start searching. After about an hour, I have searched 50 feet of the west wall when I spot something shiny. I quickly move to it, and sure enough, it is iron reflecting the light of the torch. I stick the torch into a crevice in the wall and start hammering away at the rock around it with the pickaxe. It takes me 45 minutes to mine 50 pounds of iron ore. Hiding congratulations. Skill mining has progressed to level 8. Mining level 8. STR plus 8, end plus 4. You are adept at mining ore. 50 pounds of iron ore will smelt down to 4 ingots of steel, which is how much I need to make another katana. Once I have that, I rush back to the forge room with it, and as soon as the forge heats up, I start smelting it. Once I have the 4 ingots, I summon a fire elemental again, and start forging a second katana. It takes me a little less than 2 hours this time, but I succeed. Item created at folded steel katana. Hit plus 5 damage, plus 10 durability, 125, 125ths. Hiding congratulations. Skill blacksmithing has progressed to level 9. Blacksmithing level 9, star plus 9. Fire resist plus 9. You can turn metal ore into useful items. Dine, 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 dine. Kinding congratulations. You have evolved an ability. Superior Strength has evolved into Supreme Strength due to strength reaching 100. Supreme Strength one-handed, add stat to damage. Two-handed, add stat X 2.5 to damage. Wait, so for a one-handed weapon, I add 100 to the damage? But with a two-handed weapon, I would be adding 250 to the damage. But I don't have a two-handed weapon. I look at my 2 brand new katanas. If I had known about this, I would have made a Nodachi. Even though I am upset by the new ability, I still craft a bone hilt for the second katana. Once it is complete, I sit down to carve 2 sheaths for my katanas. Chapter 32. Once the sheaths are done, I clip the katanas to my belt. But I am still thinking about the ability upgrade and wondering if I should forge a 2-handed sword. I can always go mine more iron. If there is enough there, I could make one. Oh, wait, what about that other ore I found? Armatite, wasn't it? Maybe I should try it with that. So I head back to camp to fetch the other ore and bring it back to the forge. I place it in the crucible and put it in the forge. While I am waiting, I burn through my mana, adding mana veins. By now, I have all my organs connected and am working on my muscles. When I am done and wake from the meditation, I check the ore but find it hasn't melted. I tap the amulet and say, Ruby. Ruby comes out in spirit form and says, Yes, Ash. Any idea why this ore isn't melting? Ruby takes human form and looks at the ore. Isn't that Armatite? Yes, I think so. Ruby says, Well, that is why. It has a much higher melting temperature than iron. Oh, can the forge get that hot? Ruby says yes, but I have to directly power it up. I don't think you can use that metal, though. It requires mana to work it. I know because I watched the Archmage make a single dagger and doing so exhausted him. Okay, for now, let's just smelt it into a bar. I can carry that easier and decide what to do with it later, Ruby says. Ruby walks around behind the forge and places her hands on it. Then, with a look of concentration on her face, she starts powering the forge. I quickly move to the side as the heat coming out of it skyrockets. I quickly move the ingot mold and replace it with a bar mold, then staying to the side as much as I can. I put the crucible back into the forge. I watch as the ore turns from a brown rock to a silvery metal as it melts. Once it is fully melted and has bubbled for a while, I figure it should be pure and pull the crucible out and pour it into the mold. Even with my fire resist, it burns my hands and I get lightheaded as my mana hits 0. Dying congratulations! Skill blacksmithing has progressed to level 10. Blacksmithing level 10? STR plus 10. Fire resist plus 10. You can turn metal ore into useful items. Wow, I got a level just from smelting this stuff. Hey, wait. What is with those question marks? The temperature in the room drops rapidly and Ruby in spirit form returns to the amulet. Ruby thinks, Sorry, Ash, I am out of energy. Don't apologize. I am out of mana too, just from smelting it. I wasn't expecting that. You earned your rest. Thank you. I sit and meditate to get some mana back while waiting for the bar to cool. 2 hours later, I wake from meditating and pick up the bar and study it. Magic item Armatite bar. A magical metal stronger and lighter than steel. Very hard to work with. Ding, congratulations. Skill Observe has progressed to level 5. Observe level 5, int plus 5. You can identify items with study. Enchantable, huh? I wonder if that is why it sucked up both of our mana. Since I have to wait for Ruby to recover to ask her about my skill, I decide to try an experiment. I meditate until my mana is full, and then channel all of it into the bar of metal. Dinding, congratulations! You have acquired the magic skill channeling. Channeling level 1, int plus 1 mana plus 10. You are experienced at channeling mana. Oh, cool. Another way to increase my mana pool. Since it seems to have worked, I repeat the process a couple more times. This takes over a day since I have to meditate for hours between each time channeling. Ruby comes out of the amulet in spirit form and says, "What are you doing?" "I've been channeling mana into the bar while I waited for you to recover. I think it is working. See, there is a gold spot now." Ruby says, "Yes, by the time the Archmage finished the dagger it was golden, so I guess it is working." Besides that, I have a question. You see skills the same way I do now, so when we smelted this stuff, I hit level 10 blacksmithing. Next to the level, there are a bunch of question marks. Any idea what that could be? Ruby says. Well, I can't be sure, but it should mean the skill is able to evolve. Okay, that sounds good, but how do I evolve it? Ruby says, I know of 2 ways. One is years of study and effort. The other is to use a beast core. Okay, beast core is easy enough. What grade? Ruby says. For first stage evolution, it has to be above a minor grade. Wait, first stage evolution? Ruby says. Yes, the first time a skill evolves is called the first stage. Not all skills can evolve. Some can only evolve once, but some can evolve 2 or 3 times. The second and third stage evolutions require greater and supreme grade beast cores. Ouch, that could get expensive. Well, I won't worry about that for now. I just hope we find a decent beast core while exploring. Ruby says, Oh, are you finally done crafting? Are we going exploring now? Yes, I am done for now. Yes, we can go exploring, but after we eat. Ruby says, yay, and follows me back to camp. I catch and cook some fish, and while we eat, I show Ruby the map. I show her where the camp is and where her room is so she has an idea of distances. First, I want to explore this hallway above the spider den. I think it will connect the 2 sides. If so, it will be the dividing line. We will explore everything south of it first. Ruby says, Okay, just so you know, I never saw anything outside of my room and the forge room until you came along. So, I can't tell you what might be down here. That is fine. I've been exploring blind since I started this mess. At least now I have company to watch my back. Ruby smiles and finishes her fish, then starts putting on her armor while I finish eating. Ruby says, By the way, Master, your new armor looks really good. Oh, thank you. Once I am done eating, we ready our weapons and set off to explore finally. Ruby is really excited and practically bouncing in place as she waits on me. As I start moving, she quickly shifts to spirit form and flies over the river before shifting back. I simply jump across and then lead the way towards the closest exit from the cavern. The tunnel out of the cavern is only 15 feet long before it comes to a junction. To the left and right are the main tunnel, although to the left is blocked off by a collapse. Straight across is a smaller hallway that goes down a bit, then turns left. I lead Ruby to the right down the main tunnel for about 30 feet until we come across a large hallway on the left. If I am right, this should be the hallway that the spider room connected to, so we head down it to see. After about 120 feet, we come to a turn on our right. Sure enough, I can see my footprints in the dust, so that leads to the spider den. So, we continue on straight. 30 feet further on is a passageway on the left, and 30 feet past, that is a hallway on the right. I am making careful note of distances, so I can add it all to the map accurately. The next hallway is again on the right 40 feet down from the last one. Again, we pass it by as I want to determine this cross hall's length. And if it connects to the other main tunnel, 60 feet further on the hallway ends. To the left is collapsed, so we turn to the right. This is definitely the other main tunnel where I wiped out the goblins, but after 15 feet it opens up into a room. In the middle of the room is a bone pile, and on the far side of that the passageway continues. I don't see any other exits from the room, so I move towards the bone pile planning to just go around it. Ha! And tent, rattle, rat, tin, rattle, rattle. I freeze at the first sound and watch as some of the bones start moving. 3 skeletons stand up from the pile of bones and start walking slowly towards Ruby and I. They are skeletons, a minor form of undead. Destroy the skull, and that should be the end of them. Ruby says, okay, as she moves towards the skeleton closest to her. I sheath my katanas and grab the mace off my belt. I move towards the other 2 skeletons. I swing the mace at the skull of the lead skeleton. Said smash, asterisk the skeleton doesn't even try to defend itself. And, as its skull is crushed by the mace, the rest of the bones collapse to the floor. I turn to the second skeleton that is still moving towards me. Meanwhile, Ruby walks up to her skeleton and punches it in the face. Crack! Asterisk her skeleton also collapses as her punch turns its skull into powder. Then I swing at the skull of the last one. Asterisk piting congratulations. Skill Blunt Basics has progressed to level 4. Blunt Basics level 4, STR plus 4. You do 20% extra damage with blunt weapons. As the last skeleton crumbles, Ruby says, that was too easy. Yeah, skeletons are really no threat unless there are a lot of them. Ruby says, why did you use the mace? One of the rules of RPGs is to always carry a blunt weapon for undead. Ruby says no. I mean, you are way stronger than me. You could have just punched them. Oh, right. I didn't even think of it honestly. I shrug and hook the mace back to my belt, then I poke through the pile of bones for a bit. Ruby asks, what are you doing? Just checking. Normally undead. Don't just pop up without a reason. Not finding anything, I head for the room's exit to the south, and Ruby follows me. We follow the main tunnel for 130 feet before coming to a 4-way that I recognize. The passage to the left leads to the goblin den, so I turn to the right since that is unexplored. It goes about 50 feet and turns to the left. Then 10 feet down there is another hallway to the right leading north. I am pretty sure it connects to the cross hall we just explored, but decide to follow it to be sure. It leads us on for 60 feet with no branches and ends at the cross hall as expected, so we double back and return to the previous hall and turn right. After another 20 feet, it comes to a 4-way intersection. Right should lead to the cross hall again. Left should come out near my original break-in point. Let's check that first. So I lead Ruby to the left, and after 25 feet a doorway opens on our right. I take a peek inside and see 2 ratmen crouched down sifting through some trash. I move back so Ruby can take a peek, then point at myself, and right then, at her and left. Ruby nods and draws her sword. I draw Black Razor, then nod. We both move through the doorway together. Ruby goes left and swings at the ratman's neck. I go right and stab the other ratman in the back. Kill ratman 11 divided by 30, Ruby says. That was too easy. When are we going to find a challenge? I don't know, but don't complain about easy. That is just asking for something to kill us. Ruby cleans and sheathes her sword, not wanting to argue my point. Meanwhile, I cut open the chests of the 2 ratmen and remove their beast cores. I clean one off and hand it to Ruby. Stare at it intently. You should gain the skill Observe, and then it will ask if you want to absorb it. I hope. After staring at it, Ruby says, I got the skill, and it is asking if I want to absorb it. Should I? Yes, go ahead, as I absorb the other one. You have absorbed the lesser beast core, HP plus 5, MP plus 5. I know it is not much from one, but trust me, they add up. Ruby says, now I see how you've gotten so much stronger so quickly. No complaints here. I quickly go through the trash piles checking for anything of use and find nothing. So, we return to the hall. After another 20 feet, it rejoins the main tunnel as I thought. So we turn around and go back to check the other way. At the 4-way we take the left, since I am sure going straight will take us back to the cross hall. The left hall goes for 25 feet before turning to the right, then goes another 15 before ending at a door. I check the door and find it locked, so I crouch down, pull out my bone lockpicks and try to pick the lock. I break all the lockpicks I have and don't manage to open the lock. Writing congratulations. Skill lockpicking has progressed to level 4. Lockpicking level 4 Agi plus 4, you can attempt to open a lock without a key. We will have to come back after I make some more lockpicks, Ruby says. Okay, fine by me, Master. We turn around and go back and follow the other tunnel as I thought it takes us back to the cross corridor. Okay, that is the south half of the sewers. Let's head back to camp and get some food and rest before we start the other area. Ruby says, "Whatever you say, Master." Chapter 33. When we get back to camp, I catch some fish and set them to roasting. While waiting for the fish to cook, I heat up the poker and start adding to my map. Piding congratulations. Skill cartography has progressed to level 4. Cartography level 4 int plus 4. You can draw basic maps. After eating, Ruby returns to the amulet to rest. I channel all my mana into the bar, then meditate for 8 hours. When I wake from meditating, I again channel all my mana into the bar. Each time I do, the gold spot grows noticeably. Hiding congratulations. Skill channeling has progressed to level 2. Channeling level 2 int plus 2 mana plus 20. You are experienced at channeling mana. I rest for a few minutes until the lightheadedness goes away before grabbing my pickaxe and going to mine a few pounds of iron ore. Once done, I head to the forge room to smelt it down and make some steel lockpicks. Then, I make my way back to the locked door to try again. The steel lockpicks are much harder to break, so after playing with the lock for 5 minutes, I get it. Click! Click! Congratulations! Skill lockpicking has progressed to level 5. Lockpicking level 5 AGI plus 5. You can attempt to open a lock without a key. Yes, Ruby thinks. Huh? What is up? Oh, sorry to wake you. I picked the lock. Ruby comes out in spirit form to see what is behind the door. I push the door open, and my eyes go wide at the rows of weapons and armor on wooden racks filling the room. An armory? Wow, look at all this stuff, Ruby says. Yeah, that is a lot of gear. What are you going to do with all of it? Depends on how good it is, but other than any upgrades for us, the rest will probably just get melted down. I can't carry all of this, and I don't see a point to just leaving it. Ruby says, True, do you want help moving it all? No, thanks. You just go ahead and rest up for the next bit of exploring. I can handle this stuff. Ruby doesn't argue and zips back into the amulet to go back to sleep. I gather up an armful of weapons and make the first of many trips back to camp. It takes me 2 hours and about 20 trips to empty the armory of all the weapons and armor. I then go back 3 more times for all the wooden racks and stands which I break down for firewood. I am really glad that room was locked. If the Ratmen had all this, they would be a serious problem. I then start sorting everything into piles. Once sorted, I start examining them, starting with the swords. Magic item M Sword of the Imperial Knight hit plus 3 damage plus 5 durability. 100 divided by 100. Oh, it is just like the one I gave Ruby. Now she can have matching. Wait, are all of these the same? Can I even melt down magic items? I tap the amulet and ask Ruby what will happen if I melt down a magic sword. Ruby thinks it will most likely explode. So don't try it. If the forge was to go boom, this entire area would be gone. While the idea of the look on the king's face as his city and castle all tumble into a sinkhole appeals to me, no, I won't melt them down. Ruby thinks good. I mean, I would survive, but I would be sad to lose you. Thanks, I think. Next, I grab a spear and stare at it. Something magic item. Imperial Spear hit plus 5 damage, plus 5 piercing, plus 3 durability. 75 divided by 75. Congratulations. Skill Observe has progressed to level 6. Observe level 6 int plus 6. You can identify items with study. Ooh, nice spear. I'll be keeping one of these. So I set one aside and verify the rest are the same before piling them with the swords. Next, I pick up the only warhammer I found and stare at it. Magic item Crushing Warhammer. Hit plus 2 damage, plus 10 damage to undead, plus 20% durability. 150 divided by 150. Well, that is replacing my rusty mace for sure. I take my mace off my belt and toss it aside and clip the warhammer in its place. Then I pick up one of the maces from the armory and stare at it. Magic item Imperial War Mace. Hit plus 5 damage, plus 10 durability, 90 divided by 90. Bah! All these magic items I can't really do anything with. I toss the maces into the magic pile and next, pick up one of the pikes and stare at it. Magic item. Imperial Pike hit plus 5 damage, plus 5 damage. X3 VS charging durability 100 divided by 100. Wow, that is nice. And I have to remember never to charge someone with a pike. I move the pikes to the pile of magic weapons, then change my mind and take one and set it by my practice area. Then I pick up the last weapon, a two-handed axe, and stare at it intently. Magic item. Great Axe of the Empire. Hit plus 2 damage plus 20 durability, 200 divided by 200. Ouch. This thing hits hard. Wait, if this was basic gear for Imperial soldiers, what was the gear for their heroes like? I take the axe and put it by my training area. Then I sit back down and pick up one of the kite shields and study it. The magic item, Imperial Kite Shield Defense, plus 5 magic resist, plus 10 durability, 125 divided by 125. Well, I found a replacement for my spider shield. I take one of the kite shields for myself and pile the rest next to the weapons pile. I then pick up the only tower shield and study it. Magic item Shield of the Wall Defense, plus 9 fire resist, plus 25 durability, 250 divided by 250. Or maybe I want to keep this one. So I stand up and strap it to my arm and move around with it and try swinging it around. Then I take it off and put it on the pile of shields. Nah, too bulky and cumbersome. I'll stick to the kite shield. Next, I check the leather armor and the steel armor. Magic item Light Armor of the Empire Defense, plus 5 speed plus 5 durability. 50 divided by 50 Semigic item. Imperial Armor Defense plus 7 horsepower, plus 100 durability, 110 divided by 110, Diding congratulations. Skill Observe has progressed to level 7. Observe level 7 int plus 7 you can identify items with study. While the armor is nice, I think mine is better, and none of them are for a female, so that leaves Ruby out. So I stack the armor against the wall and neaten up the piles of weapons and shields. As I stack, I count it all up. 19 swords, 9 spears, 9 pikes, 10 maces, 9 kite shields, 1 tower shield, 10 leather armor, and 20 steel armor. Why would all of this have been in the sewers? Unless this was backup gear they placed down here in the event they couldn't get to their barracks. Or maybe it was an emergency fallback point. I guess the dragon wiped them out so fast they didn't have a chance to run. But just how much magic did the Empire have if all this was backup gear? I get up and walk over to my practice area. Then I pick up the pike and try to figure out how to wield it. It is too long and cumbersome to be used while mobile. It is meant to be used while holding a line against cavalry. I can move it easily with my strength, but it still isn't a good weapon for me. Still, I try to figure out how it is used and, more importantly, how I would go about countering it if I need to. Diding congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill Polearm Basics. Polearm Basics level 1, STR plus 1, End plus 1. You do 5% extra damage with polearms. Huh, not bad, but I'll never use something like this. I take the pike over and add it to the others on the pile of weapons. I then return to the practice area and pick up the great axe. This has a much better feel in my hands. I take a few swings with it and it just feels powerful. I am enjoying myself quite a bit just swinging the huge axe around. Diding congratulations. You have acquired the Combat Skill Axe Basics. Axe Basics level 1, STR plus 2. You do 5% extra damage with axes. Diding congratulations. You have acquired the Combat Skill Weapon Master. Weapon Master level 1 speed and damage with all weapons plus 5%. You are capable with all weapon types. Wow. Who knew there was a bonus like that for learning all the different types of weapon skills? Guess it pays to be a skill whore like me. I laugh at my own joke as I continue spinning and twirling the great axe, like it weighs nothing. A great axe would normally be a slow weapon, but thanks to my great strength, it dances around in my hands like a much smaller weapon. I think I will keep this axe. I kinda like it. The first thing I have to do is make a sheath for the axe that will hold it on my back. I also want to figure out how to attach the kite shield to it so I don't have to keep it on my arm. Come to think of it, with 2 katanas, Black Razor, and the Warhammer, as well I should really figure out a war harness to hold everything comfortably without interfering with my mobility. I take my time and plan it out. I figure out how to hold everything and have it secure to my armor. Once I have a plan, I set about crafting it and the attached sheaths for all my weapons. It takes me a couple of hours, and I take a break in the middle of it to catch and cook some fish to eat. But I am able to make it, and when I try it on, I am able to carry all my weapons without any issues. Okay, everything is sorted. But from now on, no more weapons, unless I am replacing something I have now. That is. After that, I channel all my mana into the bar and then climb into my hammock to sleep the night away. Chapter 34. When I wake up, I feel great. I climb out of the hammock and stretch before heading to the river to catch breakfast. After eating, I check my gear and then jump across the river. Then I tap the amulet. Ruby, are you ready to go exploring? Ruby zips out of the amulet and takes human form before turning to smile at me. I smile back and hold out the new sword for her. Ruby asks, "What is this?" A replacement for that old sword. It matches the other one. Ruby says, "Oh, thank you. I take it you found some good stuff from the armory?" "Yeah, pretty good, too bad. I can't make use of most of it because it is enchanted." Ruby says, "So we are going exploring again?" "Yep, we can explore to the north this time. I am pretty sure that is where the Ratmen are coming from," Ruby says. "Yay, a fight? I am ready. Let's go." I lead the way back out of the main cavern by the nearest exit. This time, instead of turning, we go straight across into the new hallway. We follow it for 30 feet. Then it turns to the left and opens up into a room. We carefully take a look into the room. It is massive, about 50 feet wide and 150 feet long. Looking around the room, there are strange vats and pipes. I figure it was the Empire's version of sewage treatment. At the far side of the room is a camp-like area, and we can count 10 Ratmen gathered around it. "This looks like the perfect time to test out your fireball," Ruby says. "Really?" "Yes. Okay, here goes." Ruby leans into the room and throws a ball of fire at the campfire. It explodes right in the middle of the Ratmen. To the poor Ratmen, it must have looked like their campfire just suddenly exploded. Kill Ratman 18. Divided by 30, only 3 Ratmen survive the explosion. And they aren't looking too good, so Ruby and I calmly walk into the room and move towards them. The 3 Ratmen, instead of trying to run, charge at us. Ruby and I draw our swords and step apart. One Ratman heads for Ruby, the other 2 charge at me. Ruby eagerly moves towards hers while I wait calmly and let mine come to me. Right as they come within 5 feet, I explode into motion. With a quick lunge, I close the distance and slash crosswise with both katanas. As the 2 Ratmen go down, I glance over to see Ruby already cleaning and sheathing her swords. Kill Ratman 21 divided by 30. I clean and sheath my katanas, then set about collecting the 10 beast cores from the bodies. I find out that burned bodies smell even worse than normal dead bodies, but I hold my breath and get the cores. I split them evenly and hand 5 to Ruby and keep 5 for myself. We both take a few minutes to absorb the beast cores. You have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5. MP plus 5. MP plus 5, you have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5. MP plus 5. You have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 5, you have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 5, you have absorbed the lesser beast core. HP plus 5, MP plus 15, congratulations. Your familiar has reached level 2. Ruby, did you just level up? Ruby says yay. I did. I've got stat points to spend. What should I put them in? Well, int is best for magic, so that would be my suggestion. Ruby says, okay, I'll do that. Man, I wish I could level up. We then set about searching the room, which takes us 2 hours just because of all the pipes to climb over and check behind. I don't find anything useful, but Ruby does. She proudly walks up to me and holds out a blue stone about the size of my hand. I stare at it intently. Magic item, cleansing stone cleans anything it touches. So, they used magic for sewage treatment. Impressive. I reach out to take the stone from Ruby, and as I take it, Ruby starts laughing. Suddenly, I feel all my fur stand on end and puff like I just got blow-dried. Ruby is bent over, laughing so hard she is holding her sides. I am just looking at my fur, which is all shiny and clean. Did you know that was going to happen? Ruby laughs and says, I had a pretty good idea. Yeah, I sigh and tuck the stone into my belt before heading for the only other exit from the room. Ruby follows still, giggling. We enter a tunnel which runs east for about 80 feet before hitting a T-junction. The right hand leads back to the main cross hall. So we continue straight into the smaller hallway. We follow it for 20 feet before another hallway splits off to the left heading north. Straight ahead, I can see a doorway further down. I decide to continue straight and check out the doorway, then come back for the other hall. Another 30 feet brings us to the doorway. The door is a pile of rotten wood, so we look inside. The room is a mess of broken glass, rotting wood, twisted, and broken metal. It is hard to make sense of. I doubt anything of use will be found in here. So we turn around and go back to the intersection of the hallways and turn north. We follow the hallway 50 feet north, then turn left, and follow it for another 100 feet before it opens into another large room. It is 75 feet by 150 feet and is split down the middle by a long rectangular pool of brackish water. At the north end of the pool is a raised area with a throne made of bone and odd metal bits. One ratman sits on the throne, with 8 others around him. There are also 50 to 100 giant rats roaming that end of the room. The ratmen ignore them for the most part. I'll go in and up the right side of the pool. You take the left. I wait for Ruby to nod, then free the axe from my back and move into the room with purpose. I move quickly to the right side of the room, axe gripped in both hands, and start marching up the right side of the pool, matched by Ruby on the left. It doesn't take the ratmen long to notice us, and as I hoped, they split up. 4 head towards Ruby while the other 4 come towards me. Ruby rushes forward to meet hers. I stop and set my footing, getting ready for a big swing. I plan to kill the first one in one hit. They come at me 2 abreast, and I let loose a mighty swing. I am not expecting the axe to go through both of the ratmen, but I am quick enough to react and flip the axe and swing it back the other way as the next 2 come in range. Again, the axe cleaves right through them, leaving me standing over 4 dismembered bodies. Fighting congratulations. Skill Axe Basics has progressed to level 2. Axe Basics level 2 star plus 4. You do 10% extra damage with axes. Kill Ratman 27 divided by 30. I look over to see Ruby has already killed 2 and is working on the other 2, so I continue towards the king that is still sitting on its throne. The king makes a strange chattering noise, and all the giant rats rush to him and form a mass between him and me. I stop as I look at the horde of giant rats. I don't think my armor will protect me from that many. As they rush at me, acting on pure instinct, I take a huge breath and then let out a roar that seems to come from the depths of my being. Ding, congratulations. You have unlocked beast skills. Fighting congratulations. You have acquired the beast skill Lion's Roar. Lion's Roar level 1 damage. 10 range 20 feet causes fear in a 50-foot radius. The roar kills around 15 rats and sends the rest scurrying for their holes. I stop in surprise, not having known I could do that. Kill Ratman 29 divided by 30 Ruby asks, "What was that?" It was impressive. I don't know. It just kinda happened, Ruby says. Well, these 2 spun around to face you. It made it really easy to kill them. Well, then all that is left is the king. I turn back to face the king, who is now cowering in his throne, staring at me like I am the devil. I calmly walk up, and with a swift chop, I take the king's head and end his misery. Harding, congratulations. You have completed a quest. Kill Ratman objective. Kill Ratman 30, divided by 30 reward, 10 stat points. Ding, congratulations. You have completed a quest. Kill the Rat King objective. Kill Rat King 1 divided by 1 reward, Lionheart Helm finally. The helm appears before me, floating in the air, waiting for me to take it. I reach out my hand and grab it and smile as I stare at the lion design of the helm. Ruby says, "What? It just appeared out of thin air? It is one of the rewards from my quests. Magic item Lionheart Helm defense, plus 4 immune to fear durability. 300 divided by 300, I lay my axe down on the ground, next to the Rat King's throne, so I can use both hands to put the helm on. So, how do I look?" Ruby says, "Regal and intimidating. Although your ears sticking out of the helm also make it cute at the same time." I pick my axe back up and clean it off before resheathing it on my back. Then I draw black razor and cut the beast core out of the king's chest. Item beast core quality. Average, would you like to absorb it? Yeah, no. Would you like to evolve blacksmithing now? Yes! As soon as I say yes, the core in my hands turns to dust. But this time, I don't feel the inrush of power into my body. Instead, it goes elsewhere. I ding congratulations. Skill blacksmithing has evolved into expert blacksmithing. Ding congratulations. Skill expert blacksmithing has progressed to level 11. Expert blacksmithing level 11, Sty R plus 12, fire resist plus 12. You can craft expert level metal items. Yes, my blacksmithing evolved. Ruby says, congratulations. Since I used the higher quality core for that, you can absorb the 8 lessers from the other Ratmen. Ruby says, are you sure? We can still split them, Master. Yes, I am sure. I want you to be stronger. Ruby goes around collecting and absorbing the cores. Meanwhile, I am poking around the throne area looking for anything that might be useful. I am not having any luck when suddenly there is an explosion behind me. I spin around expecting enemies when instead I see Ruby wreathed in flames with a huge smile on her face. What happened? Ruby says, I just evolved from a lesser spirit to a minor spirit. Congratulations. Ruby says, this means absorbing cores is even better than I thought. I have more spirit energy now so I can stay out longer. Good, I like having you around. Ruby smiles and asks, so what is next, Master? I point behind the throne and say, we see where that tunnel leads. Chapter 35. Ruby says, okay, we normally rest after a fight. I am tired of being underground. I want to find the way out of here and see the sun. Ruby says, that will be nice. I've never seen the surface of this world. So we head for the tunnel. Unlike the rest of the area, which is brickwork, the tunnel is rough-cut stone. As we follow it, it twists and turns, and some places are narrow enough that I have to go through sideways. When we finally see light at the end of the tunnel, I am guessing we have gone about 150 feet. The light gets brighter the closer we get to the end of the tunnel. It is brighter than the twilight of my camp, but steady, so not firelight. As we finally reach the end of the tunnel, we see a beautiful cavern full of plant life of a variety of colors. The light is similar to sunlight and comes from crystals in the ceiling. I am not sure if the crystals are generating the light or if it is reflected sunlight somehow. Taking a long look, the cavern is enormous and broken by many pillars and covered in plant life. This will take longer than I thought. Let's call it a day for now. Besides, I am hungry. We will rest for the night and start fresh tomorrow. Ruby says, okay, Master. So without entering the cavern, we turn around and make our way back through the tunnel. I stop in the Rat King's room to collect the dead giant rats. Ruby says, what are those for? Dinner. I am sick of fish. Ruby says, you can eat rat? Sure you can. It is not as bad as it sounds. You'll see. I lead the way back to camp with a still not convinced Ruby following me. Once back at camp, I quickly skin and butcher all the rats and start cooking the meat up with some mushrooms. Once it is done cooking, I have Ruby try a bite. Well, how is it? Ruby says, chewy, but you are right, it is not bad. Would you like some more? Ruby says, sure. So Ruby and I split the meal and enjoy each other's company as we eat. After we are done eating, I take out the cleansing stone and try an experiment. I stick my arm in the river and then touch the stone after pulling it out. As I had hoped, it dries my arm instantly, meaning I can go swimming and be dry as soon as I get out. Hey, Ruby, before you go to rest, I am going to go swimming. Ruby says, okay, I have enough energy to warm you up. And smiles. I take off my armor and use the cleansing stone on each piece before stacking it neatly. Feeling Ruby's eyes on me makes me self-conscious as I strip off the rest of my clothes and dive right into the river. I freeze for a few seconds. As the cold hits me then, begin swimming against the current, trying to stay in place. Hiding, congratulations. Skill swimming has progressed to level 3. Swimming level 3, Styr plus 3, End plus 3, Cold resist plus 3, Hold breath. End stat X 1 minute. You can paddle around and not drown. It is nowhere near as bad this time. I loved swimming in my old life. I am glad I can do it here as well. I keep swimming underwater for a good long time before surfacing so Ruby will know I haven't drowned. I swim for a solid 2 hours before I start feeling exhausted. Hiding, congratulations! Skill swimming has progressed to level 4. Swimming level 4, STR plus 4, end plus 4, cold resist plus 4, hold breath. End stat x 1 minute. You can swim fairly well. When I climb out exhausted and freezing, I immediately touch the cleansing stone to dry myself and quickly pull my clothes on before heading over to sit by the fire. Ruby sits right next to me and starts radiating warmth until I stop shivering. Ruby says, "Was it worth it?" "Yeah, I leveled up swimming by 2 levels." Ruby says, "That is good." "If you don't need anything else, I am going to rest now." "Nope, I am good." "Enjoy your rest." Ruby changes to spirit form and goes into the amulet to rest. I sit for a bit, enjoying the warmth of the fire, and then grab the bar of Armatite and channel all of my mana into it. Then I climb into my hammock and sleep for 4 hours. When I wake up, I meditate for 6 hours, and then channel half my mana into the bar. Hiding, congratulations. Skill channeling has progressed to level 3. Channeling level 3 int plus 3 mana plus 30. You are experienced at channeling mana. I then set about catching, cooking, and eating breakfast. Then I use the cleansing stone on myself and my clothes before putting on my armor and weapons. Once I am ready to go, I clean up the camp, then jump the river and head for the new cavern. I wait until I am in the tunnel just before the cavern before summoning Ruby from the amulet. Ruby takes human form and looks around, then checks her equipment and gives me a nod. We enter the cavern together but freeze after a few steps because the plants near us are suddenly blooming and slightly glowing. They are emitting a beautiful scent as well, but nothing dangerous happens, and after a minute we relax. "What is with these flowers?" Ruby says. "They are beautiful." I think they might be reacting to our mana. "Plants that react to mana? Is that common?" Ruby says. "Not that I know of, but can't you feel how much mana is in the air in here? This cavern is very mana rich." "What would cause that?" Ruby says. "It could be a number of things, both natural and unnatural." "Okay, well, keep your guard up, anything could be hiding in here." We move into the cavern cautiously. Due to the pillars and vegetation, our line of sight isn't very far, so we stay close together. As we move into the cavern, every plant we pass blooms. There are flowers of all sorts of colors and sizes. It is truly beautiful. But we are on the lookout for danger and can't enjoy it right now. We soon hear the sound of water, and as we move further into the cavern, it grows into a roaring. We soon come to a break in the foliage where the land splits. To the left it goes down, and to the right it goes up. Hoping for a better view, we take the right path and climb towards the sound of roaring water. What we see first when we come up over some rocks is either a small lake or really big pond. It stretches ahead of us for over 300 feet. It is fed by a wide, slow-moving river coming out of the cavern wall way off to the right. And from what we can tell, there is a waterfall somewhere along the left side of the lake. I approach the water's edge. The water is fairly still, and I can see my reflection in it. I lean over for a better look and stare at myself. I realize this is the first time I have seen what I look like since coming to this world. My contemplation is broken by a bad feeling. Reacting instantly, I throw myself backwards, only to see massive jaws erupt from the lake and snap closed where my head was a second ago. Hiding, congratulations. Skill Danger Sense has progressed to level 3. Danger Sense level 3. Whis plus 3. A feeling that warns you of great danger. Ruby lets out a small scream of surprise as I scramble back a bit more before getting my feet under me. When I see the gator come out of the water after me, I don't even stop to think. I turn and run for the nearest pillar and climb straight up it using my claws. I stop when I am 20 feet up and turn to look down only to see the gator at the base of the pillar. Chapter 36. City-state of Ilium. Mages Guild. Zamart's Povey arrive in the Mages Guild through my gate and head up to the Guildmaster's rooms. I knock on the door and open it when I hear a response. I walk in and see my old friend sitting behind a massive desk. He has a long white beard and very little hair left. He is tall and thin but has a presence. "Hello, Roddick, my old friend." Roddick looks up and says, "Zamart, is it really you?" I know it's been almost 75 years, but have I really changed that much? Roddick says, Yes, you have changed quite a bit since I last saw you. That was when we had just finished our apprenticeships and became full-fledged mages. You headed back to Revalia to become a court mage, and I stayed here and joined the Mages Guild. And here you are, the Guildmaster now. Congratulations, Roddick says. I heard you became the head court mage, so congratulations to you as well. Thank you, but I am no longer the head court mage. In fact, I am labeled as a traitor and have a price on my head. Roddick says, Oh, I see. Well, if you are here to ask for sanctuary, I will grant it. Actually, I am here on behalf of the rebellion and have some dire news for you and the other nations. King Raiden is planning to attack the other nations and has summoned all the available summons. Roddick says, That is quite the claim. You had better come in and sit down. I will pour us some tea and you can tell me everything. So we sit down together, and over tea, I tell my old friend everything that has happened since the queen was killed. I tell him how the king sacrificed his own daughter to summon all the heroes and about the secret army being trained. Roddick says, All right, I believe you. Rest here for a bit while I summon someone and have some mages check some things. Sure, verify everything you can. Your word will carry a lot of weight in getting the other nations to believe us. After Roddick walks out of the room, I take a few minutes to look around. It is a very rich and serious office. Many random items adorn the walls, including heads and trophies I recognize as coming from very dangerous mana beasts. I chuckle when I notice a familiar crystal on Roddick's desk. It lights up when a lie is told near it. Our master had one when we were apprentices. It was our bane on many occasions. My reminiscing is interrupted by the door opening. I stand and turn to face the door. I see Roddick enter, followed by a muscular man with salt and pepper hair and beard and violet eyes. He moves gracefully, but with obvious restrained power, and I see the glimmer of intelligence in his eyes. Roddick says, Zemart, This is Ambrose, Guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild. He is also leader of the Guildmaster Council and current master of the city. I give a slight bow and then accept the offered handshake. We sit down, and I once again tell the story of what has happened in Revalia. Ambrose says, That is a truly disturbing story. Forgive me for not accepting it without confirmation. No, I completely understand. Roddick says, My mages have verified that there are no heroic summons available, so that much is confirmed. Also, we received a request from King Raiden not long ago to have some of our mages go to Revalia and enchant the castle. I also have mages currently scrying the north of Revalia looking for the training camp. Ambrose says, Well, if there are no court mages to oppose them, that shouldn't take long. Meanwhile, I would like to hear more about this Beastman summon. I have never heard of such a thing. True, it has never happened before that I know of either. And the way it happened was also very odd, Roddick says. Oh, how so? Well, the 49 summons had appeared standing in the circle as they are supposed to. Then Princess Maricel turned a look on her father that was part betrayal, part hatred right before she collapsed. After she collapsed, the beastman fell into the circle as if he fell through the ceiling. Roddick says, I've never heard of anything like that before. The royal historian Dammer checked the royal archives later and could find nothing like it recorded anywhere. Ambrose says, Interesting. Whenever something that has never happened before occurs, you know interesting times are coming? Roddick says, You are always so eager for a fight. Ambrose says, Well, excuse me for enjoying a good fight. How about I retire instead and you can take over running the city? Roddick says, No, thank you. I have more than enough paperwork just running my guild. As the two continue to bicker back and forth, I find myself thinking about the Beastman, wondering where he is and what he is doing. I also wonder what part he might play in the upcoming events. My thoughts and their bickering are interrupted as a mage comes through the door. From her robes, I can tell she is fairly high rank within the guild. Roddick says, This is Beliza, my number 2 in the guild. I asked her to head up the scrying team. Beliza says, Guildmaster, we have located a training camp with over 10,000 soldiers in the wilderness in the north of Revalia. Ambrose says, Well, that confirms everything. Looks like war. So then, You will aid our messengers in warning the other nations? Ambrose says, we will do more than that. We will also send messages confirming what we have found. We will aid your messengers with supplies and escorts. I will also open the city to the rebels. You can send refugees here through the gate, and we will take them in. You can also use the city to purchase weapons and supplies. Thank you very much. That will help us immensely. Ambrose says, no need to thank me. We are now allies against a common foe, Roddick says. Beliza, change of plans. Are you willing to lead the mages to Revelia to do the enchanting? It will be more dangerous now since it will also be a spy mission. Beliza says, I will do it. Can I pick my team? Roddick says, of course. You should be aware, the king has a spy master named Quill who is a shadow master. Roddick says, one of those pathetic men who sold his soul for power? Yes, exactly. And while he may be despicable, he is very dangerous. Beliza says, I know the perfect mage to take with us then. Guildmaster? By your leave. Roddick says yes. You can go begin preparations. Ambrose says, I should go inform the rest of the council and prepare messages to the other nations. Beliza and Ambrose leave the room. I look over at Roddick and smile. I should get going too. I must report this to our leader. The messengers will come through as soon as I am on the other side. Roddick says, yes, I also have preparations to make. If we are to quietly go on a war footing, there is much to be done. I am sorry to bring such bad tidings when we haven't seen each other in so long, Roddick says. I would much rather know about it now than when an army shows up at the gates. But come back in a few days or a week, and we can sit down and catch up over some ales. Deal. I get up and hug my friend before leaving to head back through the gate to the rebel camp. Chapter 37. Rebel Camp. Princess Amercy's POV Zamart left to speak with the Guildmaster of the Mage Guild a few minutes ago. I sit in my tent nervously waiting for his return. Everything is going to hinge on whether or not we can convince the other nations of the threat. My father poses to them. The 3 messengers are ready and waiting for Zamart to return. Each has a letter written by me and signed and sealed in my name. I know my father has spies in the other nations. So once my letters arrive, it won't take long before he finds out I am still alive. At that point, I am expecting an army to be sent to wipe us out. I should be making plans with Alexa for that, but until I know how things went in Ilium, it is hard for me to think about the next steps. I am also a little worried for Zamart himself. He is still physically fit, but he is almost 100 years old as far as I know. If anyone can convince the Guildmaster to help it is Zamart, I trust him completely. I have ever since I was 7 years old, and he agreed to teach me magic in secret because I was afraid of my new father. Even before he agreed to teach me magic, he was my favorite teacher. He was always totally patient with me, even when I was acting like a spoiled brat. I know that if he had known I was still alive, he would have rushed to join me as soon as he could. I don't blame him for serving my father. I know he did it for my little sister's sake. The fact that the king could sacrifice his own daughter for the sake of power is just one of the many reasons he cannot be allowed to remain in power. I will do whatever it takes to see him brought down and the country restored to what it should be. The fact that now I will have Zamart's advice to help achieve that goal is a relief. I need to remember, when Zamart gets back, to ask him to resume teaching me magic and also to look for anyone among the rebels who can be taught. With the court mages all dead, magic will be a major factor in future battles. I should also ask him about his previous apprentices. I remember hearing they all got shipped off to the army because the king didn't trust them since they were mostly commoners. Maybe Zamart can get in touch with them and get them to defect. Then again, if I were to go public with my identity, we would probably get a lot more support from the people, but that would also greatly increase our danger. I will ask Zamart for his opinion when he gets back. Guard says, Princess Alexa is here to see you. Send her in. I watch as Alexa strides in. She moves swiftly, but is aware of everything around her. It is her awareness that got her a spot in the Queen's Guard and her outstanding service that placed her as the head of my guard the day we were attacked. Alexa, do you ever regret that you were with me instead of the Queen on that day? Alexa pauses before she says, I regret the Queen's death, but no, I don't regret being there with you. I may have lost a lot of good comrades, but it was worth it to keep the future queen alive. Sorry, my mind is drifting to the past a lot for some reason. You needed something, Alexa says. Yes, the raiding teams have returned. All were successful. That is great. What about casualties? Alexa says. Some injuries, no losses. Wow, that is unexpected. Is there a reason? Alexa says. The garrisons were undermanned as I had hoped and their discipline was lax. Well, a victory is a victory. I'll take it, Alexa says. Has Zamart returned yet? No, I would be surprised if he had. Even though the guildmaster is an old friend, I expect him to want to verify the information before acting. Alexa says, Oh, all right. Should we discuss our next plans then? No, I can't think past Zamart's return right now. Everything will depend on the answer we receive. Alexa says, Okay, I will return once Zamart is back. As Alexa leaves, I find myself trying to remember the last time I practiced with a sword. It has been far too long. I need to get back in practice. I may need to use one for real soon. Magic isn't an issue. I have practiced the way Zamart taught me to every day without fail. My mana pool is a lot more developed since the last time he taught me. That is why I want more lessons from him. Magic is useful in all sorts of different situations, and having it as a trump card no one knows about saved my life before, and could very well do so again. Guard says, Princess, Zamart has returned. Send him in immediately. A minute later, Zamart walks into the tent. I can tell from his stride and the smile on his face that he has good news, and I instantly relax as some of the tension leaves me. Zamart, have a seat and tell me everything. Tea? Zamart says, Yes, please. As he sits down across the desk from me, I pour him a cup of tea and pass it across to him. Before he can even get a word out, Alexa strides into the tent and quickly moves to stand behind me. Zamart says, It went very well. The messengers have already gone through the gate. They will have escorts waiting as well as letters from the Mage Guildmaster and the head of the city. Ilium is preparing for war already, and they stand with us. Alexa and I smile at each other and at Zamart. This is our first real step in moving against the king. That is excellent news, my friend. Zamart says, There is more. The master of the city, Ambrose, has said that Ilium will accept refugees in small groups, and that we can use the city merchants to purchase weapons and supplies if we have the funds. We have some funds, but not much, Alexa says. Actually, I have a plan for that. Oh, let's hear it, Alexa says. I have long had the thought that should we need funds, we could raid the manors of those nobles who stay in the capital all the time to be close to the king. I have a list of targets and plans for how to raid them. Steal from the nobles loyal to my father to fund the rebellion against him? Ha ha ha, I love it! We will definitely do it. Zamart says, Give me a day or two, and I can make items that will counter wards and reveal things hidden by magic. Alexa says, It will take a few days for the raiding parties to be ready anyway, since they just returned. Then it is settled. The raiding parties can have a few days rest while Zamart makes the items. Then, once they return, we should have enough funds to be able to purchase what we need. Start sending families of refugees through the gate starting tomorrow as well. Once they are safe, it will be easier for us to plan our defenses, because once my father learns I am alive, we will definitely be attacked. Zamart says, I should get to work immediately. If I can't find suitable items to enchant, I will have to make some. Zamart finishes his tea, stands up, and bows to me before he leaves the tent. Alexa walks around the table to stand in front of me and bows as well. Alexa says, I should also get to work. Yes, by all means. Also, please start drafting plans to counter an army coming into the forest after us. I expect that will be my father's reaction to finding out I am alive. Alexa says yes, princess. She bows again before she leaves. Zamart reminding her I am a princess has had an effect. I was just getting used to being just Mercy, but now it looks like I am going to have to go back to being Princess Amercy. But a rebellion needs a symbol, and a princess makes a better one. So if that is what I can do for my people, then I will just have to get used to it. Chapter 38. In the cavern Ash's POV, I stare down at the gator as it starts circling the pillar I am clinging to. I call it a gator in my head, but it doesn't look much like an alligator from Earth. For one thing, it has 8 legs, and as I just saw, it moves a lot faster on land. While the jaw looks about the same, the neck is more flexible and longer. It keeps craning its head up to look at me as if it is disappointed that I haven't fallen into its mouth yet. I look around and spot Ruby a little ways away. She is holding her swords but looks indecisive. Are you okay? Ruby says, Yes, I am fine. How are you? Annoyed? By the way, why is it ignoring you? Ruby says, I don't know. Maybe because I am a spirit and don't smell like food? I was going to attack it, but I doubt my swords will hurt it much. I thought about hitting it with a fireball, but I am worried that it would hit you too. No fireball, please. I really should have taught you Firebolt. Anyway, judging from the look of it, is armor. I don't think your swords would work either. Just stay clear. I will handle this. Ruby says, Okay, don't do anything stupid. I chuckle as I release the pillar with one hand and point at the gator with it. Lightning Bolt. MP 330 divided by 405, the lightning bolt launches from my hand and hits the gator in the head. The gator shakes its head and then glares up at me even more pissed off now. So I decide to hit it again. This time aiming for it is mouth. Lightning Bolt. MP 255 divided by 405. This time the bolt hits inside the gator's mouth and has more effect. The gator roars in pain and then turns away from the pillar to head back to the water. This is what I was hoping for. I retract my claws from the pillar and leap towards the gator. I pull the black razor midair as I hear Ruby scream in surprise. I land on the gator's back and wrap my free arm around its mouth to hold it closed. I hang on for dear life as the gator starts thrashing around like mad. But thanks to my strength, I am able to hold its mouth closed. Right as I am about to stab it with black razor, it changes tactics and rolls. Considering this thing weighs several 100 pounds at least, suddenly finding myself trapped between it and the rocks is not a pleasant experience. The fact that it rolls 5 or 6 times in as many seconds leaves me seeing stars and with bruises all over my body. But despite that, I don't let go and I start stabbing it over and over with the black razor. As I am stabbing it, I either hit a painful spot or it just decides I am not tenderized enough yet because it goes rolling back the other way another 6 times. HP 453 divided by 809. I quickly realize I can't keep this up much longer, so I stop stabbing randomly and wait till I am on top, then aim and stab it in the eye. As the knife hilt hits bone and stops, I channel another bolt of lighting through the dagger. Lightning Bolt. MP 180 divided by 415, congratulations. Skill Lightning Bolt has progressed to level 2. Lightning Bolt level 2 MP costs 60. You throw a bolt of lightning that does 150 electric damage. The thing bucks like a bronco and sends me flying 50 feet through the air until I meet a column with a thud and slide down it to end up lying upside down at the base of it. From there, I watch as the gator staggers a few steps towards me with smoke coming out of it, its eye socket and mouth before it collapses. Hiding congratulations. Skill Beast Slayer has progressed to level 2. Beast Slayer level 2 All Street ATS plus 2. You do 10% additional damage against beasts. I right myself and sit up with a groan as Ruby rushes over to me. I am expecting her to help me up. Instead, she smacks me hard upside my head. Ruby says, I told you not to do anything stupid. Ouch. What was that for? Ruby says, for doing something stupid and almost getting yourself killed. While I admit that it hurt more than expected, it went mostly according to plan. While I thought everything I said was perfectly reasonable, Ruby ends up smacking me in the head again and disappearing into the amulet to sulk. So I stand up and rub the back of my head as I walk over to the gator's corpse to retrieve the black razor. With a lot of grunting and heaving, I manage to flip the corpse onto its back and start skinning it. Once I have the hide out of the way, I cut into its chest and remove its core. Then I stare at it to activate Observe. Item and beast core quality. Greater, would you like to absorb it? Yen. Oh, a greater. Nice. Now the real question is, should I absorb it or save it until I have a skill to level up? If I absorb it now, I will be stronger. But then I will have to go hunting for another core later when I have a skill ready to evolve. The priority right now is survival, and being stronger will increase my chances. Yes! You have absorbed the Greater Beast Core. HP plus 100, MP plus 100, STR plus 10, AGI plus 10, End plus 10 finding. Congratulations. You have acquired the beast skill Devour. Devour level 1, you can become stronger by consuming the flesh of strong enemies. Winding, congratulations. You have evolved an ability. Superior Agility has evolved into Supreme Agility due to agility reaching 100. Supreme Agility, you gain your agility stat as added damage to ranged attacks. Devour. Now that sounds promising. Guess I can test it on this big guy. It was definitely a strong opponent. I get up and start looking around for some wood to use for a cook fire. I get lucky and find some on the lakeshore. It looks like driftwood. I find branches in it, and since I don't see any trees, I am guessing it means the river comes from above ground somewhere. I gather some wood and return to the corpse and build a small fire. Then I cook a steak from the gator and try it. It is quite tasty, but I don't get any kind of message, so I guess cooked doesn't count. So I cut out the gator's heart and eat it raw. Poding ability Devour has activated. STR plus 4, N plus 4. Not a bad result. I definitely like this new skill. I continue skinning and butchering the gator while I wonder how long Ruby is going to stay mad at me. I end up making several trips back to camp to move all the meat, hide, and bones. Once everything is back at camp, I sit down and meditate for 10 hours to recover from the fight. When I finish meditating, I return to the new cavern and look around. I start checking the ceiling near the pillars looking for a crystal cluster near a pillar. Finding one, I quickly climb the pillar to get close enough to stare at the crystal. Itemen Sunday crystal gives off never-ending light. Perfect, but I am going to need new tools. So I climb down and make my way back to my camp and grab my pickaxe. Then I spend 2 hours mining iron ore and manage to get 100 pounds or so. I take it all to the forge room and smelt it down and then use it to forge a new set of tools. Then I return to camp and grab my rope and head back to the cavern. I climb the pillar again and get as close to the crystals as I can, then tie myself to the pillar so I can use both hands. Once I am secure, I grab a big chunk of crystal with one hand and my new small pickaxe with the other. With extreme care, I start hitting the crystal near the base. I slowly tap all the way around the base to create a break line. Hiding, congratulations. You have acquired the craft skill Gem Cutting. Gem Cutting level 1 int plus 1, you can make crude gems. I keep tapping away along the same line over and over until the entire chuck breaks loose. I almost drop it as it comes free, but manage to hold on with my fingertips. I end up dropping the pickaxe to grab the crystal with both hands. Then I slowly climb down, keeping the crystal securely against my body as I descend. When I make it to the floor, I take a look at the chunk of crystal. It should be just big enough to make two. Chapter 39. I quickly return to camp clutching the crystal, like I am afraid someone is going to try to steal it. I place it on a rat pelt and gather the new tools I made earlier and start to slowly shape the crystal. First, I get the general shape carved out and remove a lot of the excess material. Fighting congratulations. Skill Gem Cutting has progressed to level 2. Gem Cutting level 2 int plus 2, you can make crude gems. Then I carefully split it down the middle so I have 2 identical pieces. Next comes the slow process of chipping away the little pieces and smoothing out the shape. I know the hardest part is going to be getting the blade right. I want it sharp, but not fragile. As I am planning out every single strike of the chisel, I notice all the little pieces and flakes of crystal are still glowing. I figured that only big pieces would emit light, but turns out I am wrong. I might have to play with those pieces later just to see, but for right now I have to focus. These have to be perfect. I finally wise up and stop working long enough to move to the forge room since I am going to be spending hours chiseling away one flake at a time. Once in the forge room, I focus completely on what I am doing, taking care that each flake I chip away is exactly the size and shape I want to remove. It is a long and painstaking process, but I put in the time and effort to make it as close to perfect as I can. Item created a Sunday Crystal Scimitar hit plus 2 damage, plus 4 piercing, plus 1 durability, 25 divided by 25 dinting, congratulations. Skill Gem Cutting has progressed to level 3. Gem Cutting level 3 int plus 3. You can make crude gems. Okay, so the durability is really low. Kind of expected that, but if I can figure out how to enchant it, that should improve. Now, for the second one. I set the complete one aside and start repeating the process on the second. It takes me 4 hours to complete the second scimitar. I double-check every inch of them to make sure I didn't miss any spots and to make sure the balance is identical. Then I sit in my meditation pose with them on my lap and sink into the inner world. Unlike normal, instead of looking inwards, I look at the swords with my inner sight. What I find are dozens of specks of light within each crystal sword. Now I have no idea how enchanting is normally done, so I am hoping I can do something similar to how I modify the inside of my body. So, I focus on the specks of light and try to move one. Once I am able to move it, I move it to the spot where the blade meets the hilt. Then, I move the next one, and the next after that. I keep at it for hours until every speck of light is in the same spot. As I move the last speck into place, they all merge and form a small ball, kind of like a miniature core, which is what I had been hoping for when I started this. Maybe I should have asked Ruby if she knew how enchanting is done, or I could have examined one of the enchanted weapons I already have. But since when do I let common sense stop me once I have an idea? Since I already started, I may as well finish the process and see what happens. So I create a mana channel within the sword to supply it with mana. Then I create mana veins running throughout the sword. This is much easier than creating them within my body since I can just let the veins follow the crystalline structure. Once the veins are complete, I pull back to take a look. The structure of veins looks like a tree without leaves when I look at it from further back. I decide that it is done for now and wake myself from my meditation. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill enchanting. Enchanting level 1, int plus 2 whiz plus 1 che plus 1, you can enchant items. Well, whether or not it is the way other mages do it, at least I know my way works and it didn't explode in my face. So I stare at the scimitar that is enchanted and use observe on it. Magic item. Sunday crystal scimitar hit plus 3 damage plus 6 piercing plus 2 durability, 50 divided by 50. So a little bit of improvement across the board, but still only a minor item. For what I have in mind, it is going to have to be much better than that. But before I try the next crazy idea, I return to the inner world to repeat the process on the second scimitar. Once I can look at both scimitars and not be able to tell the difference, I wake myself from meditation. Hiding, congratulations. Skill enchanting has progressed to level 2. Enchanting level 2 int plus 4 whiz plus 2 chea plus 2. You can enchant items. Now comes the fun part. I want to make them fire-based instead of light-based. I think I can do this by infusing a fire spell into the core of the blade. But I am just guessing. It very well might just blow up. So to be safe and not endanger the forge, I move out into the main cave away from the forge and sit back down. First, I summon a firebolt, but I don't release it. I hold it in my hand and focus on it. It is magically created fire, but it is still just normal fire. So I focus my will on it and try to make it suck in more air. As it does, the flame grows bigger and burns hotter in my hand. But that isn't the effect I want. It was just to see if I can alter it. So now I focus on changing it, so instead of just pulling in air, it instead just pulls oxygen out of the air. Instantly, the flame triples in size and almost burns my face as I am leaning over it. Now, the power is closer to what I was looking for. But the flame is way out of control. So I focus again and add pressure onto the flame, forcing it smaller and smaller without losing any intensity. I keep at it until it is the size of a marble, and that is when something I wasn't expecting happens. The little marble of condensed fire changes color. It turns to a pure blue and starts burning my hand. Out of instinct, I thrust out my hand and shoot the firebolt at the wall. Ding, bang, ding, congratulations. You have evolved a skill. Firebolt level 3 has evolved into Blue Firebolt level 1. Blue Firebolt level 1 MP costs 25. You throw a bolt of blue fire that deals 50 fire damage. I stare in shock at the wall where a 1 foot by 1 foot section is currently flowing down the wall as molten rock. That is way more intense than I expected. And I didn't expect my spell to evolve. But I guess I've answered my own question about whether physics can be applied to magic. Now I guess all that is left is to try and see if I can infuse the spell into the sword's core. I set one sword safely aside and take the other in my left hand. It feels a bit weird since the hilt is too small for my hand, but I can manage for now. Then I hold out my left hand with my index finger pointed straight and cast my new firebolt spell. The blue marble-sized spell appears just past my index claw, and I focus on holding it there. Then I enter the inner world meditation and focus until I can see the core of the sword and the blue firebolt. I bend all my willpower into moving the blue firebolt into the sword and fusing it with the core. There is a blinding flash that knocks me out of my meditation, and I find myself lying on my back staring up at the ceiling of the cave. I slowly sit up and look at the sword lying in front of me. Where before it was a clear crystal that emits yellow light, it now looks like the scimitar is made of sapphire and little blue flames constantly play up and down the blade. Observe. Magic item, blue fire crystal scimitar. Hit +5 damage, +20 piercing, +5 durability, 250 divided by 250. Ha 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 ha! It worked! It actually worked out how I wanted it to. This is so awesome. Although I don't think I will tell Ruby just how close I probably came to blowing myself up, I quickly check to make sure I have enough mana left and grab the second sword to repeat the process. It works exactly the same way as the first time, and the two swords look identical. Hiding congratulations! Skill enchanting has progressed to level 3. Enchanting level 3 int +6 whiz +3, Chea +3. You can enchant items. Perfect! Now for the finishing touches. First, I wrap the hilt of each with a strip of leather to give it a better grip. Then, I make a set of sheaths for the scimitars. Once they are done, I sheathe the scimitars and wait a minute to make sure the swords won't burn through the sheaths. Then, I tuck both swords behind the forge, out of sight, and return to the cave outside. I reach up and tap the amulet. Ruby, are you done sulking yet? Chapter 40. Ruby thinks sulking. I am not sulking. I am mad at you and giving you the silent treatment. All right. Yes, I took a risk and it is going to happen again. Living safely is not going to make me stronger or get me out of here to the surface. I took a calculated risk. It was a risk, but the odds were in my favor. If the odds are against me, I will either not do it or think of a way that improves the odds. This is the way I am, and I am sorry that you are stuck with me. Ruby quickly comes out of the amulet and takes her human form, only to turn around and slap me. I am surprised to say the least. I give her a wide-eyed, "What did I do?" "Luck," Ruby says. "I chose to be bonded to you. Don't you ever again say I am stuck with you?" "Oh, right. Sorry. Guess it was a bad choice of words." Ruby says, "Okay then, what did you mean? Basically, that this is the way I am." "I am sorry for that, but get used to it, I guess." Ruby looks like she wants to hit me again, but then she takes a deep breath and settles down a bit. Luckily, my stomach chooses that moment to grumble loudly, making her laugh. Ruby says, "You've skipped eating to work on something again, haven't you?" I guess. "I am not sure how long it has been," Ruby says. "Okay. Let's go to camp, and you can explain things to me after we eat." Okay, so the two of us head back to camp together. Once there, I quickly fry up some gator steaks and mushrooms, and we sit down next to the fire to eat. We finish eating, and Ruby turns to look at me. She has a much less angry look on her face. Ruby says, "Can you explain to me why you would be so reckless? I know you say it was a calculated risk, but normal people don't take risks like that." "Well, I haven't really thought about it, but it is probably because of how I lived my previous life. I never took any real risks. I lived a fairly dull life, yet I still died screaming and crying in pain. I think this time I would rather take risks and not live in fear. If I am going to die in pain anyway, I would rather it be because I was doing something worthwhile." Ruby says, "You don't speak of your past life much. Maybe, if you tell me about it, it will help me understand you better." So as we sit comfortably by the fire, I tell Ruby all about my past life. This, of course, means explaining all sorts of things like technology and anime and manga. Ruby seems fascinated and interested, and I don't get the usual feeling that I am just being humored. She seems to be genuinely listening to my long, boring story. By the time I finish telling her everything I can think of to help her understand me, I am yawning after every other word. Ruby says, "Thank you. I have a lot to think over. I still don't understand a lot about your previous world, but I think I understand you quite a bit better. I am going to rest and think everything over. Why don't you get some sleep before your jaw comes loose? Ruby's laughter echoes around me as she changes into a spirit and enters the amulet to rest. I agree with her and climb into my hammock to get some actual sleep. I end up sleeping for about 12 hours, and when I wake up, I am hungry again. It is only as I am eating breakfast that I remember I didn't even get around to giving Ruby her new swords. I finish eating, and then clean up the camp and myself before tapping the amulet. Ruby? She zips out of the amulet and circles my head once before landing and taking human form. Ruby says, "Good morning, Master." "Good morning, would you like me to cook you some breakfast?" Ruby says, "No, thanks. I don't get hungry, so you should save it for yourself to delay going back to fish for a bit longer." "Haha, well, thank you for being considerate of my diet," Ruby says. "So, I did a lot of thinking, and I now understand some of what drives you. I won't promise not to hit you when you do something stupid, but I will try to keep in mind the reasons behind some of the things you do, even if they scare the life out of me at times. Thank you, and I am sorry I scared you." Ruby smiles and says, "Apology accepted." "So what is the plan for today?" "Actually, I made something for you," Ruby says. "Oh, for me? What is it?" "Follow me and you will see." With a smile, I turn and lead Ruby back to the forge room, where I take the swords from behind the forge and hold them out to her. She takes them with a smile, but she looks slightly confused. Ruby says, "What kind of swords are these?" "I've never seen a sword this shape. In my world, they were called scimitars. They are for a flowing sword style like you use." Intrigued, she draws one of the swords and gasps as she sees the blue flames crawling along the blade. Ruby says, "What on earth is this? I've never seen blue flames. And I was a fire elemental, so I've seen a lot of fire." "Blue fire is more intense and hotter than normal flames," Ruby says. "Don't misunderstand me, the sword is beautiful, and I love it. I just want to understand exactly how you did this. I was fairly sure you didn't have enough mana yet to cast any of the enchanting spells." There are enchanting spells?" Ruby frowns and says, "Yes, of course there are. Wait, if you don't know them, then how did you enchant this? And with a new type of fire, no less. How about you put the sword away before I tell you?" Ruby says, "Why?" "Because you hitting me is one thing. With that sword, you could kill me without meaning to." Ruby sheathes the sword and sets both aside all the while, giving me a look like she is debating on hitting me just on principle before I explain anything. "So, I enchanted them. Kind of like how I modified my own core and mana channels." Ruby says, "You mean you manipulated the raw mana in the swords? That is dangerous. But then what about the blue fire?" "It wasn't all that dangerous. I did it slowly just to be safe. And the blue fire came from me evolving my firebolt spell and then fusing it with the sword's core," Ruby says. "So you created an item core, which I didn't think was possible, then you fused a spell with it, which should be impossible. Did you even stop to think that it might have blown up in your face? Not to mention evolving a spell which should have blown up in your face." Ruby suddenly sits down on the stone bench. I sigh quietly in relief since I was expecting to get hit. She seems to be taking deep breaths, and her eyes look a little wide. I was as careful as I could be, I promise. And it wasn't so much evolving a spell as applying physics to a spell. Ruby looks up and says, "What? Physics? What is that?" So I give Ruby a rough explanation of what physics is, but I stop before getting too technical as she looks a little overwhelmed. Think of it as a set of rules that allow you to understand how natural things work and why they work that way." Ruby says, "Stop. Just stop for a minute. I feel like my head is too small." "Okay, sorry. Sometimes I forget you have no frame of reference for some of the things that I say." I sit on the floor and wait quietly for Ruby to organize her thoughts. She stares off into space for almost a half hour. While she is distracted, I enjoy just sitting and looking at her. When her eyes focus again, she stands up and stretches. Then she takes the old swords off her back and hands them to me. She walks over and picks up the scimitars and puts them on her back before drawing them. I watch as she tests out the swords, getting a feel for them. Once she has that, she does a full practice routine with the swords. Her graceful, flowing form is truly a pleasure to watch. Standing still, she is beautiful. But when she is moving, she becomes truly stunning. I admit, I spend the entire time she is practicing staring at her. Luckily for me, she is absorbed in the swords and doesn't notice. When she finally stops, I quickly look at her face as she turns to me. So, what do you think of them? Ruby says, they are perfect. They feel like a part of me. I love them. Thank you so much, Master. She rushes over and hugs me hard. She is so excited she doesn't even sheathe the swords. Being very careful of the blades, I hug her back. I am really glad you like them. Now you should never have to worry about not being able to hurt an armored opponent again. Ruby says, they are amazing swords. I am sorry for getting mad at you. It is fine. Even in my past life, I had a talent for pissing women off. Ruby smiles and says, oh, is that so? You will have to tell me about that sometime. If you are going to smile at me like that, please put the swords away. Ruby blushes and says, oops, sorry, forgot I had them out. She quickly and smoothly sheaths both swords as if she has done it 1,000 times before. Except for the color, they truly look like a natural part of her. Ruby says, Master, can you teach me this new fire magic? I can try, but not here. It might be a bit too dangerous near the forge. I know a good place where we can practice. Come with me, Ruby says. Yes, Master. Chapter 41. I lead the way with Ruby following me. I take her to the sewage treatment room. It is big and full of pipes and things to blow up. I take her to the middle of the room and turn to face her. Okay. First, I am going to talk you through the firebolt spell to see if you can get the skill. Ruby says, okay. So I talk her step by step through the spell and how it works, and how it feels. She catches on quickly and soon has the skill and fires off her first firebolt. It hits the pipe she was aiming for, but barely scorches it. Okay, now I am going to show you the blue firebolt. She watches closely as the small blue ball of fire forms at the end of my finger and then shoots off. It blows a section of pipe apart and melts even more. Ruby says, wow, that is way more destructive. Yes, but it is very complicated. You have to understand fire to a higher degree to evolve the skill. Ruby says, okay, I will try my best. So we sit down on the floor and I start explaining. I start with how the air is composed of different gases. Once she understands that I go into how fire works and how different things burn in different ways, I have her summon a firebolt without releasing it. Then, step by step, I walk her through what I did. First, more airflow, then only taking in oxygen, then compressing the flames. Adding pressure is what takes her the longest to understand. I have to explain why compressing it makes it more potent, and then what forces compress things. It takes us about 5 hours before she understands enough to evolve her skill into the blue fire. When she successfully casts it, something I wasn't expecting happens. Ruby is suddenly covered in blue flames. The heat is so overwhelming I have to quickly roll away and take cover behind an old vat. Peeking around the vat, I can see all the pipes near Ruby are melting from the extreme heat. She is still covered in blue flames, although it doesn't look like it is hurting her. In fact, the look on her face I can best describe as rapture. Ruby, are you all right? Ruby starts and says, oh, sorry, Master. I was distracted. So much just happened. That is fine, Ruby. As long as you are not hurt, do you think you can stop melting the room now? Ruby says. What? Oh, give me a second. The look on her face changes from confusion to surprise, and then to intense concentration. It takes her a few minutes to get her aura under control, so the flames die away, and the heat drops to normal around her. As the flames die down, the first thing I notice is that her hair is now blue, a bright, vibrant blue. I carefully approach her once the temperature in the room drops down to something close to normal. Are you all right? Ruby says. I am better than all right. I am fantastic. Okay. So what happened? Ruby says. I guess I evolved like the spell did. All my abilities are now blue fire abilities. I also gained superior intelligence, so I guess my stats went up. Sorry, I got a lot of messages all at once. I am not sure I caught everything. Wait, you evolved. Are you still a flame spirit? Or something new? Ruby says. I am a blue flame spirit now. I can't be sure, but I might be the first one ever. Hey, that is awesome. Don't worry about it too much. Being unique isn't a bad thing. Oh, by the way, your hair changed color. Ruby quickly reaches up and grabs a strand of hair and pulls it in front of her face so that she can see it. Don't worry. It looks good on you. Your eyes didn't change, so your name still suits you? Ruby says, Really? It looks good. Yes, it looks good. You are really going to stand out once we make it outside. Ruby says, I am not worried about standing out. As long as you like it, I am happy. I smile at Ruby and stroke her hair. I am amazed at how soft and silky smooth it is. She smiles back at me as I run my fingers through her bright blue hair. How are you feeling? Ready to go back to camp? Ruby says, I am feeling tired. But before I rest, I would like to try out my new blue fireball if that is okay. Sure. But let's move to this side of the room first, and you throw it at that side. Oh, and can you talk me through the fireball spell like I did the firebolt spell? Ruby says, I can try. We move down to the end of the room closest to camp, and she aims her spell at the other end of the room. She casts her spell slowly, telling me what she is doing step by step. Her phrasing is a bit weird to me, but I manage to get the gist of what she means. When her fireball goes off, it turns the far end of the room into a bright blue inferno. When the flames die down, none of the pipes are left, and the walls and floor are slightly melted. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill Blue Fireball. Blue Fireball level 1 MP cost 50 deals 100 damage to a 30 feet area. Wow, that is some impressive destructive power. Ruby smiles and says, Yeah, it is, and it is all thanks to you, Master. I simply shared some knowledge with you. You did the rest on your own. Ruby says still, none of this would have been possible without you experimenting. I am sorry I doubted you, Master, but I am tired now, so I am going to rest. Before I have a chance to say anything, Ruby turns into a spirit. I notice her spirit form is also bright blue right before she zips into the amulet to rest. I pat the amulet and think to her to sleep well. I turn to head back to camp, but it hasn't been that long. I am not really tired or hungry, so I turn my steps the other direction and head back to continue exploring the cavern. The area that Ruby fireballed is still too hot to cross, so I have to go the long way around. It takes me a few minutes to remember which tunnels to take to circle around, but then it is a straight shot back to the cavern. Once inside the cavern, I hang a left and follow the wall. I count my steps as I go, because with the terrain it is hard to judge distances, and I want to make the map as accurate as I can. I also try to memorize the positions of the pillars as I pass them. As I follow the wall around, it soon starts descending. I pass within 15 feet of where we chose to go up to the lake. The way narrows as the cliff wall rises on my right. Soon, there is only about 5 feet between the wall and the cliff face. It quickly feels more like a tunnel as the path continues to descend. The roar of the waterfall becomes muted. Then the path curves a bit, and as I move around the bend, the roar of the waterfall becomes overwhelmingly loud. I stop as the path ends. The walls spread out a bit, and 5 feet in front of me is a pond that the waterfall is dropping into. The waterfall is only about 30 feet high, but the walls wrap around the pond, magnifying the sound. The only way out I can see is the small, fast river leaving the pond through the cavern wall. Judging by its size and my location, I think it is the river that leads past my camp. I am about to turn and leave when something shiny catches my eye. Stepping to the bank of the pond, I can see something shiny in the waterfall. I take a few steps closer until I can see a spur of crystal, just barely poking out of the waterfall. What is more, I see a shadow behind the waterfall. Is it a cave? I guess there is only one way to find out. Chapter 42. I move against the wall and try to slide behind the waterfall. I manage, but still end up drenched from the spray. It is nowhere near as cold as I was expecting, but still being soaked isn't much fun. Unfortunately, I left the cleansing stone back at camp, so I just have to suffer, I guess. I have to bend over nearly double to fit into the cave opening. The crystal I saw from outside is the ceiling of the little cave. It is emitting a soft blue glow that lights up the cave. The crystal looks different from those in the roof of the cavern. Besides the color, the structure seems different too. I reach up and touch it, and it feels smooth like glass and is slightly warm to the touch. I stay hunched over and follow the small tunnel for about 20 feet before it opens up enough for me to stand up straight. It is kind of nerve-wracking knowing I am now under the lake. But curiosity wins out, and I continue following the tunnel to see where it goes. I can't help but think if Ruby wasn't resting, she would probably hit me for this. For some reason, the thought makes me smile. I am distracted from such thoughts when I spot a shiny spot on the wall. A closer look reveals it is more Armatite ore. Oh, I wish I hadn't found this. The idea of mining down here is not very thrilling, but now that I have found it, I want it. Later, I will have to come back with my pickaxe. For now, I should finish exploring. So I follow the tunnel as it twists and turns, but generally heads east, further under the lake. Up ahead, I can see the glow brightening. I reach the end of the tunnel and it opens out into a large chamber. The first thing I notice is the ceiling. It is a dome of the blue crystal, and beyond it I can see fish, so that is the bottom of the lake. Then I notice a pillar holding up the dome, except it looks more like a tree than a pillar. The trunk looks like gray stone, but there are brown branches coming off of it. There are blue, yellow, and red leaves on the branches. On a couple of branches there appears to be light green fruit, kind of like pears. I take a couple of steps forward drawn by the tree. I want a closer look, but then something moves. What I had thought was a large rock by the base of the tree stands up and turns towards me. It is large and long, has 4 legs and a tail. As it faces me, I can see why I missed it. Its back is covered in overlapping plates that look like gray stone. I notice its eyes are glowing, and as I make the mistake of meeting its eyes, there is a flash, and suddenly the world goes black. I am still awake. I can feel my body, but I see nothing. I am blind. I try rubbing my eyes and blinking rapidly, but it doesn't make any difference. I see nothing at all. I can feel myself starting to panic, so I force myself to take long, slow breaths and calm down. I listen. I can hear the creature moving towards me. Running away seems like a good idea, but knowing my luck, I will knock myself out on a rock. I can't see and wake up as I am being eaten. So I draw the great axe and set my footing. Then I concentrate on my hearing. I remember that I am on a downward slope, but I don't remember if there was anything close by that I could trip on. So I need to stay fairly still. As I listen, I can hear water dripping faintly somewhere in the room, but I tune that out. I focus completely on the noise of the creature moving closer. It is slowly moving closer. I can hear each step it takes. It is only a few feet away. It is armor looked hard. I can't see to target a weak spot. My only option is going to be power. So I raise the great axe over my shoulder and get ready for an overhand swing. As I listen for its next step, I tense up my muscles and put all my strength into my arms. When it takes the next step closer, I grunt and swing the great axe with everything I have. I feel the great axe bite into something, and I quickly pull it back and slide backwards carefully. Thunk. I raise the great axe back into a ready position as I move back a couple of feet. Then I freeze and listen for the creature. I hear several rapid steps and then feel a burning pain in my calf. You have suffered a bite attack. Damage 57 horsepower. Dang gun. You have been poisoned. HP 890 divided by 947. The pain of the bite is intense, but now I know where its head is. So I picture the creature and guess at where its neck should be and let loose another swing with all my strength. I can hear the wind whistle around the axe as it comes down. And then I feel the blade bite into something softer before passing through it and hitting the stone floor. Crunch and Chankot, and congratulations! You have acquired the combat skill Blind Fighting. Blind Fighting Level 1. Wes +2 awareness. +1. You are not helpless when blind. I stumble back and fall on my backside. My left leg isn't responding well, and there is extra weight on it. Reaching down carefully, I feel the creature's severed head still locked onto my calf. I pry the jaws open and toss the head away from me, but I feel dizzy. I can tell something isn't right. Ruby! Ruby thinks I am here, but I am still fairly weak. What do you need? I am blind and poisoned. I need your help. Ruby thinks, what? The next thing I know, I feel Ruby's hand on my cheek. I suddenly feel less scared now that I am not alone. Strangely, her hand feels a little cool as she strokes my face. Ruby says, What is that thing? Where are we? I am not sure what it was. At a guess, I would call it a basilisk. We are in a cave under the lake. I need you to guide me out and back to camp if you can. Ruby says okay. I see an exit. Can you stand? Before I even try, I set aside the great axe. Then I take the shield off my back and put it down. I also remove my katanas and the warhammer. Then I remove as much of my armor as I can. No need to carry all the extra weight when I am not sure I can support myself. Then I slowly attempt to stand up. My left leg doesn't want to hold any weight, so I end up balancing on my right. Stand. Kind of walk. I doubt it. Dancing is out of the question, so don't ask right now, Ruby says. Was that a joke? You cracked a joke? Uh-oh, this must be bad. I attempt to hobble towards the exit, but Ruby quickly stops me since I am heading the wrong way. She comes up to me and tucks herself under my left arm to try and help support me. Then she leads me to the exit and up the tunnel. Despite all the pain, all I can think is how good it feels having her pressed up against my side. The next thing I know, I am crawling through the last section of tunnel towards the waterfall. I remember thinking how good the cold spray from the falls felt on my face, and then nothing. That is the last thing I remember. Chapter 43. I wake up and see a vaguely familiar ceiling above me. I lift my left arm, which hurts a lot, and see a human arm with an IV in it. Was it really all just a dream brought on by the drugs? I look around. I am in my hospital room, and clutched in my right arm is my trusty tablet. I am alone. My friends must be off resting or at work. They will be by later, I am sure. I look around. I see all the same medical equipment hooked up to monitor me and keep me alive a few minutes longer. It sounds and smells just as I remember. So I guess it was all a dream. There were some bad parts, but I feel disappointed. I would rather it had been real. I lay back in the bed and pick up my tablet. May as well check for new episodes since I have nothing else to do. I hear the door open, and I see a flash of red out of the corner of my eye. I immediately think of Ruby, but then I remember her hair was blue at the end of the dream. I look over anyway, but it is just a red-haired nurse coming to check my vitals on the equipment. She doesn't even say anything. Just writes something on my chart and leaves. I find myself feeling more alone now than I did in the dream. There I had Ruby with me. Here it is, just me. Yeah, my friends will visit and will be here when I die, or at least they were in the dream when I died. But it is not the same feeling. Even though it was a dream, Ruby felt like more than a friend. I already miss her. I read a few episodes of manga to distract myself, then I doze for a while. I wake up when my doctor enters the room and stands by the bed. Doctor says, "Still with us, I see." "Yeah, for a few more minutes at least," Doctor says. "Well, the fact that you have made it this long means there might be hope. I contacted a college of mine who went into research, specifically organ research. You might be able to go through an experimental procedure that could keep you alive." "What kind of experimental procedure?" Doctor says. "Well, it involves using animal organs to replace human ones." Now I know how that sounds. But let's be realistic. You have too many organs damaged. You will never make it on the organ transplant list. You only have a few more days at most. If I do this experimental procedure and it kills me, will my friends get a payout? Doctor says, yes, I believe there is a policy for something like that. Would you like me to get him to come talk to you? Yes, if there is a payout upon my death, I will do the procedure. Doctor says, okay. Time is limited, I will go call him right now. Thanks, Doc. The doctor turns and leaves the room. It is not like I really have any hope of being saved, but if my death can improve the lives of my friends, then I will do it. After all, I should have died already. Every doctor I've seen has agreed on that, so at least this way, my death can have a bit more meaning than my life did. I already had a lawyer come in and set up a will so everything goes to my friends, including any lawsuit against the guy who basically killed me. Who knows? Maybe my dream is a prediction. Maybe when I die, I will be reborn in another world. At least that is what I am praying for now, that I know death is close. Girl's voice. This is a dream. If you don't wake up, you will die. Wait, that voice? I know that voice. It is the voice from my dream, the one that warned me about the dire wolf. I quickly look around trying to spot the source of the voice. Hello? Is someone there? I look around wildly, but the room is empty. Am I hearing things? Is it the drugs? Why is it the voice from my dream? She said this was a dream. I am so confused. I stop and calm myself to think it through. If I get a choice, I would choose for this to be the dream. If this is the dream, how do I prove it? Obviously, pain won't work. I am in tons of pain already. I need to find something to prove this is a dream. I really want to go back to the other world. Girl's voice, you must hurry and wake up if you want to live. I jump when I hear the voice again. But this time, when I look up, I see a ghostly figure in the corner of the room. She looks to be about 13 with long hair and is wearing an old-fashioned type dress. But that is all I can really see before she disappears. She looked kind of familiar, but I can't figure out how or where I've seen her before. Okay, if she is right, and this is the dream, I need to prove it to myself. They say you can read things in dreams, but only if you have read it before. I grab my tablet and look for a manga I never read. When I find one, I open it and find it blank. This is a dream. Now, how do I wake up? I guess I'll try pain, so I grab the IV and rip it out of my arm. Ah, that hurt a lot. But I am still here. I need to try something else. Maybe if I get them to drug me unconscious, then I will wake up back in the other world. I quickly rip off all the monitor leads from my body. When the machine flatlines, it only takes about 30 seconds for the first nurse to arrive. I start thrashing around in bed and fighting when she tries to hold me down. I feel bad for causing them so much trouble, but I keep telling myself that this is just a dream. As I was hoping, soon I hear someone order for me to be sedated. When I feel the needle go in my arm, I go still and focus all my willpower into waking up. I am hoping and trying with all my might as the darkness claims me. I have only one thought, and that is to see Ruby again. Chapter 44. I open my eyes and see nothing but darkness, but I can feel myself swaying side to side, so I am either on a ship or in my hammock. I feel a cool cloth being placed on my forehead. Ruby, Ruby says. Oh, you are finally awake. I suddenly feel a weight on my chest. Ruby is lying across me, hugging me hard and crying. I raise my right hand to stroke her hair. Shh, shh. It is all right. I am sorry I scared you. I am back now. Ruby says, you've been asleep for 3 days. I was so worried you would never wake up. I hold Ruby gently until the tears stop. As I hold her, I can't help but think. This was worth coming back for. No matter the pain I go through or the hatred I have to face, this is my world now, and I am glad for it. You sound exhausted. Did you stay up the entire time I was asleep? Ruby says. Yes, I had to take care of you. You have a fever. It is okay now. I will meditate and take care of it. Ruby says, also, your leg where you were bitten has turned to stone, and it is slowly spreading. That is why it hurts so much and feels so heavy. I will see what I can do about that too. But you need to rest. You can join me in the inner world while you are resting. Ruby says, okay, I do need to rest. But you call me if anything goes wrong. Yes, ma'am. I smile in her direction before her weight vanishes, and I assume she has returned to the amulet. I slowly get myself out of the hammock. I have to balance on my right leg since my left won't hold any weight. I hop over in the direction of my practice area. I have the camp layout firmly in my head and can almost see it as I move through it. When I get there, I sit down and force my legs into my meditating position. Then I quickly enter into the inner world to see how bad things are. The first thing I check is my eyes. The eyes themselves and the optic nerves are undamaged, but when I look outside of them, I see a complex tangle of mana covering them. So it is a spell effect of some sort. Annoying, but that won't kill me. So I look at the rest of my body. The fever is from my body trying to fight the poison. I can see it in my left leg where I was bitten and spreading out from there along the veins. So the poison is in my blood and slowly spreading and turning me to stone. This is what will kill me if I can't stop it. Before I start, I check the amulet in my chest and can tell Ruby is inside and sound asleep. I let her rest and focus back on my left leg. I zoom in on the blood in my leg and start tracking down and destroying the poison one drop at a time. It takes me a few hours to eradicate all the poison. That stops the spread, but does nothing for the part of my leg that is already turned to stone. I try several things but can't figure out how to return the stone parts to flesh. I can think of only one way to fix my leg, but I know it is going to hurt a lot. So I take out Black Razor and clench my teeth. Then I cut into my leg. I scream through my teeth as the knife cuts through my leg, but I keep going until I have cut out all the stone. It leaves a gaping hole in my leg, but the stone is gone, so I return to meditating and focus all my healing energies on my leg. The wound slowly closes over the next hour or so. Ding, congratulations. Skill Pain Resist has progressed to level 5. Pain Resist level 5, you feel 50% less pain. Physical damage reduced by 5%. Once the wound seals, I fall out of meditation and drop onto the ground on my back, panting and whimpering from the pain. The skill helps reduce the pain, but I can't wait till it is level 10. I am hoping I won't feel pain anymore at that point. Once the pain fades, I stand up and test out my leg. It works perfectly, and my fever is gone too. Now all that is left is my eyes, but before that, I am starving. I walk over to where I keep my net and feel around before grabbing it. I walk over to the river. It takes me a few tries before I am able to cast the net properly blind. I can't see the fish, so I have to keep casting it over and over before I get lucky and net a pair of fish. Cleaning and preparing them blind isn't anywhere near as hard, and I quickly cook them up and devour them. After eating, I find the Armatite bar and channel all my mana into it, then climb into my hammock and sleep for 10 hours. When I wake up, I am relieved that I didn't have any dreams. I get up and stretch. I walk over and sit down in the practice area. Then I enter the inner world and call out to Ruby. Ruby, are you awake? Ruby says, yes, Master, I am here. Good. I hope you are feeling better, Ruby says. I am not fully rested, but I feel much better now. So did you need something? Yes. I want you to take a look at my eyes with me. This tangled mess is what is keeping me blind, I think. What would happen if I cut the strands? Ruby says. Well, I can't be sure, but my best guess is it would explode. Ah, nope, not doing that. So my only option is to try and untangle that mess? Ruby says. I think so. Unless you know a spell to dissipate the mana, unraveling it is probably the only other way to remove it. Nope, I don't know any spells like that. The hard way it is, Ruby says. Do you want me to help you? No, thank you. Go back to sleep for now. I may need your help later, though. Ruby says. Okay, be safe. I wait until I sense Ruby is asleep before I start studying the tangle of mana, looking for a loose end to start from. To me, it looks like a ball of yarn after a kitten has been playing with it for a few hours. It takes me a while of searching before I finally find the end of the thread that I am looking for. I mentally grab a hold of it and pull it through the first of many loops to free a bit more. As I untangle the thread bit by bit, I realize this is going to take me a long time. I manage to free a few inches of the thread when suddenly what I have freed disappears and I feel a headache. MP 705 divided by 505 tune, congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill Disenchanting. Disenchanting level 1, int plus 2 whiz plus 2 mana plus 10. You can remove an enchantment and recover 10% of the mana. I have more mana than my maximum. Is that why my head hurts? So I recovered mana from untangling the thread of mana? This could be really useful. I quickly go over and grab the Armatite bar and channel all my mana into it. Dine, congratulations. Skill channeling has progressed to level 4. Channeling level 4 int plus 4 mana plus 40. You are experienced at channeling mana. I wonder if this would work on all those enchanted weapons? If so, that could be an easy way to finish filling the Armatite bar and finish my mana veins as well. I will try it later after I can see again. For now, I return to unraveling the mess of mana because I really want to see again. For the next 2 days, I keep at it, only stopping when my mana is full to channel it into the Armatite bar and to get food when my hunger interrupts my meditation. Iding congratulations. Skill Disenchanting has progressed to level 2. Disenchanting level 2 int plus 4 whiz plus 4 mana plus 20. You can remove an enchantment and recover 10% of the mana. At this point, I have unraveled about half the blinding spell as far as I can tell. I wonder if all spells are this complex, or if it is because it was the beast's ability. I simply don't know enough about the magic of this world or the rules. I just keep stumbling along blindly trying things to see if they work. Not having much choice, I resume untangling the mana threads. It is getting harder and harder as I get deeper into the tangle. Each time I free a section of thread, what is left tightens as if the spell is resisting being unwoven. At this point, I am not sure if I am going to be able to completely unravel it or what exactly will happen when I do. Chapter 45. Ruby, I think I am going to need your help now. Ruby appears next to me in the inner world. She is in her human form and she looks well rested. She looks at the tangle of thread and then turns to me. Ruby says, "You have made a lot of progress. How can I help?" "I want you to try and hold the rest stable as I free the thread. It keeps tightening and it is getting harder to untangle it." Ruby says, "Okay, I will do my best." I go back to slowly pulling the thread free inch by inch. Ruby has some trouble at first, but figures out how to hold the rest in place after a few tries. With Ruby keeping it from tightening, I am able to make a lot more progress. I stop twice to channel my mana into the Armatite bar, but other than that, I keep steadily unraveling the blind spell. With Ruby helping, I am able to get it down to about a quarter left in a couple of hours. That is when things start to go wrong. The thread I am untangling starts to fray. It is quickly fraying faster than I can free it. Soon the whole tangled mess is fraying and tearing itself apart. I manage to free a few more sections before the entire thing goes haywire, despite me and Ruby trying to hold it together, and it explodes. The explosion knocks me out of the inner world and out cold. When I come to, I still see nothing but darkness. I am lying on my back, and my head is resting on something soft. I groan in pain as I feel how much my head and face ache. Ruby says, "Hold still. Don't try to get up." Ah, what happened? Why am I still blind? Ruby says, "Well, the last bit of the spell went wild and exploded." Yeah, I remember that part. Ruby says, "Well, the explosion burned your face and destroyed your eyes." I can hear the sadness and concern in her voice. Can my healing regrow my eyes? Or am I going to be blind permanently? "Are you okay?" Ruby says. "Yes, I wasn't hurt. I am sorry I couldn't hold it stable. Don't blame yourself. We were doing something risky right from the start. I don't even know if that is how a spell is removed. It was just a guess." From the way her voice is coming from behind and above me, I finally realize my head is resting on her lap. I reach out blindly and she grabs my hand and squeezes it. "Don't worry, I am going to try and heal my eyes through meditation. All hope isn't lost yet." Ruby says, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Just stay with me and protect me." I settle down and enter the inner world. Once inside, I can't help smiling knowing my head is still resting on Ruby's lap. I shake such thoughts clear of my mind and turn to take a look at the damage. No wonder Ruby sounded worried. My face is a mass of burns, and where my eyes should be are just sunken pits. I start with the burns, healing them and regrowing my fur. That is the most visible thing, and I am hoping that seeing it heal will reassure Ruby that I will be fine even though I am still not sure myself. When all the burns are healed, and my fur is back to normal, I turn my attention to where my eyes should be. First, I heal the damage to the optic nerves. This relieves my headache and makes it easier to work on regrowing my eyes. My understanding of how eyes work is fairly basic. Luckily, I know my body contains the blueprint for how it is supposed to be, so all I have to do is focus on restoring things to how they are supposed to be and let my body do the rest. It takes a few hours of intense concentration, but I am able to help my body regrow my eyes. I drop out of meditation and blink rapidly several times to get my eyes to focus. The first thing I see is Ruby's upside-down face smiling down at me. I smile back. "Good to see you," Ruby laughs and says. "It is good to be seen. Are you all healed now?" "Yeah, everything is back to how it should be," Ruby says. I was really worried. Yeah, to be honest. So was I. But all is well now. Except I am starving. As Ruby laughs, I reluctantly remove my head from her lap and sit up. As I stretch, I catch a whiff of myself and realize I am filthy. I am going to get cleaned up and get some food. Then I will probably sleep for a while. You can go rest if you want, and I will call you when I am ready to return to that cave. Ruby says, "Okay," and gives me a fierce hug before she disappears back into the amulet. I quickly locate the cleansing stone and clean myself and my clothes. Then I go looking for food. Unfortunately, the gator meat I had has gone bad, so I end up going fishing. After catching a couple of fish, I toss the rancid gator meat into the river. Then I set about making fish and mushroom soup. While I am waiting for it to cook, I grab the poker and update the map with what I learned of the cavern and the cave under the lake. After I eat, I climb into my hammock and go to sleep. After I wake up and have the leftover soup for breakfast, I do some stretches and make sure everything is working and moving properly. I decide to try out an experiment or two before heading out to the cave. So I grab one of the enchanted pikes and move to sit in my practice area. I enter the inner world and take a look at the pike. I can see the mana woven into it, but it is nowhere near as complex as the blind spell was. I leave the inner world and fetch the bar of Armatite. It is about half golden now. Then I return to the inner world. I carefully unravel the mana thread within the pike, trying to channel the mana into the Armatite at the same time, so I don't get overloaded. Doing both things at once makes it a much slower process. But I figure I will get better with practice. I am able to completely remove and absorb the mana thread from the pike without any explosions. Hiding congratulations. Skill Disenchanting has progressed to level 3. Disenchanting level 3, int plus 6 wes plus 6 mana plus 30. You can remove an enchantment and recover 15% of the mana. When I open my eyes, I see the wooden haft of the pike is intact, but the metal head is gone. I also notice the gold on the Armatite bar has grown noticeably. This will work. I have tons of things I can disenchant for mana. It is kind of time-consuming, though, so I should move all the enchanted stuff to the forge room and disenchant it there later. As I am getting up to do just that, I notice a pile of grayish dust. When I take a closer look, I figure out that the steel pike head didn't disappear, it just broke down. I collect the dust to take with me and start moving everything to the forge room. It takes me quite a few trips to move all the weapons and armor and stack them neatly. I will wait till later to start disenchanting them. I want to finish exploring the cave under the lake first, so I make my way back to camp. As I enter the cavern, I hear a loud roar echoing from the direction of camp. Chapter 46. I reach for my axe, and that is when I remember that all of my weapons except Black Razor and most of my armor are under the lake. I draw Black Razor and creep towards camp to see what is roaring. When I see it, I don't really know what to call it. It is standing on 2 legs and has the general shape of a velociraptor, but its body is covered in blue fur. Its tail is covered in yellow feathers. It has a feline face with a frill of more feathers, but these are red. It has 2 arms ending in wicked-looking claws, and the entire thing is dripping wet. I see it sniffing around where I had been keeping the gator meat. Did it eat what I threw in the river, and then follow the trail back here looking for more? I slowly reach up and tap the amulet on my chest. Ruby, come out, please, but stay low and quiet. Ruby appears in her human form crouched down next to me. She follows my gaze and sees the creature. Ruby whispers, "What is that?" I don't know, but right now I am thinking it is dinner, but I only have my knife on me, so I am going to need your help. Ruby whispers, "Of course, Master. What do you want me to do?" Well, besides not calling me Master, I want you to lure it over here and distract it. Ruby smiles mischievously at me and moves sideways until she is out in the open. Then she stands up and draws her swords. Ruby yells, "Hey, Ugly! What are you looking for?" The beast turns, leaps the river, and charges Ruby in a flash. I activate Dash and Charge on an intercept course. Right as its claws are about to hit Ruby, I tackle the thing from the side, and we both go skidding 10 feet into a bunch of mushrooms. I quickly roll clear and jump to my feet. Right as I look up, I see nothing but tail, and then I am flying backwards. Fun Defford, you have suffered a slam attack. Damage 46 horsepower. HP 901 divided by 947. I hit the ground hard, and the breath is knocked out of me. Then I see the thing airborne and heading right for me. I have no time to do anything, but right before it lands on me, a fiery blue shield appears in the air between us. It hits the shield with a thud and then leaps away with a screech, and I can smell burnt fur. I quickly roll over backwards to my feet and look around for it. Ruby moves to put her back against mine, also looking around. Ruby says, "I lost it. How is that thing so fast?" I don't know, but I seriously underestimated it. "Thanks for the save back there," Ruby says. "Hey, You saved me first. I take a huge breath and spin as I catch movement out of the corner of my eye. I turn to face it right as it is about to hit me and roar as loudly as I can right in its face. It stops its charge with a scream and tries to cover its ears with its clawed hands. While it is distracted, I dart in under it and slash Black Razor across its right leg. It leaps back a good 15 feet, then stumbles when it lands. Good. That should slow the damn thing down. Ruby turns and spots it as it is righting itself and throws a blue firebolt at it. Amazingly, it ducks the spell and charges us again. I crouch in front of Ruby and wait for it to close the distance. Right as it is almost upon us, I activate Dash again and leap straight at it. Ding, congratulations. Skill Dash has progressed to level 2. Dash level 2 MP cost 10. Your speed doubles. Duration, 15 seconds. The thing reacts with blinding speed and meets my charge head-on. As I ram Black Razor into its chest, it bites my shoulder and its claws rake down my ribs on both sides. You have suffered a bite attack. Damage 52 horsepower. You have suffered a claw attack. Damage 33 horsepower. You have suffered a claw attack. Damage 47 horsepower. HP 769 divided by 947. The thing rips Black Razor out of my hand as it pulls back sharply, and then it turns and runs for the river. I set off in pursuit, running as fast as I can. Ruby yells, "Where are you going? It has my knife!" I am not letting it get away. It slides into the water at full speed with barely a splash. I am only a few steps behind it when I jump and dive into the river behind it. Ruby yells, "You idiot!" I quickly spot the beast swimming downstream. It moves through the water like an alligator. I set off after it, swimming as hard as I can, but surprisingly I start to catch up to it. It takes me a minute to get within range to grab its tail. When I do, it instantly flips its body around in the water and tries to bite me. I jam my fist into its mouth as hard as I can. I let go of its tail and grab the ruff of feathers around its head with my other hand and quickly pull myself astride it and clamp my legs around its torso. It goes insane, rolling and thrashing to try and shake me off. At the same time, it is trying to bite down on my arm over and over. But my fist is just big enough to block its jaws from closing. I let go of its ruff with my right hand and reach down to where Black Razor is still stuck in its chest, gripping it tightly. I jerk it upwards as hard as I can. The water around me suddenly turns pink and the creature thrashes a few more times weakly before going still. I pull my fist out of its mouth and carefully sheath Black Razor before grabbing it by the tail and starting to swim upstream. It takes me about a half an hour to swim back to camp, dragging the creature behind me. Hiding. Congratulations. Skill swimming has progressed to level 5. Swimming level 5 star plus 5 end plus 5 cold resist plus 5 hold breath. End stat x 2 minute. You are a strong swimmer. I wearily pull myself up out of the river and drag the beast up behind me. I see Ruby has built up the fire, and as I stand up, she walks over to me with the cleansing stone in hand. She touches me with it and drags me over and pushes me down next to the fire. Then she hits me in the back of the head, hard, before hugging me and pouring heat into me. Ruby says, "You reckless idiot. What were you thinking? Black Razor is the best knife I have ever seen. I wasn't about to let that bird-cat dino thing run off with it." Ruby says, "You risked your life for a knife." Yes, I like that knife. Besides, if I let it get away, who is to say it wouldn't come back with friends? Ruby says, "Well, I suppose that is possible, but I still think it was stupid." Maybe, but it is not like I had a lot of time to stop and think about it. Besides, it turned out all right. Ruby pokes my shoulder and says, "Oh, yeah, you are bleeding." I take a look at my shoulder, but the wound is barely bleeding now and is close to closing completely. I pat Ruby's hands before slowly standing up and heading over to the creature. Its chest is cut right up the middle so that I can see it is beast core and heart. I quickly pull both out and set them aside. Then I set to skinning and butchering the thing. I am a little nervous as I toss the organs and other waste into the river, but I don't really have any other way to dispose of them. I really need to go back to that cave and reclaim my weapons and armor, just in case another of these things shows up. Chapter 47. Before Ruby and I head to do that, I pick up the thing's heart and eat it raw. Dyndim ability Devour has activated. AGI plus 10 speed plus 20 sighting congratulations. Skill Devour has progressed to level 2. Devour level 2, you can become stronger by consuming the flesh of strong enemies. I love that skill. Nice boost to agility, but speed. I haven't even seen a speed stat before. That thing was incredibly fast, so it makes sense. Then I pick up it is Beast Core and stare at it. Item Beast Core quality. Average, would you like to absorb it? Yeah, number. I clean the Beast Core and then put it safely aside. Ruby gives me a strange look when she notices. Ruby says, "Aren't you going to absorb it?" No, I plan to save it for when I next need to evolve a skill. Ruby says, "Oh, okay. I guess that is a smart move considering how you burn through skills. Well, I am sorry if all my work on skills is boring for you." Ruby laughs and says, "It is, but I don't mind. I understand it is how you get stronger. Do you want to try eating this thing before we head for the cave?" Ruby says, "Sure. It doesn't look very tasty, but I will try it with you." So I cook up some steaks from the thing. While they are cooking, I clean up the camp. Once it is done cooking, we dig in. Ruby says, delicious. How is something so ugly so tasty? I don't know, but now I kind of hope it had friends. Seconds? Ruby smiles and says, "Yes, please." Once we are done eating our second helpings, we get up and head for the cave under the lake. I make sure to bring along my pickaxe because I have not forgotten there is more Armatite ore down there. It takes us about 20 minutes to walk back to the cavern and follow the path down to the pond. Ruby retreats into the amulet to avoid passing through the waterfall. I crawl through the small part of the cave and summon her back out once the tunnel opens up. We walk into the cave under the lake side by side. Ruby is staring at the tree, but I am scanning for movement. I quickly make my way over to my gear and start putting it on my eyes, constantly roaming the cave watching for another basilisk. Once I have my armor and weapons back, I relax a bit. When I look over at the dead basilisk, I feel a twinge in my leg. With Ruby watching my back, I move over to the corpse and examine it. It is made of stone. No flesh to speak of. It was a living stone creature as far as I can tell. I am not even going to try to eat that to trigger Devour, but I do cut it open and remove the Beast Core. Item and Beast Core quality. Average, would you like to absorb it? Yeah, and number. I turn and toss the Beast Core to Ruby. "That one is yours." Ruby says, "Okay, thank you." I walk around the walls of the cave checking for openings and making sure none of the piles of rock are going to start moving. Once I know we are alone, I approach the tree for a closer look. The trunk looks like gray stone, but when I reach out to touch it, it feels like bark. What is more, it is warm to the touch, and I can feel life in it. Ruby says, "This thing is giving off a lot of mana. Do you think this is the reason the cavern is like it is?" Ruby says, "I think that would be a safe bet. Do you think it would be safe to eat the fruit?" Ruby says. Just then, a crack echoes through the room, and as I look back at the tree, I see a branch falling. I catch it purely out of reflex. It is heavier than I expected, and the branch has 2 fruits on it. "I think the tree wants us to eat them," Ruby says. "How can a tree want something?" Trees are living things, and with as much mana as this one gives off, it very well could be sentient. I pull one of the fruits from the branch in my hand and take a bite. As soon as the juice hits my tongue, I am in heaven. I quickly pull the other fruit free and toss it to Ruby as I take another bite of mine. I completely devour the fruit in just a few minutes. Consuming the fruit of the earth tree grants MP plus 100. Wow, a bonus from eating the fruit? So this thing is an earth tree? I reach out and touch the trunk again and try to convey my gratitude to the tree. Ruby says, "I gained mana from eating the fruit." Yeah, I did too. I think we should leave the tree in peace. We don't need anything else down here. Ruby says, "Okay, Master. I thought I told you to stop calling me Master." Ruby just smiles as she turns to follow me back into the tunnel. I stop close to the halfway point of the tunnel and look around until I spot the Armatite ore. I am going to do some mining, and then I'll head back to camp to do some crafting. You can go rest if you prefer. Ruby says, "Okay, just try not to get hurt this time." Ruby shifts to spirit form and zips into the amulet before I can think of a witty response. Shrugging, I lean the branch against the wall and grab my pickaxe and take my first swing at the cave wall. It only takes me about a half hour to mine out the Armatite ore. Ding, congratulations. Skill mining has progressed to level 9. Mining level 9 star R plus 9 end plus 4. You are adept at mining ore. It seems to be just enough ore to smelt into another bar. I gather it up, grab the branch from the tree, and head back to camp. At camp, I drop off the pickaxe and most of my weapons, then I take the ore and branch and head for the forge room. I place the ore into the crucible and put the branch aside with the pike haft from earlier. Ruby, I am going to need your help. Ruby says all right, and comes out of the amulet and takes human form. What are we doing this time? I need you to power up the forge to smelt the Armatite ore again. Ruby nods and moves to the back of the forge and places her hands on it. Suddenly, the forge erupts in blue flames and I jump back with a curse. Ruby says, "Sorry, I didn't know that would happen. It is okay. I should have known, but I didn't stop to think. It is fine to try it again." Ruby says, "Okay," and reactivates the forge. Once the blue flames settle down, I put the crucible into the forge. The Armatite ore melts a lot faster this time around. Within a few minutes, it is ready to be poured into the bar mold. Hiding congratulations. Skill Expert Blacksmith has progressed to level 12. Expert Blacksmith level 12, star plus 14 fire resist plus 14. You can craft expert level metal items. Once the ore is poured into the mold, I sit down on the stone bench to catch my breath. Just being near the forge is exhausting when it is running on blue flames. "Okay, it is done. You can stop now." Ruby lets the forge return to normal and comes to sit next to me. Ruby says, "So, now what? More crafting?" "No, not yet. How about we finish exploring the cavern first?" Ruby says, "Sure." Chapter 48. So I leave the bar to cool, and as Ruby follows me, I head back to camp and collect my weapons. Then we head back out to the big cavern. This time, when we enter, I start following the right-hand wall. As before, I take my time and count my steps so I can accurately update the map. Suddenly, Ruby exclaims and darts through the foliage on our left. I quickly turn and follow her, not wanting to get separated. I find her kneeling in front of a bush that is covered in so many red flowers it looks like it is on fire. Ruby says, "Isn't it beautiful?" "It is, but you just like it because it looks like it is on fire." Ruby says, "So what?" She reaches out to gently touch one of the flowers, and as she touches it, it turns blue like her hair. Then in a ripple effect, all the flowers on the bush change color as well. Now the bush looks like it is covered in blue flames. Ruby smiles and says, "Wow, it reacted to my touch." Yeah, I admit I wasn't expecting that. Ruby spends a few more minutes admiring the bush before we return to the wall and continue following it. We follow the wall for about 500 feet before we come to where the river comes out of the cave wall and flows towards the lake. I jump across the river, easily. Then look back at Ruby. She turns into her spirit form and flies over before returning to human form. We then continue along the wall. I keep hoping to spot more Armatite ore, while Ruby is more interested in all the various colors of flowers. We follow the wall all the way around the lake until we are standing at the edge above the pond. The waterfall feeds. By my count, we went about 9,000 feet from the river to here. I guess all that leaves is the lake itself. Ruby says, "Yeah, count me out of that. Swimming is all you." "Yeah, but I count on you to keep me from freezing to death afterwards," Ruby says. "So I am your personal heater. I can live with that." I laugh as I start taking off my weapons and armor. Once I am down to my shorts and black razor, I walk over to the lake and go wading in. It is not as cold as the river. I wonder if it is because of the tree? Ruby just shrugs and watches me wade deeper out until I can start swimming. I duck under and look around, not wanting to get surprised by another gator if there is one. Thankfully, all I see is normal fish. The blue glow from below is a little weird, though. I swim deeper for a better look. Then I realize it is the crystal ceiling of the cave the tree is in. I swim all the way around the lake, checking for anything interesting before returning to where Ruby is waiting. Hiding congratulations. Skill swimming has progressed to level 6. Swimming level 6, SDR plus 6, end plus 6, cold resist plus 6, hold breath, end stat x 2 minute. You are a strong swimmer. I walk out of the lake and shake off like a dog, spraying water everywhere and making Ruby laugh. She looks a little disappointed when I start putting my armor and weapons back on without having her warm me up. Ruby says, "Anything interesting in there?" Nope, nothing at all. So the only ways out of this cavern besides the tunnel we used are the rivers. I am fairly sure downstream goes to camp, so let's take a look at the river that feeds the lake. Ruby says, "Okay, you are the expert." Expert? Haha, I am really just making this up as I go along. Ruby says, "Well, that is reassuring." I just smile and shrug, and then lead the way back around the lake to where the river comes into the cavern. Approaching the river from this side, I notice there is a narrow ledge on the other side that I didn't see before, so I quickly jump across for a closer look. Ruby follows in spirit form as I see a piece of rusted metal sticking out of the wall, so I quickly move right to the edge of the river so I can get a better look. It is similar to a climbing spike and even has a tiny bit of rotted rope clinging to it. It looks like a long time ago someone strung a rope to hold onto as they followed the ledge along the river. Since the ledge looks to be about 6 inches wide, it would be very tricky for someone to follow it without something to hold onto. I stand there looking at the ledge and the river, debating whether to try following the ledge or just try to swim upriver. The current doesn't look too strong, so I can probably swim it, but it would be fairly tiring. The ledge, however, should be fairly easy for me with my claws. To test it, I extend the claws on my hand on push against the rock wall. It takes a bit of effort, but they are able to sink into the rock, giving me plenty of grip. That decided, I turn to look at Ruby, who is standing a few feet away watching me. I am going to try following this upriver. See where it goes. Ruby says, "Okay, I can follow in spirit form and provide a bit of light." That works. Just no laughing if I fall in the river, Ruby says. "No promises." Ruby turns into her spirit form and moves into the cave ahead of me to light the way. I start edging my way along the ledge, sinking my claws into the stone to give myself handholds. It is slow going, but after about 100 feet the ledge widens and I can move a bit faster. After another 200 feet or so, the ledge ends. I stop and look around in the blue light Ruby is giving off. I see that the river is bending, and there is a wide ledge on the other side. The problem is, it is about 20 feet away from where I am now, and the ceiling is fairly low. I know if I jump normally, I am going to hit my head on the ceiling and end up in the river. Not wanting to provide that particular amusement to Ruby, I squat down on the ledge and think the problem through. I could swim over to the other ledge, but swimming in my armor and weapons would not be easy. I can't take them off because I don't want to be unarmed in unexplored territory. After thinking about it for a minute, I crouch on all fours and try jumping across to the other ledge. Jumping from the lower position allows me to avoid hitting the ceiling. I make it to the other ledge, but end up smacking my face on the cave wall because I can't stop my momentum in time. When I stand up, I find this ledge is about 2 feet wide, enough for me to walk normally as long as I am careful. I follow the river for quite a while. I lose count of my steps, but I estimate I follow it for about 5,000 feet before the right side of the river opens up into a cave. The river continues on, but I jump across to explore this new cave first. Whiting, congratulations. You have completed a quest. Locate the Archmage. Find the Archmage's remains. 1 divided by 1 reward. 5 stat points. Not immediately seeing the remains that triggered the quest, I proceed cautiously into the cave. As I pass around the edge of a pile of rocks, I see ice. It is a huge block of ice in the middle of the cave, and there is something inside it. Ruby returns to human form and comes to stand beside me. Inside the ice, I can see human remains, and standing over it is some kind of wolf centaur-like creature. What is that thing? Ruby says, I have no idea. I've never seen anything like it. Dyndon, a new quest is available. Defeat the demon. Objective, kill the demon 0. Divided by 1 reward. Skill, teleport. Do you accept, Yun? Oh, great. A demon? Chapter 49? Ruby says demon. What is a demon? And how do you know? A demon in my world was a mythological being of pure evil. They are immensely powerful and can only be defeated by the greatest of weapons. And I know because I just got a quest to kill it. Ruby says, kill it? You mean it is not dead? Right then we both notice the eyes of the creature turn in our direction. Without discussing it, we both quickly step backwards around the rock pile until we are no longer in sight of the ice. Ruby says, You want to kill that? Want to? No, but I need to. That corpse at its feet is probably the Archmage. Ruby says, do you think we can kill it? No, not without some preparations, Ruby says. Like what? I am going to have to forge a sword that is capable of killing it, Ruby says. Can you? Maybe if I use the Armatite, Ruby says. You don't have enough mana for that. Not if I just use my own. But if I disenchant all those magic weapons we found in the armory, I might have enough. Ruby says, well, I will help however I can. I will be with you no matter what we face. Thank you, Ruby. Let's head back and I will get started. I am taking the fast way back, so you might want to return to the amulet. Ruby nods and zips into the amulet. And once she is safely tucked away, I jump into the river. Even with my armor and weapons weighing me down, it is fairly easy to swim along with the current. The river carries me swiftly all the way to the lake. Then, I swim across the lake and climb out next to the waterfall. I don't want to go over the waterfall and maybe get hurt. So I jump down next to the pond, then jump into the river again and ride it down to my camp. I climb out of the river at camp cold, but not too tired. I start up the fire and strip my armor and weapons off. Then I use the cleansing stone to dry myself. That done, I sit down by the fire and start cooking up some more beefsteaks. Ruby, care to join me for dinner? Ruby quickly comes out of the amulet and takes human form. She immediately sees the steaks and smiles. Ruby says, I would be happy to. We sit down together by the fire and enjoy our meal of beast steaks and mushrooms. As I eat, I plan out what I need to accomplish and what type of sword I want to try and make. You should probably go back to resting. I will need your help later. But first, I've got some boring stuff to do. Ruby says, okay, whatever you say, master, and smiles before disappearing into the amulet. I grumble a little at her as I get up and make my way to the forge room. I grab the 2 bars of Armatite and the crucible and set them down near the bench. Then I grab one of the pikes and lay it across my lap as I sit down to meditate. I position it so the head is over the crucible and lay one hand on the Armatite bar that is half gold. I quickly enter the inner world and turn my focus to the pike and start unraveling the mana set into it. When I open my eyes, the head of the pike has turned to steel dust and fallen into the crucible, and the gold on the bar has grown a little. I repeat this 8 more times with the remaining pikes. Then I smelt the dust into a couple of ingots and move on to the swords. By the time I have disenchanted 5 of the swords, the first Armatite bar is completely golden and won't accept any more mana. Whiting, congratulations. Skill Disenchanting has progressed to level 4. Disenchanting level 4, int +8 whiz +8 mana +40. You can remove an enchantment and recover 15% of the mana. Hiding, congratulations. You have gained a new ability. Superior Wisdom, gained for having Wisdom stat over 50. Superior Wisdom. Wisdom stat added to mana. I put the completed bar aside and begin working on the second bar. It takes all the remaining weapons and a couple of the suits of armor to fill the second bar. I also make 23 steel ingots during the process, which is good because I want to practice crafting the sword out of steel before I try with the Armatite. Before that, though, I want to make some new hammers specifically for folding. So I take a couple of the ingots and set about forging. It takes me a few tries to get the hammers just right. Now everything is ready for the forging, but I want to experiment with something, so I run back to camp and dig out the mortar and pestle I got ages ago from the goblins. I use it to grind the leftover crystal pieces from making Ruby's swords. I keep at it until they are reduced to a fine powder. As I hoped, even the individual grains give off a glow, meaning they contain mana. I plan to sprinkle the powder onto the steel during the folding to see what happens. Now that everything is ready, I summon Ruby. Ruby comes out and takes her human form. The first thing she notices is the 2 golden bars of Armatite ore. She picks one up and turns it this way and that, admiring it. Ruby says, wow, you really filled it with mana. Yeah, it took all of the weapons and almost half the armor, Ruby says. So, how can I help? What I need you to do other than powering the forge is maintain the temperature of the metal while I work on it. Ruby says, okay, I should be able to do that. It is okay. We are going to do a few practice runs with steel first, so any mistakes won't be a problem. Ruby says, Okay, I am ready. So I start forging my first Nodaki. It almost immediately goes wrong as the metal melts as I am trying to hammer it into shape. Ruby says, "Sorry. A little too hot, I guess." "It is okay. This is why we are practicing." I smile at her so she knows I am not mad and start over. It takes us 4 tries before I manage to forge the first Nodaki. Hiding congratulations. Skill Expert Blacksmith has progressed to level 13. Expert Blacksmith level 13 Styar, plus 16 fire resist plus 16. You can craft expert level metal items. Now that we have the technique down, I repeat the process and make another. But this time, each time I fold the metal, I sprinkle the crystal powder along the blade before it is folded. The second one comes out higher quality and enchantable, which is even better than I had hoped. Now we are ready for the real thing, I think. So I get the 2 Armatite bars and put them in the forge. "Okay, Ruby, power up the forge, please. Then we do everything else the same way." Ruby says, "Yes, Master. Here we go." The forge fires turn blue as Ruby powers it up and the 2 bars start glowing quickly. I watch closely as the colors change as the metal heats up, even though my face feels like it is getting a sunburn. Once I think it is the right color, I use the tongs to pull the bars out and start hammering them together and flattening them out. Then it goes back into the forge to make sure it melts together properly. After a few minutes, I pull it out and start shaping the metal into the length and shape I want. I sprinkle the entire thing with powder and then fold it. Ruby is concentrating totally to keep the temperature just right so I don't have to stop and reheat the metal. I manage to fold it 10 times before I run out of the crystal powder, so I finish the last fold and finish shaping the blade. Then I quickly quench the blade and take a look at it to check for flaws. It is beautiful and as near perfect as I can imagine. Ruby says, "It is a beautiful blade, but that was exhausting. I need to rest." "Go ahead. Thank you for your help and sleep well." Ruby says, "Try to remember to eat and rest." I don't really hear Ruby as I am already looking around trying to decide what to make the hilt and sheath out of. This is when I notice something odd. Earlier, I piled all the wooden shafts in a pile against the wall, but all that is there now is the branch from the tree. Did it absorb them? I walk over and pick it up. It feels heavier than I remember, but it is the perfect length to make a hilt and sheath out of it. So I sit down with my wood carving tools and start work. It goes so smoothly that I can't help but think the wood is helping me shape it. Fighting congratulations! Skill Woodworking has progressed to level 4. Woodworking level 4 AGI plus 4, you can make tools or structures from wood. Once the hilt is done, I attach it to the blade and activate Observe. Magic item folded Armatite Nodaki. Hit plus 10 damage plus 25 durability, 150 divided by 150 enchantable. Yes, grade, supreme grade. That should be the highest possible. Awesome. Now, I just hope my plan for enchanting it works out as well as the crafting did. Chapter 50. I finish carving the sheath and set it aside for now. I put the sword in my lap and enter the inner world. When I look at the sword with inner sight, it looks like it is made of mana. There are so many dots of mana that it is hard to separate them. This is definitely going to take a while, but I don't plan to do this quite the same way as I did Ruby's swords. I switch my attention to my own core and start chipping away at it. But this time, I collect the flakes that come off instead of letting them be absorbed by my body. Once I have what I consider a decent amount, I start moving them through my body to the tip of my finger, which is resting on the sword's hilt. Pulling the fragments out of my body hurts enough to make me scream, but I keep going until all the fragments are in the hilt of the sword. Core upgrade progress. 4% I get up and stretch before heading back to camp for some food and sleep. As far as I can tell, I was working for a couple of days at least. After eating and sleeping, I return to the forge room and resume meditation. I focus again on the sword and start carefully moving the fragments from my core together. Then I start moving the dots of mana to the same place one by one. My hope is to make the sword's core form around the fragments from mine and bind the sword to me. But for all I know, this will make it explode. The hours fly by as I move each dot of mana painstakingly to the center of the hilt. Hiding congratulations! Skill channeling has progressed to level 5. Channeling level 5 int plus 5 mana plus 50. You are experienced at channeling mana. It feels like days have passed by the time I am moving the final piece of mana to the hilt. When the last piece falls in place, there is a flash that blinds my inner sight for a few minutes. When I can look again, the core of the sword is complete, and mana veins have started growing on their own. The core is pure white and pulsing as I look at it. Now comes the dangerous part as far as I can tell. I focus on the core and cast a lightning bolt. MP. 656 divided by 716, no explosion. That is a good sign. I take a close look at the core and see just the tiniest flash of yellow, so I cast lightning bolt again and again. MP 536 divided by 716, guiding congratulations. Skill Lightning Bolt has progressed to level 3. Lightning Bolt level 3, MP cost 50. You throw a bolt of lightning that does 175 electric damage. When I check the core again, I can see a line of yellow in the white. It is working. I can make it a lightning sword. It seems it is just going to take a lot of lightning bolts for it to work. I cast lightning bolt 10 more times. MP 36 divided by 716 guiding. Congratulations. Skill Lightning Bolt has progressed to level 4. Lightning Bolt level 4 MP cost 50. You throw a bolt of lightning that does 200 electric damage. I grab a couple of pieces of enchanted armor and disenchant them to fuel another 20 lightning bolts. Tending congratulations. Skill Disenchanting has progressed to level 5. Disenchanting level 5. Int plus 10 whiz plus 10 mana plus 60. You can remove an enchantment and recover 20% of the mana. Hiding congratulations. An ability has evolved for having intelligence over 100. Superior intelligence has evolved into supreme intelligence. Supreme intelligence, you gain your intelligence stat as damage to magic attacks. When I check the core again, only about an eighth of it is yellow. I also notice the mana veins now go throughout the entire sword. I start to worry that it might complete enchanting itself before I make it lightning-based. So I start disenchanting things faster and blasting it with bolt after bolt. By the time I work through the remaining armor, I have cast another 50 lightning bolts into the core. Hiding congratulations. Skill Lightning Bolt has progressed to level 5. Lightning Bolt level 5 MP cost 40. You throw a bolt of lightning that does 225 electric damage. I am amazed that the sword is accepting all this magic damage and hasn't blown up. I am glad. But when I decided to try this, I never imagined it would take so many lightning bolts. When I check the core again, it seems to be about half yellow. I look around, but I have disenchanted everything that I had piled up from the armory, so I take the great axe and kite shield off my back and disenchant them as well. That gives me another 25 lightning bolts. But even with that, the core still isn't complete. So I go into normal meditation and meditate for 14 hours to refill my mana. MP 728 divided by 728, that gives me enough mana to cast Lightning Bolt another 18 times. If this core doesn't complete soon, I may end up evolving Lightning Bolt next. That is if it is a skill that can evolve. The core still isn't done, so again I meditate for 14 hours and then cast Lightning Bolt 18 times. Winding congratulations. Skill Lightning Bolt has progressed to level 6. Lightning Bolt level 6 MP cost 40. You throw a bolt of lightning that does 250 electric damage. When I check the core again, I am happy to see that it is almost all yellow with just a few spots of white. So I again meditate for 14 hours to refill my mana and start casting lightning bolts into the core one after another. After the 6th bolt, the sword suddenly erupts with lightning crawling up and down the blade. Dinding congratulations. Skill Enchanting has progressed to level 4. Enchanting level 4 int plus 8 whiz plus 4 chea plus 4, you can enchant items. I quickly check the core and find a ball of lightning with lines of lightning going all over the blade and hilt. I then drop out of meditation and use Observe on the sword. Greater magic item folded Armatite Lightning. Nodachi hit plus 20 damage plus 50 speed plus 5 on critical hit. Releases a lightning bolt into target. Durability 500 divided by 500. This sword requires a name. Do you wish to name it now? Yin, yes. Please state the name of this sword. Its name is Blitz. Greater magic item. Blitz hit plus 20 damage plus 50 speed plus 5 on critical hit. Releases a lightning bolt into target. Durability 500 divided by 500, yes. I've done it. I created a greater magic item and didn't kill myself. I pick up Blitz and hold it in both hands. I can feel the tingle of energy just from holding the hilt. I quickly move out into the cave outside the forge room and take a few swings with Blitz. It feels amazing. The balance is perfect, and swinging, it feels totally natural. Now, this is a demon-killing sword. Chapter 51. Ruby, come take a look. I did it. It is finished. Ruby comes out of the amulet, takes her human form, and looks at me standing there with Blitz in my hands. Lightning is still crawling up and down the blade, so it almost looks like I am just holding a lightning bolt in my hands at times. Ruby says, "Wow, that is an amazing-looking sword. Thanks. His name is Blitz." Ruby says, "Blitz. Isn't that a rather simple name? Shouldn't a sword like that have a grander name?" I walk over, pick up the sheath, and sheath Blitz and toss it to Ruby. "Try to draw the sword." She tries with all her strength, but the sword won't budge, so she tosses it back to me. I draw it easily and twirl it around before resheathing it. Ruby says, "What? It doesn't like me because I am a fire spirit?" "No. If I am right only, I will ever be able to draw it. In fact, it may blow up when I die. I am not sure." Ruby says, "Why? Before I tell you, no hitting." Ruby says, "That just means you did something stupid that I should hit you for. I used fragments of my core to make the core of the sword." Ruby says, "You what?" "You basically made the sword using your own soul." If my core represents my soul, then I guess yes. Which is why no one else but me should be able to use it." Ruby says, "Why would you do something so risky? That is insane. I should really hit you for that. I took risks, yes, but to make a sword that can kill a demon, the risks were worth it." Ruby says, "Can it? Kill the demon, I mean." "Well, I am fairly sure it can. Why don't we go find out?" Ruby says, "Right now? You look like you are about to fall over." I stop and take stock of myself. To be honest, I do feel fairly worn out and very hungry. A few days probably passed while I was enchanting Blitz. Okay, maybe after some food and rest. Ruby smirks as she follows me back to camp. I quickly cook up the last of the meat from the bird thing, and we share it before we both go to our rest. When I wake up, I am fairly sure at least a day has passed. I catch some fish to cook up for breakfast. After I eat, I get my armor and weapons ready and then set off for the cavern. The longest part is navigating the ledge back up the river, but eventually I get back to the cave where the demon is. I tap the amulet to let Ruby know it is time to come out. She does, and quickly takes human form. Ruby says, "So, what is the plan?" Hold on, let me look around first. I walk past the pile of rocks, and again take a look at the block of ice containing the demon. I then walk all the way around the ice looking at the rest of the cave and the terrain we will be fighting on. I also take a good long look at the demon. Its lower body is that of a very large wolf, where the head would normally be instead is a human torso covered in fur, with a head that looks like a mix of wolf and human. With 4 legs, it will probably be very fast. Its upper body is also heavily muscled, so it could be very strong. This is not going to be an easy fight. I walk back over to Ruby as I am thinking of a plan. Ruby says, "It is so creepy the way its eyes keep following you." Yeah, I've been trying to ignore that. I think I have the plan figured out. Ruby says, "Okay, I am listening. I want you on top of these rocks. We will both hit the ice with fireballs to melt it. I will be on the opposite side of the cave. When it is free, I will draw its attention. I want you to use a firebolt to see if the blue flames hurt it. If they do, stay up there and hit it until you run out of mana. If they don't, then you can use your swords. But be careful. I think it will be very fast." Ruby says, "That is it. That is the best plan you could come up with." Yeah, considering I know very little about the abilities it may have. We will have to adapt on the fly, so a big, complex plan is basically useless. Ruby says, "It would make me feel better. Trying to stick to a plan could also get us killed." Ruby says, "Okay. Okay, I get it. Let's just get this over with. Right. Oh yeah, aim high with a fireball. If we torch the remains, this is pointless." Ruby says, "Got it." Ruby starts climbing the pile of rocks, and I move to the other side of the room. I move until I can just see Ruby around the block of ice. I take a last careful look around, checking for anything that could trip me up. Then I look back to check on Ruby. When I see that she is on top of the pile of rocks, I ready my fireball spell. Once the spell is ready, I look at Ruby and see that she has hers ready as well. I aim for the top half of the ice block, then nod at Ruby. We both release our fireballs at the ice block. When the flames clear away, I am surprised to see that the ice hasn't changed at all. Ruby yells, "Now what?" I wave at Ruby and sit down to meditate and take a look with inner sight. What I see is a staggering amount of mana swirling around inside the ice. No wonder the fireballs had no effect. When I open my eyes, Ruby is sitting in front of me. There is so much mana in that ice that I don't think anything we can hit it with would scratch it. Ruby says, "So, then what do we do?" The only thing that comes to mind is I am going to have to disenchant the ice. Ruby says, "Won't that much mana kill you?" Maybe, if I did it all at once probably. I need to study it for a while first, before I do anything. Ruby says, "I think that is the first smart thing you have said since we first saw that thing." Haha, just guard me while I study this thing. Ruby says yes. "Oh, wise and powerful master." Chapter 52. I told you not to call me master, and I can do without the sarcasm too. I re-enter my meditation before Ruby can respond and turn my focus to the mana within the ice. After a bit of study, I can tell there are two different types of mana, and they are fighting. One is trying to keep the demon locked in, which means the other is the demon's mana. If it can use mana, this is going to be an even harder fight than I thought. The problem is, the mana is all in constant motion. There is no set structure for me to take apart. The only thing I can think of is to try to absorb the mana a chunk at a time until it weakens enough for the ice to break. I just have to figure out what to do with all that mana so it doesn't make my head explode or something. Well, first, I should probably empty my mana so I have room to absorb some of what I take from the ice. Maybe now is a good time to finally finish working on my mana veins. I've been meaning to for a while now. So I turn my focus inward and take a look at my body. Right now, my mana veins just go every which way with no structure at all. After what I have learned from enchanting weapons, I need to redo most of it. So it is more like a tree sprouting from my core, with big branches to areas and then little branches off those. I quickly get to work. What I wasn't expecting is how much it hurts to remove the old veins. I power through the pain and work until my mana hits 0. Then I switch focus to the ice and reach in and grab a small chuck and pull it into my body. The mana tries to resist me, but my will proves to be stronger. As soon as the mana enters my body, pain shoots throughout my being. Core upgrade progress. 6%. Ow, that hurts. I quickly burn off some mana by adding to my mana veins. After a while, the pain stops. What just happened? When I pulled the mana in, about 10% of it disappeared, and somehow my core upgrade improved. But I didn't feel the mana go into my core. And why would mana going into my core improve it? I wake myself from meditation and look around. I spot Ruby off to the side practicing with her swords. "Did you just get a rush of mana from me?" Ruby stops and says, "No, I didn't feel anything." Why? Some of the mana I pulled from the ice vanished, and I am trying to figure out why. Ruby says, "Well, I do know your sword is glowing." I quickly draw Blitz and take a look. Sure enough, the blade is glowing. So the sword absorbed some of the mana I took. I drop back into meditation and take a close look at Blitz's core. Sure enough, there is a slight improvement. So the sword's core can upgrade too. That is interesting. Is it normal for a weapon's core to be able to upgrade? Ruby laughs and says, "A weapon having a core isn't normal at all. How should I know what it can do?" Okay, you have a point. But as my familiar, I should be able to channel mana to you, right? Ruby says yes. It should be possible. Why? I want you to burn off all your mana then. When I next take a chunk from the ice, I want to channel some into you so I don't overfill. Ruby says, "All right. What do you want me to do?" "Just throw fireballs at the ice until you are out of mana. Then come sit over here and hold my hand." Ruby smiles and says, "Sure." Then proceeds to throw 5 fireballs at the ice. Ruby comes over and sits very close next to me and takes my hand in both of hers. It takes me a minute to fight off the distraction and enter my meditation. Once I can focus, I grab another chunk of mana and fight it free. The pain when I absorb it is a lot less with Ruby to take the overflow. I burn the mana by adding to my mana veins and then grab another chunk. I repeat this process 3 more times. Core upgrade progress. 9% Tunding congratulations. An ability has leveled up. Magic body level. To all street ATS plus 10 horsepower plus 10 hours spaben tendantun. Congratulations. An ability has evolved. For having endurance over 100, superior endurance has evolved into supreme endurance. Base HP increases from 250 to 500. With that, my mana veins are complete. I stop and exit my meditation and look at Ruby. "How are you feeling?" Ruby says. "Pretty tired, to be honest." "Yeah, me too. Let's get some rest and continue tomorrow." Ruby says, "Okay, but at least we are making progress." "Huh." Ruby points at the ice. After looking for a minute, I notice it. A small trickle of water. The ice has started to melt. Ruby returns to the amulet to rest, and I make the long trip back to camp to eat and sleep. I return the next day after breakfast. But before I summon Ruby, I think about what else I can do with all this mana, now that my veins are complete. I can work on upgrading my core, but I could also do some enchanting. The problem is, I don't really have anything I can enchant. My armor isn't high enough quality and I don't have any more armatite to make anything, so I guess working on my core is my only option. With that decided, I wake up Ruby, and she quickly joins me sitting in front of the ice. "All right, same thing as before." Ruby says, "Yes, master," and takes my hand in hers. I enter my meditative state and look out at the ice from the inner world. I grab a chunk of mana and force it to cross over into my body. I channel what I can't handle to Ruby, and then I start working on my core with the rest. Core upgrade progress. 10% MP plus 100 more mana. That is a nice bonus. So, if I fully upgrade my core, I get at least 1,000 more mana. I could become a decent mage at that point. I stop wool gathering and grab another chunk of mana and repeat the process. After 4 more times, I hit 15%. Core upgrade progress. 15%, everything is going great. The ice is weakening, and I am improving my core. Then, I make a mistake. I don't pay enough attention when I am grabbing mana, and I pull a chunk of the demon's mana into my body. Chapter 53. Instantly, pain racks my body. I try to force the mana back out, but I am unable to. I can't even channel the overload to Ruby. I drop out of meditation and curl up in the fetal position as wave after wave of pain roars through me. I can feel Ruby's hands on my back as she tries to figure out what is wrong with me. I am sure she is saying something, but I can't hear anything over the pounding in my head. "Hiding congratulations. Skill pain resist has progressed to level 6. Pain resist level 6. You feel 60% less pain. Physical damage reduced by 6%. I think without that skill, this would actually kill me. Right now, death would be a relief. I can't tell if it takes minutes or hours. It feels like forever before the pain finally starts to fade. As my senses return, the first thing I feel is that Ruby has wrapped herself around me as much as she can. Now I am glad I didn't die. Being held by her feels wonderful. Ruby says, "Master. Can you hear me, Master?" "Ah, yes, I can now." Ruby says, "What happened? Are you all right?" I accidentally grabbed some of the demon's mana. It didn't agree with me. Ruby says, "You really had me worried. For a minute your eyes were glowing red." What? They were. I check myself out real quick, but relax when I find no damage and no permanent changes. There is no trace of the demon's mana inside me that I can find. Well, I am fine now. I even feel fairly good now that the pain is gone. Ruby says, "Well, as long as you are okay, just don't do that again." Trust me, I don't plan to. I stand up and stretch. I do my best to work out the kinks from being in the fetal position for so long. Then I sit back down and prepare to enter meditation. Ruby says, "What? You are going to continue? Shouldn't you rest first?" "No, I am fine. I want to get this done." Not wanting to hear any more cautions or that I am being stupid, I enter my meditation before Ruby can say anything. I float in the inner world, waiting till I see the channel to Ruby go live so I can start working. But instead, she appears floating next to me in the inner world. I had forgotten she can do that when she is in the amulet. Ruby says, "You are an idiot. You are rushing into a fight against a creature you know nothing about. I know a lot about demons in theory, and if there was a way to learn more before fighting it, I would take the time. But there isn't. We know as much as we can know already. We will only learn more by fighting it." Ruby says yes. But why rush? Rest up first. You just went through a lot of pain. Yes, the demon's mana hurt, but it was just pain. It didn't do anything to me and I feel fine. Resting won't make any difference. Ruby says, "Why do I feel like your pain means more to me than it does to you? I've told you how I died in my last life, right? Pain is basically an old friend of mine. I am used to it at this point." Ruby says, "That makes me very sad. So your pain really doesn't matter to you?" No, not really. I mean, while it is happening, yes, it hurts, but once it is gone, I quickly forget about it. In my world, we had a saying, anything that doesn't kill you just makes you stronger. And it is true, pain can teach you things. Ruby says, "Like what?" "Like, don't do that again, stupid. It hurts." Ruby laughs and says, "So, you admit you are stupid. I have my moments." Ruby says, "These moments seem to happen fairly frequently." Yeah. Can we get back to work now?" Ruby says. "I guess so, since you won't listen to me and rest anyway." Before I can respond, she disappears, and shortly I sense the connection open between us, meaning she is holding my hand and ready to accept mana. I turn my attention to the block of ice, but before I can grab a chunk, I see a problem. The two manas are now swirling more furiously and are much more intermixed. I doubt I can grab a chunk without getting some of the demon's mana. Oh well, like I told Ruby, it is just pain. So I grab a chunk of mana and pull it into myself. The demon's mana causes me some pain, but not enough to break my concentration, so I go back to working on my core. Core upgrade progress. 17%. Each time I grab a chunk of mana, the demon's mana hurts me less. That is worrying me just a little. I can't really stop now, though. If I leave it like this, the demon will escape sometime soon. If it isn't killed, it will cause all sorts of chaos if anything I know about demons is true. Since I am the one weakening its prison, anything it does would be my fault. I have to kill it. So I keep grabbing and absorbing chunks of the mixed mana. Core upgrade progress. 20% MP plus 100. I am happy to see the progress on my core, so I reach for another chunk, and that is when it all goes horribly wrong. Even in my meditation, I hear the ice shatter and a thunderous roar. But that isn't what worries me the most. All the remaining mana in the ice is rushing into me like water from a dam that just broke. It is way too much mana for me to handle. And I know for a fact if I don't do something right now, it is going to kill me. Chapter 54. I already know I can't channel the mana into Ruby, and if I try to hold it in me, I will die for sure. I can only think of one other option. And with no time to spare for second thoughts, I immediately start channeling all the mana into Blitz and Black Razor. I quickly realize I am only channeling the Archmage's mana, but can't spare any attention to try and figure out what happened to the demon's mana. I am in quite a bit of pain, but ignore it as best as I can, and just keep shoving mana out of me as fast as I can. Everything goes black for a second, and when I blink my eyes open, I find myself lying against the far wall of the cave. I can hear sounds of fighting. Ruby needs me. I push myself to my feet and find my left hip hurts. I look down to find my flesh burned, and Torn and Black Razor is not there. A quick look around shows no sign of it. I guess it couldn't handle the mana and exploded. That must be how I ended up unconscious and against the cave wall. I shake the thoughts from my head and look for Ruby. I see her dodging the demon's attacks, but she is being pushed back and is about to run out of room. I charge towards the demon, ignoring the pain from my hip. I draw Blitz, glad to see that it is intact. I don't even have time to wonder why the lightning is black now. I rush at full speed at the demon. I am hardly making a sound, but somehow the demon senses me and starts to turn towards me. I hit the demon at full speed and bury Blitz to the hilt in the side of its wolf body. I bounce back and rip Blitz out and throw myself backwards. I see the demon's hand coming towards me. I am almost out of reach as it passes my face. Just one claw lightly hits the left side of my face. Suddenly, my vision is half gone. My left eye stops working. I hit the ground on my back and roll backwards to my feet. I can see the demon is bleeding where I hit it with Blitz. At least I can hurt it. It has a few other shallow wounds that are bleeding a little. Those must be from Ruby. The demon is suddenly right in front of me and swinging its right hand down at me with claws out. I dodged to my right to avoid it, but it was a feint. I completely fell for it and don't even realize it until its left fist hits me in the chest. You have suffered a slam attack. Damage 372 horsepower. HP 83 divided by 1,255. I hear a loud crunch, and I fly back until I hit the cave wall. I feel like I just got hit by a truck. My chest armor is lying in lots of little pieces between me and the demon. And from the pain when I managed to pull in a breath, I think I have some broken ribs. I look up to see the demon coming towards me. I still have Blitz in my hand, so I struggle to my feet. If I am going to die, I will die fighting. Suddenly, the demon is engulfed in blue flames. With a roar, it turns around to face Ruby. I can't leave her to face it alone. I force myself to straighten up and start walking towards the demon. I really need to hit it and move out of range before it hits me again. Dash. Insufficient mana. Asterisk. What? How can that be mana? MP 0 divided by 0. What? How can that be? What have I done to myself? No time. Have to focus. I start moving faster towards the demon. It is going to sense me and start to turn around again. It turned to it is right last time, so I angle towards it as left as I build up speed. As I hoped, when I get close enough, it starts to turn to it is right. So I run at full speed, right past its back legs. As I pass, I swing Blitz, slashing across the back of both. It is back legs. It lets out a roar and jumps away from me. I skid to a stop next to Ruby. Hi, Ruby says. Don't. Hi me, you lunatic. Where have you been? Sorry, I took an unexpected nap. You okay? Ruby says. Not dead, but not doing so hot either. Look out. It is coming back. I look up to see the demon moving towards me. It seems to be moving slower, which is good. I start moving to my right while Ruby moves the opposite direction. The demon stays focused on me. Guess I pissed it off. I stop moving and crouch and let it come to me. Right as it gets in range to attack me, I see a flash of blue pass behind it as Ruby hits its already wounded legs. It roars, rears up, and starts to twist around to go after Ruby. Seeing an opening, I launch myself as hard as I can straight at the thing. I slash Blitz across its chest right before I slam into it with my shoulder. It goes over backwards with me on top of it. I jump clear as it crashes to the ground and hit the ground in a roll to make sure I am far enough away when I come back to my feet. The demon is just getting back to its feet as I stand and turn to face it. I can't see Ruby, but I don't want to take my eyes off the demon to look for her. I see the demon take a deep breath, and even as I see the glow forming in it is open mouth. I am throwing myself into a dive to my left. I feel the intense heat behind me as the demon breathes a cone of hellfire at where I was a second ago. I hear a female scream as I roll back to my feet and immediately charge the demon. Ruby? Ruby says. I am all right. I've just never been burned before. It surprised me. Hearing Ruby's answer, I am relieved as I charge in at the demon, which is still spewing hellfire. I notice it has its eyes closed to protect them from the glare of the flames. This is my best chance. I charge in under it and slide under it as wolf body. I slash up across its stomach as I slide out the other side and roll back to my feet. I run a few steps before turning to see where the demon is. Big mistake. It is right behind me and I am about to get trampled. Luckily, with its injured legs, I am just slightly faster and manage to stay just out of reach. The problem now is I am running right at a wall and don't have much room to maneuver. If I try to turn, it will be able to hit me. The cave is mostly round, so the walls are curved. Guess I will try something stupid. I hit the wall at full speed and run straight up it. I do okay right up until the entire wall shakes from the demon running into it. I manage to push off enough that I fall to the floor behind the demon. Chapter 55. Hitting the floor reminds me that I have broken ribs. It takes me a couple of seconds before I can take a breath. I look up to see the demon staggering. Where he hit the wall is dented and cracked. Despite the extra pain, I roll away from the demon a few times before I struggle to my feet. As I am standing, a blue fireball flies past me and slams into the demon. The demon roars in pain and staggers into the wall again. It is still bleeding where I have managed to cut it, so we are wearing it down for sure. Now the question is, who will run out of stamina first? Us or the demon? The demon turns and faces us as Ruby steps up next to me. I smile at her and she smiles back. Then we both turn to face the demon. I really wish I could hit it with a couple of lightning bolts right about now. Guess we do it the hard way. I charge straight at the demon. As it moves to attack me, I feint right then dodge left. As I move, I turn my dodge into a dive to get under the claws swinging at me. It saw through my feint. As I thought, this thing is much more experienced in combat than I am. I just barely managed to dodge the attack, but it takes 2 hits from Ruby, who attacked from the other side, while it was focused on me. As it turns to go after Ruby, I managed to get a hit in on its side before having to dodge away. Ruby and I manage a few more hits by playing tag with it from either side. Then it gets tired of the game and tries to fry us both with its hellfire breath again. I dive behind what is left of the ice to avoid the flames. The heat is intense. The ice melts quickly, but it lasts long enough to protect me from the flames. Once the flames fade away, I jump back to my feet, only to see an arrow of fire heading my way. I dive to the side to dodge it, but it turns and follows me. You have suffered a magic fire attack. Damage 104 horsepower, HP 779 divided by 1,255 fire resist plus 1. Ow! It can use magic too. Not fair, Ruby yells. Stop complaining and figure out how to kill this thing. What do you think I've been trying to do? Ruby yells, try harder. Try harder, she says. That is helpful. I need to figure out a way to get a couple of solid hits on it. Maybe if I can cut it deep enough it will bleed out, or if I can cut an arm or leg off and limit its combat ability. I need to do something to swing the odds in our favor, or I am afraid we won't win this fight. The only way I can see to get a good hit in is to take a hit in return. I am not fast enough to hit the demon and get away unscathed. I decide to go for an arm. If I can take one of its arms without losing mine, that should put the odds in our favor. So I let Ruby distract him and wait for the right timing. I charge at the demon. It turns its attention to me, but I keep going straight at it. It feints with its right and hits me with the claws of his left hand. Instead of dodging, I take the hit straight on. You have suffered a claw attack. Damage 338 horsepower. HP 441 divided by 1,255 as its claws are raking across my chest. I bring Blitz down on the elbow of the demon's left arm. The demon roars as I go flying backwards, and the lower half of its left arm flies the other way as its blood sprays out. It proves itself smarter than I expected as it cauterizes the stump to stop the blood loss. It then turns and looks at me, and I can see nothing but pure hatred in its eyes. It is definitely coming after me, and I can maybe take one more hit. I hope you have a plan, because I just really pissed it off. Ruby doesn't respond, and the demon starts charging at me. A quick look around shows I don't really have anywhere to run. If I can get past it, I can either climb the pile of rocks or try diving into the river. First, I have to get past it, so I set myself and wait for it to reach me. As it is charging at me, I see Ruby dart in from the side and spin. As she spins, she hits its back left leg several times as it is passing by her. The demon stumbles and starts falling towards me. I am moving to jump out of the way when suddenly a large blue kite shield is floating in the air between me and the demon. The demon hits the shield with a thunderous crash, but the shield just barely holds and the demon bounces back and falls to its side. Nice work, Ruby. Ruby yells, stop congratulating me and kill it. I am moving to do just that, even as she says it. I dart in and swing Blitz at the demon's neck with all my might, but it manages to bring what is left of its left arm up and block the killing strike. Then I feel one of its wolf legs connect with my stomach, and I go flying. You have suffered a kick attack. Damage 103 horsepower. HP 338 divided by 1,255. My back slams into the cave wall, shortly followed by my head. My helm keeps me from being knocked out, but I am seeing stars for a few seconds. I shake my head a few times to clear it. And when I look up, the demon is up and charging at Ruby. I drag myself to my feet despite the aches and pains and set off after the demon. As I am running after it, I see Ruby make the same mistake I did. She feints one way, then dodges the other. I watch helplessly as the demon's fist catches Ruby in the head, and with an explosion of blue sparks, Ruby disappears. No! Ruby! Chapter 56. All I feel is a burning rage as I see Ruby disappear. I charge even faster towards the demon and leap at it before it can turn to face me. I ram Blitz into the back of its upper body and push it all the way through before my shoulder slams into the demon. The demon spins in place and sends me flying again. But Blitz is still lodged in its body. I spin and roll in the air and land on my feet facing the demon as it is reaching behind itself with its remaining arm to try and pull Blitz out. I rush at the demon again and jump onto its back. I grab the arm reaching for Blitz and plant my feet on its shoulder and pull. I put my whole body into it and pull at the arm with all my strength. Crack! Asterisk, I release the demon's now broken arm and get my feet under me. Then, as the demon is roaring in pain, I grab its shoulder and pull myself up and sink my teeth into the side of its neck. The demon's blood floods into my mouth. It tastes bitter and burnt. Yet while it is disgusting at the same time, it is somehow satisfying. The demon reaches back with its broken arm and grabs me. It tears me free, losing a chunk of its shoulder and neck in the process. It rears up like a horse and throws me. This time, instead of throwing me at the wall, it throws me straight down. I have no time to get my feet under me and hit the ground with stunning force. And before I can roll away, it stomps down with both front feet, hitting me in the chest and stomach. You have suffered a stomp attack. Damage 356 horsepower. HP 1 divided by 1,311 fending. Congratulations. Skill Tenacity has progressed to level 4. Tenacity level 4 end plus 8 horsepower, plus 25% your strong willpower allows you to resist death. I reflexively swallow the chunk of flesh in my mouth as I am hit. Not missing the opportunity, I grab the leg on my chest and crane my neck forward to bite into it. I feel the bone crack and break under my jaws as I bite as hard as I can. The demon howls in pain and leaps away, leaving the lower half of its leg behind. It lands badly on 3 legs, all of which have injuries. As it stumbles, I spring up to my feet and flex my hands. My claws spring out and extend further than I knew they could. I crouch and spring at the demon, moving too fast for it to react before I hit it in the chest and dig in my claws. As it is roaring in pain, I pull myself up until we are eye to eye, and then I use Lion's Roar. I smile when I see the blood start dripping from its ears. I let myself drop to the ground, raking my claws down its chest and stomach as I do. I quickly leap back to dodge as the demon swings its arm at me. At this point, I could let the demon bleed out and die from the wounds, but that wouldn't satisfy the rage boiling inside me. So again, I charge at it. I act like I am leaping for his chest again, but when it brings its arm up in defense, I instead tackle his remaining front leg. Crack! As my full weight hits at the demon's knee folds backwards, and I have to quickly roll away to avoid the demon landing on me. Now the demon can't stand and its movements have gotten slower, probably from blood loss. I start darting in and out, making it keep moving and occasionally getting a swipe in with my claws. It takes a few minutes to finally get the chance I wanted. I duck under the slow swipe of its arms and rake my claws across its throat as I pass in front of it. It immediately covers its throat with its hand to stem the flow of blood. I circle around and run up its back while it is trying to hold its throat together. I reach around and grab its chin with one hand and the back of its head with the other. Then I twist as hard as I possibly can. Crack! Asterisk with that, the demon is finally dead. It slumps forward and lies prone beneath me. I take a huge breath and let out a roar containing all of my rage, hatred, sadness, and anguish. The roar goes on until I have no breath left in my body. Then I collapse to my knees atop the demon and grab the amulet on my chest with both hands as I cry tears of loss. Unbeknownst to me, my roar reverberates up through the stone. It travels all the way up to the capital city. Everyone in the city hears the roar for several minutes. They all feel the small earthquake that the roar sets off as well, including the king. Ruby whispers I am not dead, but it is good to know you care this much. Ruby! Ruby whispers I am a spirit, remember? My physical body is made of energy. So you are okay? Ruby whispers, well, I wouldn't say okay, but alive. It will take me a few days to recover my energy. I am just glad you are alive. I wipe my tears away as a smile forms on my face. Ruby is alive. I can feel her now that I am paying attention. She is already fast asleep. Somehow. I doubt she will forget that I was crying, and I am sure I will hear about it later. I wearily climb to my feet, the silly smile still on my face. I finally realize I am still on top of the demon, and I see Blitz's hilt standing up from its back a foot away from me. I reach out and grab the hilt to draw Blitz out of the demon's body. As my hand touches the hilt, a massive darkness swells up and engulfs me. Chapter 57. In the forest of Fang's Princess Amercy's POV, I stand waiting with Zamart and Alexa. I see one of the scouts approaching. This should be the news we have been waiting for ever since I sent out the messages to the other kingdoms. Scout says, Princess, the army has entered the forest. How many are they? Scout says, 5,000 foot soldiers, 1,000 cavalry. Alexa says, that is more than we were expecting. Guess your father is serious. Zamart says more importantly, are they using the path? Scout says, yes, Lord Mage. Zamart says, good. Then at least all that effort moving plants around wasn't wasted. All right, we follow the plan. Let's begin! Alexa walks off yelling orders to our troops. The scout hurries after her. I turn and look at Zamart only to see him smiling. You think our odds of winning are that good? Zamart says, no, Princess, it is not that. I am ashamed to say I am excited. It has been over 50 years since I threw a spell in combat. Don't worry. You have earned the right to enjoy yourself a little. Between the mages you recruited from among your old apprentices and the new mages you have trained among the rebels, you have contributed a lot to the coming battle. Zamart chuckles and says, not to mention the weeks I spent preparing the forest for the enemy. Yes, I know how much work you put into that, and trust me, my friend, I am very grateful, Zamart says. Ahem. Yes, well, I should join the other mages. Things will be starting soon. Stay safe, Zamart. There is still a lot for us to do after this battle. Zamart says, don't remind me. You take all the fun out of things. I share a laugh with Zamart before he heads over to join his mages. I walk slowly and confidently towards where my horse is waiting. With all the troops watching me, I can't afford to show any sign of nerves or worry. I am just glad that all the speeches and morale boosting are over and done with. Now, all that is left for me to do is lead the cavalry into the fight. We have 50 cavalry and just over 1,000 foot troops. We are heavily outnumbered. Our advantage lies in the terrain and our mages. The enemy is going to face several traps and ambushes before we face them head on. Even if half of the enemy die in the traps, we will still be outnumbered about 3 to 1. I sit on my horse racking my brain trying to think of anything we can do to improve the odds. We have been plotting and planning for this for weeks. I don't come up with anything new before I hear Alexa shouting orders for the foot troops to move out. Shortly, Alexa walks over and mounts her horse and rides up next to me. We both watch the foot soldiers march out. I try to make eye contact with as many as I can to give them one last bit of encouragement. Even if the battle goes well, a lot of them are going to die today, and I feel responsible for all of them. Alexa says, the reports were accurate. The new knight commander is an idiot. Ravios, wasn't it? Alexa says, yeah, that is it. He is even dumber than Tarek was. They hit the first traps and just keep marching straight down the path. What about their scouts? Alexa says. All eliminated. They are marching blind. So Zamart's plan is working. Alexa says, so far exactly as planned. How many have they lost so far? Alexa says, it is hard to get an accurate count, but I would guess at least 500 so far. That is better than we expected, isn't it? Alexa says, yes, but don't get your hopes up. They brought more than we expected, so higher numbers are not as helpful as you might think. If Ravios is as stupid as reported, and he marches straight through the worst we have, what do you think our odds are? Alexa sighs and says, even if he takes the maximum casualties, I'd still say our odds of winning are about 20%. That bad, Alexa says. Yes, Princess. Even at even numbers, we would be in trouble. Our soldiers, while brave, are mostly farmers with what little training we could give them. I try not to let my disappointment show as I go back to watching the soldiers march to their positions. At least with the equipment purchased in Ilium, our troops are as well outfitted as the king's army. If only we had had more time to prepare and train them, another few months would have made a huge difference. As the last of the foot troops pass, another scout comes running back to report. It takes him a minute to catch his breath before he can speak. Scout says, "Commander!" The enemy sent out flanking squads to try and keep our archers at bay. Alexa says, "He split his forces. This Ravios really is an incompetent idiot." Scout says, "The squads were eliminated. Estimated enemy losses are around 2,000. Excellent. You may get some water and then rejoin your squad." The scout bows to me and runs off. I can see the wheels turning as Alexa re-examines our plans. After a minute, she smiles and shakes her head. "What?" Alexa says, "If I had known earlier, there is a lot we could have changed. But at this point, it is too late to use the information." "You can't think of anything," Alexa says. "Not that we can implement before the fighting starts. We should take our position now." I nod at Alexa and nudge my horse into motion. Alexa stays beside me, and the 50 other riders follow right behind us. We are the center of the formation for the battle. Our job will be to countercharge their cavalry. We stop when we reach the edge of the clearing where the battle will take place. This clearing didn't exist 2 weeks ago. Somehow, Zamart used magic to move the trees and bushes to make it just for this battle. I am about to ride into the open when I hear running footsteps behind me. I turn in the saddle to see one of the mages run up panting. He is out of shape and obviously not used to running. I have to wait for him to catch his breath enough to speak. Mage says, "Zamart says to stay at the edge of the woods visible to the enemy, but not in the clearing." Alexa says, "What? Why, we can't form up the troops in the trees." Mage says, "He just said to say stay out of the clearing." Alexa sighs and rides off to spread the word to the troops. I signal the rider behind me to ride the other way, then I ride forward a little more until I am at the very edge of the clearing. The minutes seem like hours as I wait for the enemy to appear. I have never seen a real battle before, and now the waiting is torture. I want nothing more than to turn and ride away and take all my people to safety. I don't want to lead them into battle and have their deaths on my hands. Just as the waiting is about to make me scream, something shiny catches my eye on the opposite side of the clearing. A rider in armor just came out of the trees. He is soon joined by another and another. Soon around 200 riders are lining up facing me across the clearing. Then the foot soldiers start coming out and forming up, and I can't stop myself from counting as they do. 200, then 4, then 8. Soon I pass 2,000 in my count. It seems that between 2,500 and 3,000 foot have survived and are ready to fight. I am about to give the order to charge when I remember what the mage said. So instead, I sit and wait, even though it makes me want to scream in frustration. Then I notice it getting darker, and I look up. The sky, which was clear and blue moments ago, is now covered by black clouds. A rumble draws my eyes back down. The enemy is advancing into the clearing. If we don't get in formation, we won't stand a chance. But I trust Zamart, so I sit and I wait. Then I see a bright spot fall to the ground in the clearing. I am confused as I look up and see dots of light falling from the clouds. Chapter 58. In the Forest of Fangs, Princess Amercy's peeby eyes stare up, trying to figure out what is going on. Then I hear the first scream. I quickly look in the direction it came from, and I see an enemy soldier covered in flames. He is spinning around, trying to beat out the fire as he screams. I soon see more of the dots of light drift down and set soldiers afire when they hit them. It is fire. It is raining fire. I didn't know such magic was even possible. The rain is increasing as well, but it is only falling within the clearing. This has to be Zamart's doing. Many of the enemy soldiers have stopped and are hunkered down beneath their shields. Only a few so far have actually caught on fire, but their formations are broken, and the cavalry's horses are going insane. I want to give the signal to charge them now, but even my soldiers won't follow me into a rain of fire, so again I am forced to wait. I watch as several of the cavalry are thrown as their horses bolt for the safety of the forest. One poor horse goes running off with its tail on fire, and its rider bouncing along a few feet behind it with his foot caught in the stirrup. I start getting ready to move as I notice the rain lessening, but then I see a larger chunk of fire fall to the ground. It explodes when it hits, sending about a dozen soldiers flying. Several of them do not get back up. Over the next 5 minutes, several dozen of these explosions occur, and then suddenly silence reigns. I look up to see the clouds breaking up and patches of blue sky showing through. I ride forward and give the signal for our troops to form up. I can see Alexa doing the same off to my right. I look back and forth until I see everyone in formation and ready to go. Charge! I yell at the top of my lungs. I ride forward at a trot. I don't want the cavalry to outpace the foot troops too much. Alexa gallops her horse across the clearing to return to my side. Together we form the point of the spear. The enemy is gathering ahead of us but hasn't managed to get into formation by the time we close the distance. When we are 50 feet away, I draw my sword and urge my horse into a gallop. The noise when we impact with the enemy is deafening. I never imagined anything could be so loud. I am swinging my sword left and right as I cut a path deeper into the enemy cavalry. Our momentum is soon spent and the battle degenerates into a melee. I can't see anything beyond a few feet away. Alexa is guarding my back, and I am fighting fiercely just to hold my ground. It is impossible to move forward with so many enemies pressing in. I need to buy myself some breathing space, or I am going to be brought down by numbers, so I decide to use one of my trump cards. Long ago, Zamart taught me a flash of light spell that blinds everyone but me within 50 feet. Over time, I have mastered the spell and modified it slightly. My spell now only blinds my enemies, but I can only cast it once a day. This is the spell that saved my life when my father's troops dressed as bandits tried to kill me on the day my mother died. As the spell goes off Alexa and I quickly cut down the blinded enemies near us. What is left of our cavalry quickly cut their way to us and surround us. Once there are no enemies close to me, I stand up on my horse's saddle to get a look at the rest of the battle. A quick count shows I have 30 cavalry left, and I can see about 800-foot troops left. The enemy is starting to push us back due to the weight of numbers. Alexa, sound the retreat. If we don't fall back now, we are going to be wiped out. Alexa looks disappointed as she takes the horn off her saddle and blows a long, deep note. I drop back into my saddle and turn to lead the cavalry in cutting our way free of the enemy. We barely managed to cut our way free. Another few minutes delay, and we would have had too many enemies surrounding us to get out. By the time we break free, I only have 22 cavalry left behind me. The enemy doesn't immediately give chase, they stop to get back into formation. Then, to our surprise, instead of coming after us to finish us off, the enemy turns around and marches back the way they came. What? Why are they retreating? Alexa says. I don't know. They still have enough numbers to finish us. Shortly, Zamart approaches leaning on another mage. His face is gray with exhaustion. Zamart says, What happened? Did we win? We are not sure. Alexa, order the scouts and archers to pace the enemy and harass them as much as they can safely. Alexa nods and rides off. I then order the troops to get the wounded back to camp and check the enemy as well. I look at the mage supporting Zamart and order him to take Zamart back to his tent to rest. With a nod, the mage practically carries the protesting Zamart back to camp. I spend the next 6 hours organizing the cleanup after the battle. I push myself too far trying to do everything I possibly can until I feel myself fall over, only to be caught by Alexa. The next thing I am aware of is waking up in my tent back in camp. Judging from the light, it is the next afternoon. I quickly get up, splash some water on my face, and get dressed. I make my way straight to the command tent where I find Alexa and Zamart looking at some maps. How long was I out? What is the status of the enemy? Zamart says. The enemy is returning to the capital, and you slept about 12 hours. Alexa doesn't say anything. She just pushes a plate of food over to the empty seat. I quickly sit down and dig in as I realize just how hungry I am. Alexa says, we killed about 3,000 foot troops and 600 cavalry. We lost almost 30 cavalry and 300 foot. Zamart says, by numbers alone, it was a great victory, but the king can afford his losses easier than we can afford ours. Do we know why they turned around instead of finishing us? Zamart says. I was able to scry the past and find out. Rivios received emergency recall orders from the king. My stepfather spared us. I don't believe it, Zamart says. Oh, it wasn't to spare us. The king recalled all troops to the capital. Why would he do that? It makes no sense, Zamart says. That took a bit more work, but I was able to discover why. There was a small earthquake in the capital. It was caused by a ferocious roar from deep underground. Alexa says, the roar apparently terrified the king, and he panicked and recalled all troops to the capital. What caused the roar? Wait, did you say all the troops? Alexa says, yes, all troops. I have already sent out every able-bodied man. We have to take advantage of the situation. Zamart says, as to the roar, it was apparently the Black Beast Man, although I wasn't able to find out why. Well, that explains why the king panicked. So the Beastmen saved us from over 1,000 miles away. I really want to meet him. Chapter 59, Unknown Location. Ashes poovy the darkness. Covering my senses fades away, and I find myself standing in a hellish landscape. I am standing on a plain of black rock, and here and there I can see the red glow of fires beneath the surface. In the far distance, I can see a line of jagged black mountains that look like teeth reaching up to rend the sky. Sensing a presence, I spin around. It is the girl from my dream. She looks real and solid this time, and I can see that she is about 13 with long golden hair held in place by a tiara. She looks regal in a fancy dress. She will be a true beauty when she grows up. You again, just who are you? Maricel says. I am, or was, second Princess Maricel of the Kingdom of Revalia. Princess, huh? Wait, aren't you the one who I saw collapse right as I was summoned? Maricel says, yes. I was the sacrifice that allowed my father to summon the other heroes. Your own father sacrificed you. That is horrible. Why would you go along with that? Maricel says, I didn't know it would cost me my life to summon them. My father convinced me I was just a magic battery. Anyway, we don't have time for this right now. Right. Where are we? Did you summon me here? No. The demon brought you here. As to where we are, this is what is called a soulscape. Soulscape? I don't think I like the sound of that, Maricel says. We need to find a way to escape before the demon eats you. Wait, how do you know about the demon in this place? Maricel says, I was taught a little by Zamart in my lessons. Okay, for now tell me what you know about this place and how it works, Maricel says. We don't have time for this. The demon is hunting you. So tell me before he finds us. Maricel sighs and says, the soulscape is a created battlefield. Souls battle to the death here. Each time you die, your soul weakens. Once weak enough, your soul dies. Or in this case, is devoured by the demon. So, I have to fight the demon again? Maricel says, no, that would be suicide. The demon is at his full power here, unlike when you faced him. Wait, he wasn't at full power? Ugh, Maricel says. No, he was weakened from being trapped in the ice for 1,000 years. Wait, how do you know that? Come to think of it, why are you here? Maricel says, I have seen everything that has happened since you were summoned. As to how and why I am here, that can wait till later. We need to start running. Fine, but I have a lot of questions for you later. Now, how do souls battle? Maricel says, battle in the soulscape is based on willpower and imagination. Huh, imagination, huh? I turn and look at the ground before me and imagine it turning into a pool of crystal clear water. As I form the image in my mind, it becomes reality at my feet. I kneel down for a drink, but stop in shock as I see my reflection. Why am I human? This is what I looked like in my last life. Maricel says, despite the body you are in, your soul is still human. Okay, so why is Blitz here? Maricel says, because you made it with part of your soul, dummy. Oh, right. I look again at my reflection and imagine myself as I should be now. I watch as my body changes to the black lion I have been since being summoned, although it isn't quite as I pictured it. Where my left eye should be is a line of scar, and I also have scars across my chest. Maricel says, "What? You shouldn't be able to alter your soul. This is the form I choose for my soul to take. This is me now. My past life is nothing but a memory." Maricel says, "Wow, that is some impressive willpower." I shrug at her and turn back to take a drink. The water is sweet, delicious, and refreshing. Then I imagine the pool showing me the demon, and its image appears in the water. I can see from the terrain it is walking through that it is probably in the mountains. Judging from the size of things it passes, the demon seems to be around 20 feet tall. Maricel says, "See, it is at its full power here." I realize she has moved next to me and is looking at the image as well. I ignore her and imagine stone spikes shooting from the ground to impale the demon. It happens just as I pictured it, and in the pool I can see the demon roaring in pain. Then I imagine multiple lightning bolts roaring down from the clouds to hit the demon. Ding, congratulations. You have unlocked mental skills. Biting congratulations. You have acquired the mental skill, mental attack. Mental attack level 1 whiz plus 2. You know how to launch mental attacks. The lightning bolts kill the demon, but a second later it reappears standing just past the stone spikes looking unharmed. I kill the demon with lightning bolts 3 more times, just for the fun of it. Each time it comes back looking unharmed. Except I notice after the last one that the demon looks a little smaller. Is it shrinking each time it dies? Maricel says yes. Its size represents its soul's strength. Each time it dies, it is weakened and comes back a little smaller. So, I just have to keep killing it until it disappears completely. Maricel says, "If you were able to do so, then you would destroy it." "And if I destroy it here, it is dead permanently, right?" Maricel says, "Yes, final death here means the end of your soul." "Okay, then I am going to kill this thing once and for all." Maricel says, "That is insane. I am amazed you can kill it from a distance, but once it gets close, you don't stand a chance." "Then I won't let it get close." Maricel says, "Listen to me. You can't win against it. Just watch me." Chapter 60. First, I change the pool into a big screen television and float it in the air so I can see it better. I quickly change the image to high definition, as Maricel just gawks at it. Then I carefully imagine a howitzer cannon, and it appears next to us. I imagine it being linked to the television for targeting, and a remote appears in my hand. I point the remote at the demon on the television, and a red dot appears. "You should cover your ears." Maricel covers her ears, and then I pull the trigger. Kaboom and A watch the explosion seconds later on the television. Just for a second, I can see pieces of the demon flying, but they disappear as the demon respawns. Maricel says, "What a horrifying weapon. How did you come up with that?" "It is a weapon that existed in my old world," Maricel says. "What kind of monsters would you need a weapon like that for?" "Human ones." Maricel looks confused and asks, "What do you mean?" "The only monsters in my old world were the human kind, like your father." Maricel looks sad as she realizes what I mean, and I feel a little bad for taking away some of her innocence. I go back to looking at the screen and see the demon is now running downhill. He must have heard the cannon fire and is now heading this way. I use the remote to target him and kill him 2 more times before he reaches the plains. Dane, congratulations. Skill mental attack has progressed to level 2. Mental attack level 2 whiz plus 4. You know how to launch mental attacks. I watch as the demon charges towards us across the plain. I am waiting for him to get closer before I hit him with the next surprise. Maricel says, "He is coming. We should run." "Just wait, be patient. I have it under control." As the demon gets closer, I imagine the plane around us changing, and as I imagine it, the plane starts to shimmer. It resists at first, but I am stubborn, and before the demon is even halfway, the entire plane, except for an area around me, turns into a lake. Even at this distance, I can hear the demon scream in anguish, because this is no normal lake. It is a lake of holy water. Maricel says, "How did you? You changed the environment." "But that means..." "What?" Maricel looks at me with wide eyes and says, "It means your willpower is stronger than the demon's." "Oh, so it is the demon's will that keeps this place how it is?" Maricel says. Yes, and to change it, you have to overpower his will. The demon finally crawls out of the lake and onto the rock beach by the mountains. He looks to have shrunk over a foot from all the times he died in the water. As he is standing there looking at the lake, I point the remote at him and pull the trigger. The demon hears the cannon fire and tries to run, but it does him no good. As I watch the demon die again, I smile at Maricel. You know, I kind of like this place, Maricel says. There is something seriously wrong with you? You have been watching me this whole time and are just now figuring that out. Maricel give me an annoyed look as I kill the demon again with the howitzer. For some reason, each time the demon blows up, I can't help but smile. Maricel says, you know he will get here sooner or later. What is your plan then? I just smile at her as I imagine a castle wall growing up out of the water around the island. Watching the look on her face as the wall appears is almost as good as watching the demon die. Hiding congratulations. You have acquired the mental skill Mental Defense. Mental defense level 1 whiz plus 3. You can somewhat protect your mind. Maricel says, what good is a wall going to be against a demon? A wall made out of holy stone and covered by holy marble should be pretty effective. Maricel says, are those things even real? Doesn't matter here, as long as I can imagine it. Maricel points at the screen and says, looks like the lake and the wall won't matter now. I look at the screen and see the demon has grown large bat-like wings and launched himself into the air. He is now flying towards the island, and to Maricel's shock, I start laughing. Maricel says, what are you laughing at? He is flying. Maricel says, exactly. He will fly over the lake and over the wall. Then what will you do? He is flying over the lake of holy water. So what will happen if he loses his wings? As a look of understanding appears on Maricel's face, I turn to the screen and imagine the demon's wings disappearing. It doesn't work. The wings don't even shimmer, and the demon just keeps flying closer. I realize I can't affect the demon directly, so instead I imagine myself teleporting onto the demon's back. I draw Blitz and make 2 quick swings. Stink, stink, as the now wingless demon is falling. And before he can get over his shock, I teleport myself back to the island. I sheath Blitz and turn to the television in time to watch the demon hit the water. When the demon makes it back to the far shore, he looks to be about 10 feet tall instead of 20. The demon is now pacing back and forth along the shore. I kill him 2 more times with a howitzer. Then I feel a pressure in my head. I quickly realize the demon is trying to change the lake back to rock. I focus and firmly hold the image of a lake of holy water in my head. After a minute, the pressure disappears. But when I look at the television, the demon has disappeared too. Chapter 61? I quickly turn a full circle, but I don't see the demon anywhere on the island. So he didn't copy me and teleport, so where did he go? Then, I notice the image on the screen is moving. It is still tracking the demon. Ah, he turned himself invisible and is flying to the island that way. Maricel says, how are you going to stop him now? Just watch. I imagine another weapon from my world and lift it up to my shoulder. Then, I fire it off in the direction of the demon. Maricel says, what was that? A heat-seeking missile. It targets by heat, so him being invisible won't matter. Just then, the image on the screen jumps and is now going the other way. He must have seen the missile coming and is now racing for land, but no way is he outrunning the missile. Seconds later, the screen is filled by an explosion, and when it clears, it is focused on the lake. When the demon drags himself out of the lake again, he is only about 3 feet tall. He immediately scurries around. I think he is looking for somewhere to hide. I quickly imagine a small cave near him, and when he runs into it, I imagine it closing like a mouth on him. When the demon respawns, he immediately falls down and starts twitching. It looks like he is having some kind of fit, but as I watch, his humanoid torso disappears, and he is left looking like a small wolf. What just happened? Maricel says, it is just a guess, but I would say you have weakened him enough that he de-evolved. The demon wolf gets up and instantly takes off running up the path into the mountains. I wait and let him get a good way up the path before I imagine it turning into a frictionless slide with a pit of spikes at the bottom. Watching him slide down, bouncing off the walls and then into the pit is hilarious, and I burst out laughing. Maricel says, Are you toying with him? Well, maybe a little, but he hurt Ruby, he deserves it. Maricel says, I can't believe you are toying with a demon. I kill the demon a few more times with the howitzer. And then when he respawns, he looks more like a wolf pup than a wolf. Now he is only about 2 feet tall, and he just keeps trying to run away. So I imagine a cage of holy steel trapping him, and then imagine the two of us teleporting to stand next to the cage. As soon as the demon sees us, he takes a deep breath. As soon as I see the glow in his mouth, I imagine a bubble around the cage with no air inside it. I wait until the demon dies of asphyxiation before I imagine the bubble away. When the demon respawns inside the cage, I am just looking at him, waiting for him to make a move. Demon says, All right, enough? Just end it already? Oh, ready to give up now. Demon says, Don't gloat. Just finish me. Maricel says, Yes, kill him. I am going to offer you a choice. The demon's eyes light up when he hears this, and his ears perk up as well. Maricel looks at me incredulously. I just smile as I wait for the demon to respond. Demon says, What kind of choice? Either I throw you in the lake cage and all, or you agree to serve me. Maricel says, What? What are you thinking? You can't trust a demon. Of course, I wouldn't trust him. He would be under contract. As soon as he hears the word contract, the light in his eyes dies and his ears droop. He looks so much like a scolded puppy I want to laugh, but hold it in. Maricel looks uncertain and seems to want to argue more. I imagine a fragment of my soul and a fragment of the demon merging to form the contract. The demon and I both scream in pain as the fragments are pulled from our souls. The two pieces merge together between us and create a glowing scroll. I imagine the terms I want appearing on the scroll, and then I wait for the demon to read it. Demon says, What? This is a slave contract. Well, of course it is. You think I am going to let you roam free and cause chaos? Slavery or death? Your choice? Demon says, Fine. So I imagine the cage floating up and out over the lake. Then I start slowly lowering it towards the water. The demon holds out until the cage is inches above the holy water. Demon says, Wait, I'll sign it. I stop the cage and move the contract over to the demon. Once he signs the contract in blood, I bring him back to shore and lower him to the ground, then dismiss the cage. I pull the contract to myself and prick my finger and sign it in blood as well. There is a blinding flash and a boom of thunder as the contract changes into a glowing collar and a ring. The ring floats over and places itself on my finger as the collar places itself around the demon's neck. Maricel says, You really did it. You enslaved a demon? I am beginning to understand why you terrify my father so much. You and I need to talk a lot more. Later. I will figure out how to reach you. Maricel says, Okay, demon, tell me your name. Demon says, Dragomar the Great. Too much. I will just call you Drog. Drog says, As you wish, master. Now end this soulscape. Drog says, Yes, master. The entire world shimmers, and then the darkness swells up and engulfs me again. Chapter 62. When the darkness fades away, I am once again standing on the demon's corpse with my hand, gripping Blitz by the hilt. I can instantly feel the difference in the sword, which is now home to Drog. Dine down, congratulations. You have completed a quest. Defeat the demon. Objective. Kill the demon. 1 divided by 1 reward. Skill. Teleport Tumbin. Congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill teleport. Teleport level, 1 MP cost. 500 range, 50 miles note. Only works for known locations. I draw Blitz from the corpse, clean, and sheath it. Then I move away from the corpse and sit down to meditate for 10 hours. When I come out of the meditation, I immediately check. MP, 0 divided by 0. Well, guess the new skill is useless. There go my dreams of being a powerful mage as well. I go into the inner world meditation to take a look and see if I can heal whatever I did to myself. My core, mana veins, and mana channels all look just fine. It takes me a while, but eventually I find the part of my brain that allows me to use mana. It is completely burned away, and nothing I try makes any difference. Guess the flood of mana from the ice burned out my ability to use magic. It is a depressing thought, but I was never overly dependent on magic. I will just have to figure out other ways to do things. I hope it was worth it. I get up and make my way over to the remains that were in the ice with the demon to find out. Taking a look, it is a skeleton with a few pieces of flesh left on the bones. He was wearing a loose robe and had a belt with a pouch on it. I also find he was wearing 2 rings and a necklace. As soon as I touch him, his body turns to dust. All that is left is what he was wearing. Come to think of it, he probably had other clothes and shoes, but those rotted away. Which means what didn't rot is most likely enchanted. First, I pick up the belt and pouch. I stare at the pouch and activate Observe. Magic item, extra dimensional pouch storage capacity. 2 tons durability, 478 divided by 500. This item must be bound to a user to function. Would you like to attune to this item? Why and yes. Item is now attuned. Item only usable by Ash? Well, that is a useful enchantment. I open the pouch and reach in, but I can't feel anything inside. So I turn it upside down and will it to empty. A bunch of stuff comes falling out, a book, some loose gems, a length of rope, and over 100 wrapped bars. I pick up one of the bars and unwrap it. It looks like a granola bar, so I take a bite. It is pretty tasty, so I finish it quickly. What surprises me is just the 1 bar fills me up. I put the rest of the bars back into the bag, counting as I go. There are 137 bars left. I also put the rope back in the bag. Then I take a look at the gems, but I can't see anything special, so they go in the bag as well. Last, I pick up the book. The cover just says diary. I open it up and start flipping through pages just to see how long it is. I quickly pass the amount of pages a book this size should hold, and it just keeps going. I close the book and activate Observe. Magic item Endless Book never runs out of pages. That is going to take a long time to read, so I put it back in the pouch as well. I will start reading it later after I am back at the forge room. Next, I take a look at the belt the pouch is attached to. When magic item Belt of Comfort protects against extreme temperatures. Another useful item. I quickly put the belt on. It doesn't seem big enough for me when I am holding it, but once I put it around my waist, it is a perfect fit. Magic items are so cool. Next, I pick up the robes and use Observe. Magic item Archmage's Robe Defense, plus 3 casting speed, plus 5 durability, 959 divided by 1000 twending. Congratulations. Skill Observe has progressed to level 8. Observe level 8 int plus 8, you can identify items with study. Not bad, but not really useful to me, so it goes in the bag. The rings, when I check them, are both caster rings that won't work for me, so they go in the bag as well. Which just leaves the necklace. Observe. Greeter magic item necklace of the hidden path? What? Is my Observe level not high enough for me to identify it? Well, for now it can go in the bag as well. That does it for the Archmage's things. Now for the demon's corpse. I walk over and roll the demon's corpse over. Then I cut open its chest. I remove the heart and eat it in a couple of bites. Devour activated. STR plus 10, Whis plus 10, DP plus 50. DP. That is new. I wonder if it means demonic power. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten the heart. Drog? Do demons use demonic power? Drog says. Yes, that is how we use abilities. If I have demonic power, does that make me a demon? Drog says. No. As long as you have a human soul, you cannot be a demon. Oh, okay. Good. Reassured. Somewhat. I take out Drog's core from his corpse and take a look at it. Magic item demon core rank. Quality? Would you like to absorb it? Yen. What do you think would happen if I absorbed your core, Drog? Drog says. How should I know? Wait, you can absorb cores. Yes, I do it with beast cores all the time. Drog says. That shouldn't be possible. Only mana beasts can absorb the cores of other beasts. So only demons can absorb demon cores. Drog says, yes, that is how we gain power. I look at the core again. If I am going to do this, I better do it before Ruby wakes up. This is probably a bad idea. Yes, demon core absorbed core fusion process starting. Wait, what? Chapter 63. I clutch my chest as pain suddenly erupts from my core. It feels like my soul is being shredded. I drop to my knees as the pain overwhelms me. I really regret my decision as the pain keeps getting worse and worse. And then merciful darkness takes the pain away and me with it. When I wake up, my body hurts all over, and I have a pounding headache. Ding skill lost. Teleport level. 1 skill lost. Blue firebolt level. 1 skill lost. Summon elemental level. 2 skill lost. Ignite level. 1 skill lost. Extinguish level. 1 skill lost. Remote hand level. 1 skill lost. Lightning bolt level. 6 skill lost. Blue fireball level. 1 ability lost. Mana regen level. 1 fighting cunding congratulations. An ability has evolved. For strength exceeding 150, Supreme Street Rank has evolved into Demonic Strength. Demonic Strength one-handed. Add Esther stat x 1.5 to damage. Two-handed add star stat x 3 to damage. Well, no more magic for me, that is for sure now. What did I just do to myself? I am confused. And I notice my vision is weird. I was just getting used to not having my left eye, but now I can see normally again. I groan as I force myself to sit up. As I do, I realize I am lying in a puddle of sweat and blood and other things. I do not know how long has passed, but I am starving, so it might have been days. First, I drag myself to the river to wash off and have a drink. Then, I pull out one of the snack bars and eat it. I try to see my reflection in the river, but the water is moving too much. I need to figure out what absorbing the core did to me. Status. Name, Ash Race. Black Lion Demon Beast Type. Unique Demon Rank, 0 titles. 2. The Merciful Blessed by the Light HP, 1,321 divided by 1,321 DP, 150 divided by 150 Steenshire, 158 Agi, 137 End, 114 Int, 119 Wiz, 86 Cha, 49 Unspent Points, 40 Fire Resist, 67 Cold Resist, 26 Magic Resist, 20. What? I am a demon now, Drog says. Yes, master. I am surprised that you survived, Ruby says. Shut up, you stupid demon. I told you he would live. Hi, Ruby. How long did I sleep? Ruby says. Almost a week, Drog says. I wouldn't call it sleep, more like a coma. Ruby says, why would you keep this demon around? You should have killed him. He could prove useful. If nothing else, he has knowledge I want. Ruby comes out of the amulet and takes human form. When she turns to look at me, she cringes away after meeting my eyes. What is wrong? Ruby says. That new eye is creepy. Sorry, I am not used to it yet. New eye. What is wrong with it? Ruby says. Well, it doesn't look like an eye so much, more like an angry ball of black fire. Drog says. It is a demonic eye. Your regular eye couldn't regenerate because you lost it fighting me. Demonic wounds never fully heal. Ruby says, whatever. You should probably cover it up if you plan to interact with other people. Drog says, don't worry. As long as it is not an enchanted item, you will be able to see through whatever you cover it with. Really? I close my right eye and cover my left eye with my hand. Sure enough, I can still see, although things are a little blurry. What else can it do? And what other benefits do I get for being a demon? Drog says, the eye sees magic. Once you get used to it, spellcasters and magic items will have an aura around them. Demons are stronger and tougher than any other race. And of course, we live forever. Wait! I am contracted for your lifetime. But if you are immortal, Drog's voice fades away to a dull rumble. I am fairly sure he has retreated into the sword and is swearing in the demonic language. I will just let him sulk for a while. I have other things to take care of. I start thinking about what to do first when suddenly Ruby hugs me hard. Sorry for worrying you. Ruby says, I am getting used to it. Sorry for scaring you when Drog took out my human form. Does that mean we are even? Ruby says, only this time. You are way ahead on stupid stunts. Guess I can't argue that. Let's head back to camp. Ruby gives me one more squeeze before returning to the amulet. I look around to make sure I am not forgetting anything, and then jump in the river and take the quick way back to camp. Once back at camp, Ruby returns to human form to keep me company. As I start sorting through all the stuff I have collected, all the tools except the leatherworking ones go into the bag. Then I sort through the crafting materials I have. There isn't enough spider carapace left to make another set of armor, but that is okay. It was a bit too restrictive. The fight with Drog taught me that mobility is my best friend in a fight, so I want to make something lighter and more flexible this time. I quickly decide on the gator hide as my best bet. It is as light as leather, but much stronger. And since I lost Black Razor, I can't cut the spider carapace anyway. First things first, I hold some up over my eye to make sure I can see through it. Then I make myself an eye patch and put it on. They're better, Ruby says. Yeah, much. I smile at Ruby as I start working on my new armor. At least with most of my weapons gone, I can make the fittings much simpler this time. Drog says. What? I want you to teach me how to create a soulscape. I need to have a chat with the princess. Ruby says. Princess? What princess? Chapter 64. So I tell Ruby all about the soulscape, and my battle with Drog, and about the soul of Maricel being there with me. Ruby laughs as I am telling her about my battle, but her laughter disappears when I tell her how Maricel died. Ruby says, so that is how the king was able to summon all the heroes early. She must be from a very old and powerful bloodline. We didn't get to talk much beyond that, which is why I am going to have Drog teach me how to make a soulscape. Then I should be able to talk to her again and get information about her father in this world. Ruby says, sounds like a good idea. So I work on my armor as Drog explains step by step how to make a soulscape. It is complicated the way he does it, but I am fairly sure I can do it easier through meditation. So, once he is done explaining, I put aside my leatherworking and enter meditation to try it. I build the image of a forest meadow with a stream running through it in my mind and then focus my will on making it real. I pay attention to the details like the leaves on the trees and the grass and how it smells. Then, I feel a click and I am standing in the meadow. Hiding congratulations! You have acquired the mental skill Soulscape. Soulscape level, 1 wisp plus 5, you can create a basic Soulscape. As I look around, I realize I missed a few things, like sunlight, weather, and sounds. So I fill in what I missed to make it as real as possible. I create a mirror to check my reflection. I am as I should be, although the demonic eye is fairly creepy. I now understand what bothered Ruby so much, so I imagine an eye patch to cover it up. I notice I have Blitz on my back as usual. What I wasn't expecting is to see the puppy Drog sitting next to me. Why are you here? Drog says. I had no choice. Where the sword goes, I go. Oh, that makes sense. So why are you still a puppy? Drog growls and says, damage to the soul is permanent. I can't regain what was lost. I have to rank up all over again to get to where I was. What rank are you now? And how do demons rank up? Drog says. I am back to rank 0, thanks to you. Hey, you started that fight. Don't blame me for winning. Now answer the question, Drog says. Demons rank up by upgrading their cores. The easiest way is to defeat other demons and eat their cores. Well, demons seem fairly rare. What is the hard way? Drog says. By spending demonic power and working on the core slowly. Oh, basically what I was doing before with mana. Speaking of mana, when you were trapped in the ice, how were you using mana against the spell? Drog says, mana? I wasn't demons can't use mana. I used my demonic power to try and break the spell. So when I was breaking the spell, I was absorbing your demonic power. Drog says, yes, maybe that is why you survived absorbing my core. You were already tainted by my power. Ah, I forbid you from telling Ruby that. I don't need another lecture. Drog says, yes, master. I imagine a bunch of rabbits running around, and as I hoped, Drog runs off to chase them. I look around again then. Imagine a couple of nice chairs and a table by the stream. I walk over and sit down, then picture Maricel in my mind. Maricel! She appears after I call her name, but she is standing on the far side of the meadow from me. She looks exactly the same as last time, except she looks a little worried. What is wrong? Why are you all the way over there? Maricel says, you are a demon now. I don't want to get eaten. I am not going to eat you. I am still me. Maricel sighs and starts walking towards me. And then I notice Drog charging at her. As he pounces, I imagine an invisible wall protecting Maricel. Diding, congratulations! Skill mental defense has progressed to level 2. Mental defense level, 2 whiz plus 6, you can somewhat protect your mind. I burst out laughing, as Drog hits the invisible wall and splays against it like a cartoon character before falling to the ground. Maricel jumps and looks very unhappy. Drog, I forbid you from attacking Maricel. Drog hangs his head and says, Yes, master. Maricel says, I told you. You can't trust demons. I don't trust him. I trust the contract. If he disobeys me, he will die permanently. Maricel walks over and sits down across from me. She takes the time to look around and seems a little reassured at the nice scenery. Maricel says, Did you make this soulscape? Yes, I made Drog teach me how. Maricel says, It is fairly pleasant. I guess you aren't a true demon. I am not sure what I am, other than I am still myself. Maricel says, As long as you hold on to that, you should be fine. Now you have questions for me? Yes, lots. First, how does time pass in here? Maricel says, I am not sure. My lessons on soulscapes were fairly brief. Drog looks up from eating the rabbit he caught. What? How does time pass while we are in here? Drog says, Every hour is about a minute of real time. Okay, good. We have plenty of time then. I imagine a tea set and a couple of plates of snacks on the table. I pour 2 cups of tea and offer one to Maricel. Then I sit back with my tea and ask my first real question. How is it that you have been with me since I was summoned? Maricel says, When I realized what my father had done, and that I was about to die, I made a stupid decision. I was full of rage, and I offered my soul to the goddess of the underworld, Krenosha. I seem to remember hearing something like that before I was summoned. Maricel says, Yes, the goddess accepted my offering, and that is why you were summoned. You were not part of the original summoning. That is where my father was wrong. The spell only summoned 49 heroes, but Krenosha summoned you in answer to my prayer. So, am I not a hero then? Maricel says, No, Krenosha has no power over heroes. You are different. So, what am I then? Maricel says, Well, did you notice the other heroes? They were all summoned as they were, meaning living. Krenosha is the goddess of the dead, so she had to use a dead soul. So, that is why I am not human anymore, Maricel says. Yes, the goddess couldn't summon your body, so she made one for you. So, that is why I am a beast man, Maricel says. Not exactly. What do you mean? Maricel says. Well, you look like a beast man, but you are in fact a humanoid mana-beast. Mana-beast? So that is why I turned into a demon beast instead of a normal demon? Maricel says, probably. It was probably the most powerful body Krenosha had access to. By putting your dead human soul into it, she upheld her part of the bargain. What is this deal you sold your soul for? Maricel says, I wanted revenge. So you were created as the instrument of that revenge. If you succeed, I will serve Krenosha willingly. And if you die, I will die with you. Until either of those happens, my soul is bound to yours. Chapter 65. Okay, so that is why you have been around the whole time. By the way, thank you for the warnings. Maricel says you are welcome. Although it was in my own interest, you die. I die, remember? True, but I am sure it wasn't easy to reach me. Maricel says, that is true. As a soul, I have very limited options outside of a soulscape. Is there anything I can do to change that? Maricel says, I don't think so. While you have this soulscape, I can come and talk to you easily, but that is about the extent of my ability to interact with you. Well, as I learn, maybe we can figure something out. As for learning, can you tell me about this world? Maricel says, Sure. What did you want to know? I know nothing of this world, and knowledge is power. I need to know about the kingdoms and politics, what races there are, and how they interact. Maricel says, So, basically everything. Well, I will tell you what I can. Maricel focuses for a minute, and then a map appears floating in the air beside her. She points to the northwestern kingdom. Maricel says, This is the kingdom of Ravalia, my home, and where you were summoned. This is the capital city here. So, you are somewhere under it, as far as I know. She then moves her hand to point to the kingdom to the east of Revalia. Murasel says, "This is the Empire of Gundar. They are the oldest kingdom and most likely the most powerful. They tend to treat the other kingdoms as lesser. They would probably conquer us all if they could." Maricel says, "Here, below the Empire, is the kingdom of the Beastmen, although it isn't really a kingdom. It is made up of the tribes of Beastmen, but they have no central authority and tend to act independently. The only reason they haven't been conquered is how fearsome the Beastmen are in battle." Murasel says, "To the west of the Beastmen and to the south of Revalia is the Free Union. They are ruled by a merchant council and business is the most important thing to them. Although they have the most freedom as far as laws are concerned." Maricel says, "And here in the middle where the four kingdoms meet is the neutral city-state of Ilium. They act as the trade and diplomatic hub for the four kingdoms. Ilium is also the home base for those guilds who operate in more than one nation." Maricel says, "As for races, it is just humans and beastmen. There are different types of beastmen, but I don't know them all. My father discouraged any interest in them. He even banned them from the castle." "Yes, I am familiar with your father's view of beastmen," Maricel says. "Sorry, not your fault." Maricel says, "This area above Revalia and the Empire is wilderness ruled by the mana beasts. Same with this area below the Union and the Beastmen. It goes on beyond this map, but no one knows how far or what is there." Maricel says, "There are also 2 island nations, but I don't know their names or anything about them. That is all I can think of. Anything else you want to know?" "What is life like inside Revalia? Is it safe? How are the peasants treated?" Maricel says, "Inside the kingdom is not totally safe. There are bandits sometimes, and occasionally mana beasts or other monsters make it into the kingdom. Most villages and towns are fortified, but the countryside can be dangerous, so there are a lot of military patrols and outposts across the country." Maricel says, "Actually, no. The larger towns have a platoon stationed at them. Most of the rest of the army is stationed at the borders." "Is Revalia under attack from the other nations?" Maricel says, "No. We have had peace for 50 years or so. A little over 5 years ago, when my mother, the queen, and my older sister Amercy died, a lot of people fled the country. They feared what the rule of a king might be like." Maricel says, "To clarify, let me tell you a bit of our history. Revalia was founded 500 years ago by people fleeing the Empire. The Empire at the time was fairly corrupt and harsh for its people. One of the Emperor's daughters led people here to found a new nation. That was Emberly, right? The first queen." Maricel says, "Yes, and since then we have had an unbroken line of queens until now. Many believe my father murdered my mother and half-sister so he could take the throne. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do since he was willing to sacrifice me. That reminds me, do you know why he would try to summon all the heroes early?" Maricel says, "He told me that it was to protect Revalia because the other nations were about to attack us. Now, I think it is the opposite. He wants to attack them. So he summoned the heroes and will convince them that he is in the right and use them against the other nations. So he wants to conquer the other 3 kingdoms and rebuild the ancient empire with himself as emperor." Maricel says, "Well, he wants to conquer the Empire and the Free Union. I am fairly sure he wants to wipe out or enslave the Beastmen. Well, I don't plan to let that happen. Are the heroes that much of a factor when it comes to war?" Maricel says, "Yes. An average hero is worth 100 men easy. A great hero would be worth 1,000 or more men." "So, without the heroes, your father wouldn't have a chance, right?" Maricel says, "That is true as far as I know." "Well, then we just need to remove the heroes from his control." Maricel says, "How will you do that?" "Either by convincing them or by killing them." Maricel says, "So, you do plan to fight against my father?" "More than that. I plan to kill him. I already promised to do that even before everything you told me," Maricel says. "While that is what I want since I am bound to you, I didn't want to force you into anything. Don't worry about it. This is my own choice. Now, what can you tell me about the terrain around the capital city and how heavily patrolled it is? Maricel says. Well, the city itself is heavily patrolled, of course, but as far as I know, only the roads are patrolled outside the city. Why? Because, as far as I can tell, the only way out of the underground is going to be by going down the river. I want to know what to expect outside. Maricel says, well, the capital is surrounded by forested hills. The forests have a fairly bad reputation, so not many people go into them. There are two roads out of the capital. One goes southeast towards Ilium, the other goes southwest towards the port city of Durendal. Southwest, is there a river that flows that direction? Maricel says yes, I believe so. The road follows it for a while if I remember right. Why? Because if I am right, that is where the river down here goes. If so, that should be where I come out. Maricel says, just so you know, there are no free beastmen in Revalia, only slaves. Once you are outside, you will probably run into problems. If Father knows you are alive, I am sure he has put a large bounty on your head. I am sure he has. But I will deal with it once I am outside. For now, I need to pack up my camp and some other things. Thank you for all the information. But I am out of questions for now. Maricel says, you are welcome. It was nice talking to someone again. I will be here anytime you need to talk to me. Thanks. I will definitely be back. I want to try training in here. After saying goodbye to Maricel, I will the soulscape to end. I wake myself from meditation and open my eyes to see Ruby sitting watching me about a foot away. Ruby says, welcome back, Master. Chapter 66. Thank you, Ruby. How long was I gone? Ruby says, only a few minutes. Did you learn anything useful? So as I pick up where I left off working on my new armor, I tell Ruby everything Maricel told me. By the time I am done telling it all, I have almost finished the armor. All that is left is to stitch the pieces together. So, I grab the spider silk thread and start stitching as Ruby thinks about everything I told her. Ruby says, so basically, instead of things getting better once we are outside, they are more likely going to be even more dangerous. Yeah, that is about the gist of it. We will be deep in enemy territory with no friends and most likely being hunted once we are spotted. Ruby says, sounds like fun. I will fight beside you no matter the odds. That is good to hear. To be honest, there is probably a lot of bloodshed in our future. Drog says, I can't wait. Human souls are the best. Will I be able to eat souls too? Drog says, no idea. I've never heard of a demon beast before. Is that why I am a unique demon? Drog says, could be. What difference does being unique make? Drog says, well, unique demons tend to be weaker to start, rank up more slowly, and end up way stronger later on. Figures. I go back to putting the finishing touches on my armor. Once done, I try it on, then make a few adjustments until it fits perfectly. Then, I pack up my tools and the rest of the materials and put them in the bag. Drog says, Master, may I manifest? What? Why? Drog says, I want to stretch my legs. I never got to except for the fight with you. Sure, just behave yourself. It takes Drog a few minutes to manifest a physical body. But once he does, he is running all over sniffing everything. Just like a real puppy would. Ruby says, he is kind of cute in that form. Maybe, but don't forget what he is. Ruby says, I won't. Are you hungry? Ruby smiles and says, I could eat. I get up and stretch then, grab the net and go to catch some fish. Then I pick some mushrooms and start cooking a nice stew. As it is cooking, Drog comes over and starts sniffing at the stew. Drog says, that smells good. What is it? Fish and mushroom stew. Would you like some? Drog says, yes please, master. All right, it should be done in a few more minutes. Once it is ready, I fill 3 bowls. I hand one to Ruby and put the other on the ground for Drog. Since they are both fire-type creatures, I don't even bother telling them it is hot. I watch them start eating while I wait for mine to cool. Ruby says, so what is the plan now? Next, I will be going to the forge room for a while. I want to read some of the Archmage's diary. Ruby says, okay, then if you don't need me, I am going to rest for a while. Sure, sleep well. After Ruby disappears into the amulet, I notice Drog sniffing around the pot, so I pour the last of the stew into his bowl. As he is scarfing it down, I finish my own bowl. Then I go about cleaning up before heading to the forge room. As I jump the river and head to the forge room, Drog follows me. I wonder if he really thinks this act of his is going to fool me into lowering my guard. I make sure to always keep one eye on him as I move through the cavern and into the tunnels, although I do not trust him. I will admit it is nice having another companion besides Ruby. Even though I am fairly sure I have cleared out everything that lived in the sewers, I still move cautiously through the tunnels until I reach the forge room. When I reach the forge room, I move into the time dilation field and sit down on the stone bench. I pull out the diary and start reading. I can read the language fairly quickly now, only stopping once in a while to translate a new word. The first 100 pages cover the Archmage's early life and are not all that interesting, although a few of the stories of trouble he got himself into are quite entertaining. Even these early pages have a lot of information about how he learned to use magic and different spells he invented. From the way he describes magic, it is obvious he was a prodigy. It makes me realize just how valuable this book would be to other mages. They would literally kill to get this book if they knew it existed. I look up from the book to check on Drog. He is laying in front of the forge pretending to sleep. I know that because of the contract he cannot disobey any order I give. What worries me is the gaps in my orders he might use to cause trouble. Drog, I order you to never attack Ruby or me. Also, you are never to knowingly lead enemies to us. Drog says, "Yes, master," in a sad tone of voice. I go back to my reading and read about the Archmage's early days as a mage. Even before serving the Empire, he got into all sorts of trouble, including several duels with nobles. Reading his story, I can't help but think he would have been fun to go adventuring with. It is when I get to the part of his story where he became the Archmage that I find out his name. Archmage Philip de Buren, top mage in all the Empire. The tests he had to pass to become Archmage were brutal, and I know I could never have passed them. It is when I read about him gaining access to the Empire's secret histories that I become really interested. They were locked away in a hidden library atop the highest mountain in the Empire. And it is here that he learned the true origin of the Empire and about the race that lived here before them. Chapter 67. As the Archmage tells it, the Empire was founded by refugees. They fled from another empire that had been taken over by demons. At the mention of demons, I glance at Drog. Drog, do you know of any other demons on this planet? Drog says, "There are others here. They are far away, but I can feel them. Can you tell anything about them?" Drog says, "I can sense a lot of them, probably hundreds, and 7 I can feel clearly. They are demon lords." Demon lords, huh? I take it they are immensely powerful. Drog says, "Yes, they are the strongest aside from a demon king, but there hasn't been a demon king for a very long time." "Why not?" Drog says, "Because becoming a demon king requires a lot of power, and the other lords fight hard to make sure no one else becomes king. So they are all too busy fighting each other to gain enough power to become a king," Drog says exactly. "I had hoped being over here all alone would give me the chance, but that was before the Archmage trapped me." "What about now?" Drog says. "Now, after what you did to me, it is all about surviving until you die and I am freed from this contract." "What if I were to become the Demon King?" Drog says. "Ha! You are rank 0. It would be practically impossible. I will be surprised if you survive a year based on what I have seen so far." Thanks for the vote of confidence. I ignore Drog and go back to reading the diary. The diary tells of the refugees traveling across the land bridge and how they were pursued by a demon-led army. The best mages of the refugees gave their lives to create a barrier across the entire land bridge to block pursuit. Apparently, after reading this, he immediately left and spent the next week searching for this barrier. When he found it, it had almost failed, so he spent the next month reinforcing it. Apparently, Philip had no interest in dealing with the demonic invasion of the Empire. He said he would ensure that future archmages continued to maintain the barrier. Since he was the last archmage and 1,000 years have passed, I wonder if the barrier is down now. From what Maricel told me of the politics, I doubt the 4 kingdoms could even work together to repel an invasion. Although I wonder how the beastmen would fare against demons, my battle with Drog would seem to indicate beastmen are on par, at least physically. And the beastmen should outnumber the demons if Drog only senses hundreds. Maybe an outside enemy is just what is needed to bring the nations together. After King Raiden is dead, of course. I will make sure he dies no matter what it takes. To do that, I need to get out of here first. My only regret is going to be leaving the forge behind. It is a masterpiece and already enchanted. If only there was a way to shrink it and take it with me. Wait, I remember reading that the Archmage made a shrink spell when he was young, so he could play a prank on someone. I quickly scan the earlier pages until I find it, as I thought he explains how the shrink spell works. Maybe I can enchant the forge to shrink and take it with me. Magic skills. Magic skills. 3 channeling level. 5 enchanting level. 4 disenchanting level. 5 I thought so. I may not have mana anymore, but my skills for manipulating it are still here. If I disenchant the time spell and channel it straight into an enchantment for the forge, I should be able to do it. Ruby, can I talk to you? Ruby comes out of the amulet in spirit form and circles me once. Then she takes human form and sits on the bench next to me. Ruby says, "What is up, Master?" I quickly explain my idea to her and how it should work. I explain how the shrink spell works according to the Archmage's diary. I wanted to ask if you think it will work. I don't want to get hit and called stupid again. Ruby says, "You mean you are actually learning? Hitting you was the right thing to do. As to the enchantment, it sounds like it would work, but I don't have the skills to do it." "You don't need to. I am going to do the enchanting." Ruby says, "But how? You can't use mana." True, I can't use or store mana anymore, but I still have the skills to manipulate mana. Ruby says, "Well, in that case, I think it is worth a try." The Archmage put a lot of effort into the forge and tools, and from what you have told me about the world, I doubt there is another forge to match it anywhere. That is what I am thinking as well. Okay, I am going to give it a try. Ruby says, "I will watch over you. If you need to use my mana or channel some into me, go ahead." Thank you. With Ruby to act as a safety net, I enter my meditation trance and go into the inner world. With my inner sight, I take a look at the forge in the room. The first thing I notice is the floor the forge sits on is not a part of the cave. In fact, it looks like it was set up to be moved. It makes me wonder if maybe the Archmage had the same idea of making it portable. If he set it up that way, it will make what I am going to try a lot easier and more likely to work. Well, only one way to find out, I guess. I turn my attention to the cave walls. The time spell is massive and complex. There will be way more mana than I need for the shrink enchant. So I get started. I find the end of the spell and start to unravel it. Once I free a segment, I move it to the forge and imagine the spell I want to make as I lay it in place. As I am creating the new spell, I make sure it includes the forge, anvil, and all the tools. It is slow going since I am moving the mana from one spell to another, but it goes smoothly. I finish the forge enchant and then realize I have a problem. There is a lot of mana left in the time spell, chapter 68. I need to find something to do with it. If I let go of the spell now, the room will explode. Maybe I can use the rest to upgrade my core some more. Core status. Core upgrade progress 0%. What? It reset? All that work wasted. Starting over is really frustrating, but I guess I don't have a choice. But as I try to pull the mana into myself to work on my core, I find I can't do it. The mana won't enter my body. I try to think of something else to do with the mana. As I am racking my brain, the spell is starting to fray. I start pulling more mana to keep the spell from going haywire. To buy myself some time, I feed it into the forge to improve the existing enchants. But that won't last long. If I try to feed too much into the forge, it will explode. I feed a little mana to Ruby, but she is at full capacity, so I can't overload her too much. This is starting to feel really familiar. It is almost the same as when the ice broke. Wait, that is it. When the ice broke, I channeled a lot of the mana into Blitz. I quickly shove the mana I am holding towards Blitz, and it disappears instantly. I begin pulling mana from the time spell as fast as I can and feeding it all to Blitz. I manage to unravel the entire spell without any explosions, and Blitz absorbs all of it. It felt like I was dumping buckets of water into a dry lake bed. It makes me wonder just what I did when I made Blitz. Whatever. It worked. That is all that matters. I bring myself out of my meditation to see Drog staring at me from inches away. "Hey, back off. What is wrong with you?" Drog says. "What did you just do?" The sword went crazy. I fed some mana into it. What do you mean crazy? Drog says. It glowed and hummed. I am glad I was manifested. I don't want to know what that would have felt like. I push Drog away and stand up and stretch. Ruby is just watching me as I walk over to the forge and say the command word. The forge instantly shrinks down to the size of a toy. I pick it up and it easily fits in the palm of my hand. Ruby says, "So, I see it worked." "Yep, seems so." Ruby says, "Were there any problems?" "Just a minor one. There was some leftover mana I had to dispose of quickly." Ruby gives me a look like she doesn't believe me, but she lets it go. I put the shrunken forge into my bag along with the metal ingots that I had left here. Then I head back to camp to finish cleaning up. Then I catch some fish for dinner. And after eating, I climb into my hammock to get some sleep. When I wake up, I take down the hammock and put it in my bag. Then I catch some fish for breakfast. After I eat, I clean everything and put it all in my bag. Now there is nothing left to do but go for a swim. Drog. Drog. After a minute, I see him come running towards me and jump the river. If he is going to wander off, I should set some rules in place. "Drog, can you swim?" Drog looks at the river and says I can, but no thank you. "All right then, you will have to return to the sword for the trip out. But before that, I have some rules for you to follow." Drog says, "What rules?" "You are only allowed to attack my enemies unless I say otherwise. You are not to kill innocents no matter what." Drog says, "Ah, but innocents taste the best. Are you capable of fighting in that form?" Drog says, "Yes, master. I may not look it, but my combat abilities are not much less now than when I fought you." "Well, in that case, you will have plenty of opportunities for killing without going after innocents. So, obey my rules." Drog says, "Yes, master." As his physical form fades away, I walk towards the river. If all goes as planned, I will never see this place again, and I don't regret it at all. Without a second thought, I jump into the river. I take a deep breath and duck under the water and start swimming with the current. I am hoping it will only take me an hour or so to get out. I can hold my breath for almost 4 times that long. Unless something goes really wrong, I should be fine. I let the current do most of the work, only swimming to keep myself under control and avoid the rocks. The new armor doesn't weigh me down at all. It even feels like it makes swimming easier. Although, I guess that makes sense since it was made from an aquatic creature. The miles flow by fairly quickly, but only a half hour has passed when I see light above the water ahead. I quickly swim to the side and up and grab the rocks to hold onto as I look around. I am disappointed to see it is just another cavern lit up by glowing crystals. I am about to dive back under and resume my journey when a straight line catches my attention. I pull myself up higher for a better look and see worked stone. Deep underground, stonework. My first thought is dwarves. So I climb out of the river and take a good look around. There are 4 tunnels leading out of the cavern, and it appears to be the ruins of several buildings. I head towards the ruins for a closer look, but stop when I smell something familiar. The smell is one I will never forget. The bird thing was too delicious to forget. This must be where it came from, but the smell isn't an old smell. So there must be another one here, and if I can smell it, then it is close. My hand is on the hilt of Blitz as I look around. As I spot the creature, it is already charging at me, so I draw Blitz and turn to face it. For some reason, it doesn't seem as fast as the first one, but as it leaps into the air, I spot 2 more close behind it. This is going to be trouble. Ruby was no match for their speed, and Drog takes too long to manifest. Looks like it is going to be 3-on-1. As the first one flies towards me, I tighten my grip on Blitz and wait till the last second before moving. Chapter 69. I duck aside just before its claws would have hit me, and as it is landing, I swing Blitz hard at its neck. Unfortunately, it is moving fast enough that I only get a shallow cut before it moves out of range. I can see its movements, but I still didn't time my swing well enough. As it moves away from me, I turn to face the other 2. One at my back is better than 2. They are almost on top of me by the time I turn around. One leaps while the other stays low. Just my luck they are working together and using tactics. I jump up and back so the one passes under me and I meet the other midair. I mistime my swing again and only cut it shallowly across the chest. But the hit is enough to redirect it so it passes by me instead of hitting me. I land and quickly look for the third one, which should have circled around for another attack by now. It is in the air when I spot it, so with no other option I drop and roll under it before jumping back to my feet. I am glad I made this new armor. I wouldn't be able to dodge as easily in my old armor. I dodged the next couple of attacks, not trying to hit them, just getting their timing down. Hiding, congratulations. Skill dodge has progressed to level 4. Dodge level 4 defense plus 4, your nimbleness allows you to evade attacks. The next time one leaps at me, I change tactics. I dive under it and roll to my feet and charge at the one behind it. I manage to surprise it, and with a hard swing of Blitz, I cut its head off. Even as I swing, I can feel the last one closing in behind me, so I throw myself sideways as soon as I complete my swing. As I roll away, I feel the claws pass inches from my side, and as I regain my feet, I see the last one charging at me. I am already moving towards it, so as it jumps, I baseball slide under it while holding Blitz straight up. It guts itself on Blitz as it passes over me, and as I stop and start to stand, I spot the last one out of the corner of my eye. With no time to bring up Blitz, I lean away from it and sidekick it in the chest. The kick stops its momentum, and the rebound propels me away from it. I let myself fall into a roll and come back to my feet facing it with Blitz up in front of me. Surprisingly, it hasn't come after me. It is still standing where it was, but it is bent over and panting like it is having trouble breathing. Not wanting to miss this chance, I leap at it. I bring Blitz down as I land and slice through its head. As it drops, I look around, then walk over and finish off the gutted one. As quiet returns to the cavern, I check myself over and am surprised to find no wounds. I managed to dodge every attack. Considering how fast those things are, I am fairly impressed, especially with how much the first one I killed managed to hurt me. Maybe this demon thing isn't all bad after all. I quickly set to butchering the 3 bodies. With how delicious they are, I don't plan to leave any meat behind. Once all the meat is stored in my bag, I take a look at the 3 beast cores. Heitemann beast core quality average. Weight? No option to absorb it. Does that mean I can only absorb demon cores now? If that is the case, it just became a lot harder to get stronger. I put the cores in my bag. I have 4 now, but I will probably give 2 to Ruby if she can still absorb them. Hey, Drog, did those things give you anything? Drog says. They didn't have souls, but I did eat some energy from them. If I need you in a fight, is there any way you can manifest faster? Drog says. The more time I spend manifested, the easier it gets. Well, then get out here. While I wait for Drog to manifest, I keep an eye out just in case there are any more of the bird things. I want to just continue downriver. But I will probably never come back in here once I am out, so it is better to explore now. Ruby, do you want to come out and explore with us? Ruby comes out of the amulet and takes human form. She looks around, and when she spots what is left of the bird thing, she turns and looks me over. Ruby says, "You fought without us?" "Yeah, I didn't really have time to summon you," Ruby says. "Were you hurt?" "Nope, not a scratch." Ruby says, "Okay, good. So where are we?" "We are a couple of miles downriver from where our camp was." Ruby says, "More exploring then? I thought you were in a rush to get outside?" "I am, but I don't want to have to come back later to explore," Ruby says. "I guess that makes sense. In fact, once I am out of here, I don't think I will ever want to go into another cave." Ruby says, "Yeah, I am fairly sick of caves myself." Drog says, "I don't mind them." "Yeah, but I bet you won't go near any ice." Ruby laughs as Drog shudders and gives me a pained look. With the 2 of them to watch my back, I walk over to start examining the ruins. There isn't much left, but it looks like at one point there were 3 or 4 buildings in this cave. The first interesting thing I come across is carved into the floor of the middle building. It is only a single word, but it is not in the language of the ancient empire. I pull out the diary and start flipping through the pages. As soon as I think that I want a blank page, the book automatically opens to a new page and a pen appears in the binding. That is really convenient. I can tell the Archmage thought things through when he made it. I pick up the pen and carefully copy the carving. I can't decipher the word, but if I can find enough examples, maybe I can start to figure it out. As I am working in the buildings, Ruby is searching the rest of the cave. Drog is nowhere to be seen. In the second building, I find more writing carved into the stone. This time it looks like a sentence, so I copy it into the diary. "Ruby, keep an eye out for writing carved into the stone. Also look for any unusual stones." Ruby says, "Okay." "But they all just look like rocks to me," Drog says. I found the nest of those things. Can you make something tasty from eggs? Hearing a pained yelp, I look up to see Drog standing in the nearest tunnel mouth. Another bird thing is leaning down over him with its mouth on Drog's neck. As I draw Blitz and run towards them, the bird thing lifts Drog by the neck and shakes him around like a rag doll. Chapter 70. As I charge the thing, I bring Blitz down low, and as I get in range, I swing up under Drog and cut through the bird thing's neck. The head and Drog go tumbling away as the body drops to the ground. I walk over and pry the beak apart to free Drog. Are you okay? Drog says. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. How did it sneak up on you? Drog says. I don't know. I didn't sense it until it attacked. Well, if you are going to explore, be careful. There may still be more of them. Drog growls and says, I hope there are. If you kill any, bring the bodies back. As Drog stalks off looking for revenge, I set about butchering the one at my feet while Ruby keeps watch. When I pull out its beast core and clean it off, I hand it, and 2 more from my bag to Ruby. Here, absorb these if you can. Ruby gives me a strange look as I hand them to her. She absorbs them without any problems, and I sigh. Ruby says, What? I can't absorb beast cores anymore. Ruby says, Why not? I think it is because I am a demon now. I probably can only absorb demon cores. Ruby says, Those are going to be kind of hard to come by. I know. I return to searching the ruins with Ruby watching my back. As I am shifting a pile of rubble, I come across a small piece of glass. The fact that it was buried in rocks and doesn't have a scratch on it piques my curiosity. Observe. Hidden magic item. Glass of seeing reveals what is hidden, putting the glass up to my eye. I take a look through it at Ruby. Through it, I can see an aura around Ruby that I am guessing identifies her as a spirit. I then start looking all around with the glass, and I see 2 areas that glow. One is in the ruins, and the other is on the cave wall. Heading over to the one in the ruins, first I can make out a rectangle that is glowing, and to the side a tiny spot that also glows. Pushing the tiny spot with a claw rewards me with a click and the secret compartment opening. Inside is a beautiful axe made of a black metal I don't recognize. When I lift the axe out, I am surprised at the weight, which makes me think this is adamantite or something similar. From the design, it looks to be meant to be a 2-handed axe, but for me it is too small for that, meaning it was made for a smaller being that was very strong, again making me think of dwarves. Observe. Item adamantium axe damage plus 10 durability 998 divided by 1000 twinding. Congratulations. Skill Observe has progressed to level 9. Observe level 9 int plus 9, you can identify items with study. Not enchanted, but with the material and craftsmanship it easily could be. For now, I put it in my bag. A good axe could come in handy. I scan the rest of the ruins before I check the spot on the cave wall. Before I head over, I hear a scraping sound coming from one of the tunnels. A minute later, Drog comes backing out of the tunnel dragging a dead bird thing. He has several almost healed wounds. Looks like the bird thing put up a decent fight. I walk over to stand next to Drog. Good boy. And I ruffle his fur. He looks pleased and his tail starts wagging. Then he realizes and growls and moves away from me. I start butchering the bird thing. And as I work, I toss some of the choice bits to Drog. He snatches them out of the air and wolfs them down. How are the tunnels? Drog says. It is a maze in there. Looks like the tunnels go on for miles. And they mostly go deeper. Ah, I don't want to spend days exploring, Ruby says. So don't. We can leave. We know how to get back here if you really want to, later. True. I am really sick of being underground. I walk over to the cave wall that hides the secret, and using the glass after a minute, I find the rock switch to open it. I push on the rock, and a section of the wall swings open. It reveals a spiral staircase going down. I lean out to look, but I can't see the bottom. With the secret door open, a steady wind of hot, dry air is pouring out of it. Wherever it goes is probably not a very pleasant place. So I push the rock again, and the door swings closed. I will come back at some point to explore, but not right now. With my mind made up, I slip the glass into my bag and walk back to the river. I wait for Ruby and Drog to return to the amulet and Blitz before I dive back in and resume my journey downriver. I swim along with the current, wanting to get outside faster. Dang congratulations. Skill swimming has progressed to level 7. Swimming level 7, STIR plus 7, N plus 7, cold resist plus 7 hold breath, N stat x 2 minute. You are a strong swimmer. After swimming along for about a half hour, I again see light above the water ahead. Again, I swim to the side and grab a rock to hold position as I raise my head above water. After so long underground, the sunlight is blinding, but wonderful to see at the same time. Tiding congratulations. You have completed a quest. Escape the sewers. Objective, survive, and find a way to escape the sewers. Reward, 10 stat points. Finally, I pull myself up onto the riverbank and stand with my arms spread, just enjoying the sunlight hitting me. As my eyes adjust and I can see the beautiful blue sky, I start to weep with relief and joy. Then I feel like someone punches me in the back and I hear a human voice. Hunter says, "Ha! Got him." I feel myself falling forward and darkness awaits me. My last thought before darkness engulfs me is of Ruby, Chapter 71. Riverbank, Ruby's Po Ruby. My master's mental call wakes me from my nap. We must be outside. He sounded so excited. For some reason, the master is lying on the ground, so I have to squeeze out from under him after leaving the amulet. As I spiral up, all the bright colors distract me. I have never seen so many shades of green and blue. I want to look at everything. It is so amazing up here. No wonder the master wanted out of the underground so bad. I am about to shift to human form to share all this with my master when human voices distract me. Hunter says, "See, Captain, I told you this was where he would come out." Captain says, "Yes, you have earned your share. When we return with his head, we will all be rich." I look around and spot a dozen humans standing among the trees further up away from the river. 10 are standing together while the other 2 are slightly apart. These 2 are the ones who were speaking. 1, wearing fancy metal armor that doesn't look very functional, must be the captain. The other, wearing leather and loading a strange bow, must be the hunter. Captain says, "Sergeant, go collect his head for his majesty." I see the captain point at something behind me, and at the same time, one of the 10 standing together steps forward. As I can judge things, he seems older than the others. He only takes a single step before he points up at me. Sergeant says, "What is that blue thing?" I look around to find the master and see what he is doing. He is still lying on the riverbank. It is only now that I notice the strange arrow sticking up out of his back. He isn't moving, although I can see he is breathing. These filthy humans dared to harm my master. I assume my human form in midair, and a primal scream escapes me. Before my feet even touch the ground, I throw a blue fireball at the group of 10. As my feet hit the ground, I draw my swords. I see the sergeant dive forward. But the other 9 aren't so quick, and their short screams tell me I only have 3 opponents left to deal with. Captain says, "What the hell is she? Kill her!" I start to charge forward. I see the sergeant getting back to his feet. I also see the hunter raise his strange bow to point at me. I throw up a shield as he fires. The strange arrow hits the shield and pierces it, but gets stuck halfway through. What power that strange bow has! The sergeant charges at me, while the hunter starts to reload again, and the captain turns and runs away. As the human closes with me, I twirl in a full circle, bringing both swords around. As I do, I activate Flame Weapon, covering my swords in blue fire. The sergeant brings up his shield, but my first sword cuts through his shield and my second cuts through him. As he falls, I move past him and head towards the hunter. He is the one who hurt Ash. He is almost done reloading as I reach him. I ram both my swords through his chest and lift him into the air with a scream. His scream joins mine, but is short-lived. I tear my swords free and turn to run to Ash. The wet thuds of his body hitting the ground behind me don't even faze me as I rush to the master's side. I skid onto my knees next to Ash and am relieved to see he is still breathing. Unfortunately, I am not sure what to do to help him. The strange arrow is sticking up out of his back, surrounded by blood, making it hard to see. I rush to the river and come back with my cupped hands full of water. I use it to wash away the blood so I can see the wound. The arrow hit Ash in the spine, just barely missing the sheath of Blitz. The wound has already started to close, which reminds me that the master is really good at healing himself. And the master is a demon now. He should be even tougher. So why hasn't he woken up? "Drog," Drog says. "What do you want, Blue?" Can you help, Master? Drog says, I am a demon. I don't do healing. Besides, if he dies, I am free. If he dies, so do you. Have you not taken a good look at the sword you are in? If the Master dies, the sword will explode. Drog says, what nonsense are you speaking? What? Why does the sword have part of his soul? Is he insane? See, so help him or you die too, Drog says. Like I said, I don't do healing. Besides, he should be fine. He would have woken up by now if he was fine. Something is wrong. Can you at least contact him? Drog says. Hold on, I will try. As I wait for Drog, I notice the wound is closing around the strange arrow. That is a bad thing. Should I pull it out? Would that just make things worse? Oh, I wish I knew more about this kind of thing so I could help Master. Drog says. I can't reach him. What do you mean? Why not? Drog says. His soul isn't here, but we are bound, so I should be where he is. I don't understand it. What do you mean his soul isn't here? He is still alive. A wound from an arrow shouldn't remove the soul, right? Drog says. Not that I know of. The soul shouldn't go anywhere as long as the body is alive. Well, what do we do? How do we get him back? Drog says. Nothing. All we can do is take care of his body until his soul returns. I growl in frustration when I see he has started manifesting, and I will have to wait to ask him more questions. As I wait, I wash the wound again only to see it has almost closed around the arrow. As soon as Drog finishes manifesting, I ask him what to do. The wound is closing around the arrow. That is bad, right? Drog says. Yes, pull it out. Are you sure? Drog says. Yes, the wound can't heal properly while the bolt is in there. Bolt? You mean the strange arrow? Drog says. Yes, that is a crossbow bolt. It is like a bow, but with a shorter range and higher power. Deciding not to argue when my knowledge is so limited, I grab the bolt and carefully pull it out. Master doesn't respond, and nothing happens except the wound starts bleeding again. Drog moves closer and sniffs at the bolt in my hand. Drog says, I smell more than blood on that. What? Like poison? Drog says, maybe I can't be sure. Would poison explain why the Master's soul is gone? Drog says, not as far as I know, but it might explain why he isn't waking up. So, now what do we do? Drog says, we protect the Master and take care of his body until he returns. Okay, I will start a fire and make camp as best I can. Drog says, I will scout around and make sure there are no more humans. Oh, there was one who ran away. Drog says, what? How could you let one escape? He will bring more. Before I can answer, Drog runs off. He stops by where I killed the hunter and sniffs around. He must have found the trail because he takes off in the direction the captain ran. I turn back to Master and check on his wound. The wound looks to have closed completely, so I roll Master over and try to make him more comfortable. I gather some wood and start a fire when I notice the sun is going down. I don't really know what else I can do for him. About a half hour later, Drog comes running back. He is running fast, and from the way he is panting, he has run for a long time. He skids to a stop near me and catches his breath for a minute. Drog says, get ready. I was too late. They are coming. Chapter 72. Riverbank, Ruby's Povov. What? How many? Drog says. I didn't stop to count, but I would guess around 50. 50. That might be too many. What should we do? Drog says. Kill them all, of course. I am not sure if I can kill 50 on my own. Drog says, you are not alone. I will help you kill them. What can you do, little puppy? Drog growls at me and tries to be fierce and scary, but he still just looks like a puppy throwing a tantrum. But even though I enjoy teasing him, he is still a demon. Let's make a contest out of it then. See who can kill more humans, Drog says. Not much of a challenge, but if you want to be humiliated, Blue, I will be happy to. Should we leave the Master alone, though? Drog says. It will be fine. Just drag him into those bushes over there. I look at Drog then, over at the bushes, and shrug. I reach down and slide my arms under my Master and try to lift him. Oh, why does he have to be so heavy? Drog says. Stop pretending. You love having an excuse to have your arms around him. What do you mean? Drog says. Oh, don't give me that. I've seen the way you look at him and it disgusts me. I fight really hard against the impulse to set Drog on fire. He must have seen it in my eyes because he quickly moves away from me. I finish dragging Ash into the bushes, and then I go looking for humans to hurt. I find the first human quickly. He is carrying a torch. How easy can they make this? He doesn't even see me before my swords cut him down. Is human eyesight really this bad? It is not even fully dark yet. This is going to be too easy. With my heat vision, the torches stand out like beacons, and I dance from one to the next, cutting down the humans so easily, I feel kind of bad for them. Then I remember they are here hunting my master, and I stop feeling bad and keep cutting them down. Just as I cut down my 16th human, I hear a scream in the distance. Probably Drog being sloppy. None of my kills have managed to make a sound. Now, the humans are all shouting to each other, which makes it even easier to find them. Shouts, rally. Rally to me, rally. The next 2 humans I cut down are heading in the direction of the voice. If they are all going to gather together, this will be really easy to finish, so I head in the direction of the voice too. There are 12 humans gathered when I reach the area of the voice. I immediately recognize one as the captain from the first group. The man next to him, while not as well dressed, is the source of the voice. He has an aura of command. I will have to be careful of this one. I could just fireball them all, but that wouldn't be any fun, and Drog might try and call it cheating. So I charge into the group and start dancing with my swords. The first 2 go down before anyone even realizes I am there. Spinning and twirling, I cut down 4 more in seconds. My swords go through their armor like it was paper. I should remember to thank Master again for these. Now, with 6 left, I see the captain turn to run again. Not this time. I jump over the remaining humans to catch the coward. I cut him down with both swords just to be sure. Then I spin back to the remaining 5, who are just barely turning around trying to follow my movements. I focus on the 4 soldiers, leaving the commander for last. I dodge their slow swings, and each time I swing one of my swords, another human dies. 4 swings and 4 kills, and then it is just me and the commander. When he swings his sword, I step back and then swing at the sword. I cut it off just above the hilt. Then as he brings up his shield, I punch it hard. The shield dents and the commander flies back and slams into a tree. He falls to the ground and doesn't move, but I can see he is still breathing. Drog comes running into sight through the trees. He skids to a stop and looks around. He notices the commander is still alive and walks towards him. "No, leave him alive," Drog says. "Why? I thought we were going to kill them all." "He is the leader. I think the master would like to ask him some questions," Drog says. "Fine. How many have you killed?" 29. You, Drog growls and says, 15. "That only makes 44. We are missing 6. Drog says, "They had horses before. Maybe they left them to guard the horses. Well, go find them and kill them. I will take him back to camp." Drog runs off eagerly to kill the last of the humans, while I pick up the commander and head back to the riverbank. Once there, I strip his armor, and the 4 daggers he has hidden on him. I try to get some rope from the master's bag, but it is empty, so I tie him up with vines. A few minutes later, Drog returns looking pleased with himself. Drog says, "I killed all 6, but the horses ran off." "All right, go start dragging the corpses here." Drog says, "Why do I have to do it?" "Because you lost. Those 6 put you at 21 to my 29. Drog grumbles but heads off to do as I told him. A minute later, I hear a groan. I turn to look at the commander, but he hasn't moved. Then I hear the bushes rustle. Master. Chapter 73. Riverside Ashes Povee. When I open my eyes, I am still beside a river, but it is nothing like the one I remember. This river is far wider, and the waters are pitch black. As I look around, I see a bleak landscape around me. The ground is gray with white stones, and the sky is black as night. When I move my foot, it creates a puff of gray. The ground is covered in ash. When I kick one of the stones over, it turns out to be a human skull. I take a step nearer the river, and multiple skeletal hands emerge and try to grab me. As I move back from the river, I start to realize where I must be. This is the underworld. I must have died. I reach up to grab Blitz, but it isn't there. Drog? Muracell? Neither answers or appears. I seem to be alone here. When I reach up to check on Ruby, I find the amulet is gone as well. I can't believe I died right as I finally reached the surface. Says, "You are alone here, but you are not dead." I turn towards the voice to find a woman standing there. She does not suit this place at all. She has long black hair, so black that I see blue and purple shimmers in it. Her skin is pure white and perfect, and her eyes are solid black, and they glow. She is creepy and scary, and at the same time, she is insanely beautiful. I realize I have to look up to meet her eyes. She must be at least 10 foot tall. If this is the underworld, then I guess this is the goddess Muracell told me about. Krenosha. Krenosha says, "Correct. You said I am not dead. Then why am I in the underworld?" Krenosha says, "If you were dead, you would be crossing the river. I brought you here so that we could talk." "So whatever hit me didn't kill me," Krenosha says. "No, the poisoned crossbow bolt just brought you close enough to death for me to reach you. Your body is healing as we speak." "Crossbow bolt? That would mean humans." Krenosha says, "Yes, your companions are killing them." "Okay, good. So what did you want to talk to me about?" Krenosha says, "Demons. As you guessed, the barrier protecting this continent has failed, and the demons are aware of it. So a demon invasion is coming," Krenosha says. "Yes, the only reason it hasn't happened already is the demon lords are bickering over who gets to lead it." "So what? You want me to fight the demon invasion?" Krenosha says. "Eventually, yes, but before that, I need you to fix a problem for me." "Okay, what problem?" Krenosha says. "Before humans came to this continent, there were other races here. We never learned their names, but we will go with your names of elves and dwarves. What happened to them? Did the humans wipe them out?" Krenosha says. "No, they avoided the humans. The dwarves went deeper into the earth, and the elves just vanished." "If they retreated without a fight, what is the problem you want me to fix?" Krenosha says. "The races didn't have gods, they worshipped the elements. They left behind temples to the 4 elements that are causing the problem." "So you want me to find and destroy these temples?" Krenosha says. "Yes, you already know the location of the Temple of Wind. The hidden library is built on top of it, on top of the tallest mountain on the continent, right?" Krenosha says, "Correct. Once you destroy that temple, create a soulscape and a messenger will bring you the location of the next." "Okay, sounds easy enough, but I will kill the king first," Krenosha says. "That won't work. Your plan to sneak into the capital at night and assassinate him will lead to your death. Why do you think it won't work?" Krenosha says. "You can sneak past the humans easily enough, but there is one next to the king who is no longer human." "Who is it? And what is he if not human?" Krenosha says. "Spy Master Quill, and he has made a pact with a shadow demon. Every shadow in the castle is under his control. So, I need to kill this Quill first." Krenosha says yes, but to kill him you must kill the shadow demon, and you are not yet strong enough to do so. Not strong enough. That seems to be a theme in this world. Okay, how much stronger do I need to get? Krenosha says. The shadow demon is rank 7. If you are weaker than that, he will just steal your power. So, I have a long way to go. How will this quest help me? Krenosha says. My sister and I will reward you for each temple. Your sister, Krenosha says. My sister, Saronia, goddess of law and order. We are the only survivors of our pantheon. The only survivors. What happened? Krenosha says. Most died in the demon war. The rest couldn't survive the drain of the temples. My sister and I are greatly weakened, but we survived. The gods fought against the demons and lost? Krenosha frowns and says, yes, we lost. If the gods lost, how are we supposed to stop the invasion? Krenosha says, we lost against numbers. You will have numbers on your side. Are beastmen a match for demons? Krenosha says. Lesser demons, yes. Anything rank 3 and under a beastman should win if he has decent skills. Okay, good to know. So I guess I should head for the Wind Temple. Is there anything else before I go? Krenosha says. Yes, there is one more thing. What is it? Krenosha says, once the demon invasion is over, you will die. Chapter 74, Underworld Ashes Poviv. What? Krenosha says. I brought you into this world, but I am not a goddess of life like my sister. It is taking most of my power just to keep you alive. So, you are going to keep me alive until the demon invasion is over. Then, what? Krenosha says, once the invasion is over, as I said, you will die. But your soul will not come to the underworld. I will hand it over to my sister. What will your sister do with my soul? Krenosha says, you will be given a choice to return to your old life with enough power to heal, to become part of our pantheon, or to be reborn again in this world when you are most needed. Wait, one of the options is to become a god? Krenosha says. Yes. If you defeat the demons, you should be powerful enough by then that we can ascend you. I don't think I would make a very good god. Krenosha says, you would be the gray to balance my sister and I. Is that your choice? No, I need to think about this. Krenosha says, that is fine. You will have plenty of time to consider your options. I just wanted to be upfront with you about your situation. I appreciate the honesty. You have given me a lot to think about, Krenosha says. Before I send you back to the world of the living, do you have any questions to ask me? Yes, several. I guess the biggest one is, why me? Krenosha says. You fit the conditions. Your soul was not of this world. You died within the time frame of my casting, and most importantly, you had the mental fortitude to survive the transition without going insane. So, luck, and the fact that I was pretty much already crazy. Great, Krenosha says. I think you underestimate yourself. Your soul is very unique. I've dealt with millions of souls, but none quite like you. Thanks, I guess. Krenosha smiles and says, next question. What of Maricel and her deal? Krenosha says. I accepted her deal because her death gave me the power I needed to pierce the barrier and summon you. Why was her death so powerful? And will you honor the deal? Krenosha says. Her bloodline goes all the way back to the imperial family of the ancient empire. Old blood carries a lot of power. And yes, I always honor my deals. Okay, is there anything you can do to give her more freedom or make her more helpful? Krenosha says maybe. I will talk to her and see what she will accept. What will happen to Ruby and Drog when I die? Krenosha says Ruby will return to the realm of spirits and quickly rise to be queen of the fire spirits. Drog will have a choice, either to come here and serve me or to return to the demon plane. And Maricel, Krenosha says, if you die before the king, she will come here just like any mortal who dies. If the king dies first, then she will become my first angel of death, and eventually she might join the pantheon. Okay, good. No loose ends then. I can't think of any more questions. Krenosha says, now that you know everything, do you still accept my offer? Yes, I will seek out and destroy the temples. Dinda new quests available. Destroy the Wind Temple. Wind Temple destroyed 0 divided by 1 reward. Do you accept? In destroy the Earth Temple. Earth Temple destroyed 0 divided by 1 reward. Do you accept? In destroy the Fire Temple. Fire Temple destroyed 0 divided by 1 reward. Do you accept? Yen destroy the Water Temple. Water Temple destroyed 0 divided by 1 reward. Do you accept? Yen destroy the 4 temples. Temples destroyed 0 divided by 4 reward. Do you accept? Yuen accept all. By the way, the system I see for skills and things, did you create that? Krenosha says no, that was all you. I think it was your soul's way of adapting to the situation. Oh, so is that why I don't have any limits on stats or skills? Krenosha says, wait, you have no limits. Not that I have found. Krenosha says, limits are imposed by the body and soul. The body I used for you should have had limits. If you have broken those limits, then it is because of your soul. Huh, okay. Well, anything else I should know? Krenosha says, not that I can think of, but I do have a personal request. What is it? Krenosha says, once you have destroyed the first temple, I would like you to create a soulscape and call on both my sister and myself? Okay, sure. But why? Krenosha says, because we are of opposite powers, it is not possible for us to visit each other's realms. Since the last of our pantheon died, we have not been able to see each other. Oh. I see. I will definitely do it then. Krenosha says, thank you. I will return you to your body now. Being returned to my body feels about the same as being dropped off a roof. I sit up with a groan only to get entangled in the bushes. Tearing free of the bushes takes a minute. Ruby says, Master! Just as I step free of the bushes, Ruby slams into me and hugs me with all her strength, making me grunt. I hug her back and stroke her hair. Sorry to worry you again. Krenosha wanted to have a chat, Ruby says. So that is why Drog couldn't reach your soul? I nod in answer and look over as I hear a faint groan and see the human tied up by the fire. I am about to ask Ruby about him when I see the ghost appear a few feet from me. Chapter 75. Throne room, King Raiden's POV. I sit in my uncomfortable throne, listening to Duke Crudo, Lord of Durendal, ramble on about port fees. He wants to raise fees for foreign merchants, which I am fine with, but he is taking his time getting to what is in it for me. I have to let him talk my ear off because he is one of my biggest backers, and he knows it. In fact, I bet this long-winded speech is simply to remind me that I owe him. If I could figure out a way I would get rid of him, Quill could kill him for me, but then his idiot son would inherit. Maybe I should have Quill kill the whole family. Then I could appoint someone to the title, someone loyal to me. Yes, that should work. I will have to discuss it with Quill after court is done. For now, it seems Crudo is coming to the end of his speech. Ah, so he is going to offer me troops for the army. That can work. Of course, he knew that before he showed up to court. I agree. You may implement the changes immediately. Duke Crudo says, Thank you, Your Majesty. He bows and leaves, and the next noble with a petition approaches. Right as he is about to start speaking, the doors open, and Knight Commander Ravios enters with a soldier in tow. He knows not to interrupt the court unless it is important, so I motion the noble to stand aside. Ravios, what is it? Ravios says, Your Majesty, it is about the beast. It has been spotted. Where? When? Is it dead? Ravios says, the beast was ambushed and wounded as it emerged from the underground. But according to the report of the only survivor, the squad was wiped out by a blue-haired demon? Demon? He has a demon now? Ravios says, the survivor encountered the patrol, led by Sir Transk. Sir Transk sent a report, and then led his patrol to go after the beast. His patrol has not been heard from since. You are saying the entire patrol of 50 men has been wiped out, Ravios says. Most likely, Your Majesty. Where was this? Transk patrols the western road, right? Ravios says, yes, sire. The beast was spotted emerging from the river in the southwestern area of the forest. Very well, double the strength of all patrols and summon the combat heroes. Ravenos says, we are going to use the heroes now. I thought we were saving them for the war. This is more important. That beast must die. Besides, they could use some practical experience. Give each hero 100 men and send them to seek and destroy the beast immediately. Ravenos says, yes, Your Majesty. I watch as Ravenos salutes and turns to leave the throne room. Then I dismiss the nobles, ending court for the day. Once they have left, I turn to my new head court mage Ricker. He is only 16, but has the most magic potential of all the new court mages. Ricker, what do you know of demon summoning? Ricker says, nothing, Your Majesty. Well, find out. If the beast has a demon, we will use demons against it if need be. Quill steps out of the shadow cast by my throne and kneels beside me. I hate it when he just pops up like this, but he always has something useful to add. Quill says, Your Majesty, I believe I have some books that may assist Ricker in this. Very well, Quill. Assist him as you can. Quill and Ricker both bow and leave together. I will do whatever it takes to destroy that beast. His mere existence is a threat to my plans. Forest of Fangs, Rebel Camp, Amercy's POV. I am practicing my magic with Samart when Alexa comes in and interrupts us. She knows how important this is, so it must be something urgent. Alexa, what is wrong now? Alexa says, we have a report from one of Zamart's watchers. Zamart says they are the princess's watchers. I simply oversaw the making of the rings so they can communicate to us instantly. Alexa says, whatever. The report says the heroes are moving. The heroes. Then the war is beginning. Alexa says no, they are not headed to the border. Zamart says, then what is going on? Alexa says, one watcher overheard some soldiers talking. Something is going on in the forest southwest of the capital. He is deploying his secret weapon to hunt bandits? Alexa says. They are hunting something, but none of the watchers has found out what yet. Zamart says, it would have to be dreadfully important for the king to call out his secret weapon. Like something important enough to recall an army for. Alexa says, you think it has to do with the Beast Man? Well, that is the only thing we know of that makes the king overreact. Zamart says, well, that is true. If the Beast Man came to the surface, the king would do everything he could to kill him. Alexa says, so assuming you are right, and the Beast Man is on the surface, he will be dead soon. So, we should prepare for what the king will do next. Zamart says, I wouldn't count him out just yet. Think about what he would have had to survive underground. I agree with Zamart. From everything I have heard, this Beastman is not easy to kill. Alexa says, so, what do we do? Send our best scouts to the grasslands below the forest. If he makes it out, they are to guide him here. Also prepare our defenses. They may be pursued. Alexa says, anything else? Zamart, any thoughts? Zamart says, well, if they are searching for the Beastman, then they will be in small groups spread out, right? Yes, I would think so. What of it? Alexa says, I get it. It is a perfect time to bleed the army and maybe even take out a few heroes. Zamart says, exactly. And we may even help the Beastman in the process. Oh, I see now. All right. Go ahead, Alexa. Zamart, now that he has surfaced, could you scry the Beastman? Zamart says, it may be possible. I will try. Good. I would very much like to learn more about him.